I completely forgot the intro. Hello. Hello. That was kind of a jump scare right there. Oh my goodness. I feel like I need to go back and start the intro. I clicked the wrong button and now we're here. I feel like that is the perfect description for how my day has gone. So, surprise! I feel like I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna do the intro because I'm gonna miss out on not hearing that intro for a month. And then in about 10 seconds we can pretend, all of us collectively, that that didn't just happen. Okay, let's go do that. Okay, cue the intro. Okay, now we can start. Hello, hello, hello. That is honestly the perfect... I just muted my microphone. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is the perfect example of how my day has been. I hope that you are all doing considerably better with technology than I am, apparently. It is officially March. I've had my heater on in here for like an hour and I'm realizing now I'm melting. So, uno momento. Right. Let's turn that down. Okay. It is officially March. I'm absolutely blown away by how quickly that has come around. I feel like I've been saying that every single live stream since like Halloween. Since it was Samhain last year, I'm pretty certain that I've said the exact same thing. Exactly, I am going to blame the Mercury retrograde. Is it even retrograding right now? Let me double check. I should know this. I do astrology videos every single month, but my brain is like an absolute sieve. And I know it's happening this month. I just don't know exactly when it is starting. Let me have a look-see. Oh, okay. Well, yes, that would explain it, wouldn't it? Let's all blame the Mercury retrograde. And, exactly, Shane. It is showing right now. Usually, wow, communication's really not my forte today. I've got communication problems. I have technology problems. We've got it all going on. Usually the Mercury retrograde doesn't affect me that badly, like it's been worse, but for whatever month this month it has been an absolute doozy, especially for whatever reason today. It's been one of them days. So besides the absolute chaos of the intro, how is everyone doing? Is everyone okay? Is everyone well? I might have surprised a few people. I did mention it at the end of last month's stream that because I'm now doing 2 videos a week, well, most weeks I'm doing 2 videos a week, that I was going to make the live stream a Wednesday again, because then it's Wednesdays and Sundays instead of like Thursdays and Sundays. But that might have come as a surprise, and I'll be honest, I even surprised myself. I forgot to set up the stream because I thought I was going to be doing the stream tomorrow, and then I realised tomorrow is Thursday. Today is Wednesday, I need to do it today. So, let's see where everyone is from, shall we? You all were immediately ahead of me completely. We've got Germany, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, SoCal. I'm assuming that's South California, right? Maybe? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Suffolk, Germany, Pittsburgh, Slovakia, Utah, Maryland, Kent, Delaware, Portugal, New York, Derbyshire, Oregon, Detroit, Ukraine, Pennsylvania, Germany. Surprising amount from Portland. I'm wondering how many of you from Portland all know each other. Like, I know that's the equivalent of people asking me, like, oh, you're from England, do you know my friend who lives in London? But, like, I'm just curious, because the witchcraft community is quite small. And so I'm so interested to know if any of you from Portland actually know each other. Italy, Netherlands, Dominican Republic, Australia, Cambridge, Queensland. Let's have a look-see. Yorkshire, Tennessee, Italy, Seattle, Slovakia. No, not Slovakia, Slovenia. 2 different countries. Portugal, Arkansas, Warwick, Missouri, Oxfordshire, Finland, Portugal, Tennessee, South Wales, Persia, Greece, Blackpool. So many people in so many places. So, oh, India. Beautiful. so many places I want to go. I want to go to all of them, but I can't, so I have to live vicariously through you. So tonight, as always, we're doing a witchy Q&A. Feel free to ask any witchy, pagan-y questions, or just general questions if you fancy a chit-chat. I'm always down to talk about random different topics. If you've been here before, you will know that I will go off on tangents about 1,000 times during the stream, so grab yourself a drink. I brought what I've got with me so that I can show you, because I always forget. I am having this. This is lychee and rose tea. It's not really tea though, because it's basically just sugar and fruit, but it's called instant tea from Whittard and Chelsea. I sound so fancy when I get to say that. Whittard and Chelsea. And it's really, really good. So let us know what you're all having. And if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A bar. It should be at the top of the chat box. I think, I'll be honest, I've never seen my live stream from the other side, so I just kind of have to hope that it's there and that it's working. So I picked this up to have a drink and then just never did it. You can see how this is going to go. I would be prepared, as it is Mercury retrograde, to have about a bajillion tongue twisters and tongue ties and me to forget what I'm doing. Wow, that wasn't even a full sentence. For me to forget what I'm doing half of the time. There we go. I got there in the end. So, patience, please. Oh my goodness, and thank you so much, Manny. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, LV. Thank you, it means so much. So, oh, rose tea with vanilla syrup. That sounds incredible. Okay. I will get to, if I can find it here somewhere. Okay, the questions, because we already had quite a few in before. Oh goodness, I forget how bright my stream is. Before the stream actually started, and because of that, I was able to do a little bit of digging, and you can't see it, but I have a pile of books in front of me as a just in case. I also have a pile of books on the floor as a secondary, just in case. So we shall see. So the first question I had is actually really interesting, and I would love to know all of your takes as well. Now, I haven't actually mentioned it yet, I'm realising. I try to answer all of the questions chronologically, and that means that there's no guarantee that I'm going to know the answers to all of the questions. So if I don't, I'm quite likely to try to direct people to somewhere where they can get that information. That might be another resource, that might be a book, that might be other content, or often, as well as, I will invite any chat members and any people who are just lingering, even if you're just kind of lingering, whatever the word is. What is the word for that? In the stream, to just come on and answer any questions if you do have more information, because I am just one person. I do not know everything, and I love getting kind of community contributions as well. So, back to with what I was saying, which was this question here, which definitely has about 1,000 different answers, which is, what is the difference between pathworking and astral journeying? Now, this one, lurking, that's the word I was after. Thank you so much, Jilly. This is one of those where it's so heavily going to depend on your tradition, what point in time you learned the different terms, and also how an individual chooses to use those terms, which is what can make astral projection, journeying, pathworking so confusing to discern the differences between them. So now, as of 2025, because you might be watching this, obviously not right now, but when you're watching this back, you might be watching this in 2026 or 2027, I don't know. But as of right now in 2025, we often tend to find that the terms astral projection, journeying, and pathworking to be almost synonymous with one another. They're often used interchangeably, but that's not always the case, and it hasn't always been the case. And I think it very much relates to Grimoire Book of Shadows, where there's very much a crossover in the middle. So my understanding of pathworking came from the work of Llewellyn, and that's because a lot of the books that I started reading at the kind of beginning of my practice were Llewellyn books. Now, Llewellyn is a little bit more Wiccan focused, but they have lots of very, very knowledgeable authors that they work with. And so I kind of returned back to their website again to see if I can find what they define as being pathworking. And it does very much align with how I was always taught by other practitioners as well as from books, which is, originally, it is the process of astrally or mentally projecting up and around the paths of the Kabbalistic tree of life in order to gain information, instructions to meet entities there and ask favors of those entities. However, more recently, popular writers have described any visualized journey as pathworking. And so I think that this is the main distinction that I can make between the two things, is that typically, whether you are doing this in a Kabbalistic fashion or not, pathworking is projection of the astral body for a specific purpose. This is usually to gain knowledge, to commune with entities, to work with deities, to perhaps work with other practitioners. You are essentially taking a journey, you are walking a path to a set end, like the goal you have in mind. Whereas astral projection is more of a general term that describes the projection of the astral body. That doesn't mean you have to go anywhere with it. So you might astral project your body into the room that you're sitting in. You might astral project it into the neighborhood that you live in. You might simply be doing it accidentally for a lot of people, or you might be doing it simply for practice, for entertainment, for something that you want to experience. Whereas pathworking typically, at least this is as far as my experience always went, was for a specific goal. Now, I think the massive confusion comes from now, where I see so many guided meditations that are described as being pathworking. And I always get a little bit confused because, for me, pathworking always requires a sense of projection in some way. Now, for some people, this might be going to an inner place, which can be done through visualization, but for the majority of the time, it is done externally. And so visualization and guided meditations alone aren't necessarily going to do that. So that's kind of the distinction that I have within my practice. And then when I was doing some research beforehand, it is kind of backed up by people, well, organizations like Llewellyn. Now, of course, it is important to remember that Llewellyn is kind of a set organization. They have the type of books that they produce, a lot of Wiccan heavy books and the like. So just bear that in mind. But I would love to know what your distinctions are between them. Do you consider them one and the same? Do you consider them to be like very, very different things, completely different than what I've touched on? Because I think it's really important for me to reiterate, though I probably don't do it enough, that I am only sharing my experience and my research on the topic, and I'm never going to know like every single option out there for these topics. So yeah, that's kind of my distinction. Now, I think this is kind of, it's almost on the line of like journeying in a way. So I'd consider maybe pathworking and journeying to be more similar, and then astral projection is like this larger umbrella that goes over all of it. So that is a very, very good question though, and it makes me feel like I need to be doing way more diving in on this subject and actually putting together like a full video on the different belief systems and whatnot, because it's something where once you kind of have your set thought process, you tend to stick to it. And I feel like it would be good even for me, well, especially for me actually, to be doing a lot of research on it and to like dig deeper into that, because I think that would be really, really interesting, and some of you might find it interesting too. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Dana. Oh no, pronunciation is gonna be screwing me up already. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, please correct me as to which way is right, or maybe a completely different way is right. Maybe that was just totally wrong. And also, thank you so much to Xerox. I think it's Xerox. I'll be honest. Dana, oh, why did I not think of that? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I came in today's stream knowing that the retrograde was kicking my ass. Absolutely kicking my ass. So if I become even more tongue-tied than usual, that can be part of an explanation, because golly, it is bad. Let's have a look, see. Personally, my experiences with astral projection have never been intentional and have always been dangerous situations and places, with one possible exception during a surgery that was to a very good place. Actually, that's a really, really good point, Christina, is that a lot of astral projection is actually done completely unintentionally. And so maybe that is an additional difference between astral projection and pathworking, is that pathworking is done for a purpose and you are actively choosing to take that path, whereas astral projection, while it can be done purposefully, for a lot of people, and I'd argue to say the majority of people who undertake astral projection either don't realise that they're doing it or don't intend to do it. And so that is a massive kind of distinction there. Yeah, I'll be honest, James, the Venus retrograde has been kicking my ass the most so far. I knew from the start of the month, I was like, I know what's going to hit me the most. It is going to be the Venus retrograde. And you know what? It did. And it still is. It is absolutely whooping my ass. And then today, I have just, any wall that I could walk into, I walked into. Any spelling mistake I could have made, I made it. Any technological issue, I have so far achieved. The only thing I've not achieved yet is ending the stream accidentally. Touch wood, that does not happen. But yeah, the Venus retrograde this time is absolutely brutal. I think it's because of the placement. So we're starting with it in Mars and then it's moving into Pisces. I think once we kind of get into the retrograde in Pisces, it's going to feel more manageable than it does like during the kind of height of the Marsy bit. We'll see. I hope. I hope, because it is brutal. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much. Okay. I've only done one question yet and I'm already chatting your head off. So, here we go. So, I'm curious if there's any crossover or cross-reference regarding the Dutch folk beings or white women, or I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Witweven? It's definitely not right. They are mist-like figures that appear in nature. Maybe Google will make some recognition. So, I did do some look-sees beforehand. And what I have found are some very, very different explanations for these beings, as well as where they come from, what they look like, how they behave, and that makes me feel they are very fae-like in nature. Now, I'm not inclined to say that they are fae, but the severe differences in people's experiences with them make me suspect that there is some kind of fae-like behavior going on here. Now, I obviously am not super well versed in the topic. This is just the research that I did beforehand, with some people describing them as being the spirits of passed over wise women, as in like practitioners of magical arts that are then in spirit form, all the way up to people saying that they kidnap babies, and that if you were to receive a door knock by one of them, but what I meant is if they were to knock on your door and they will ask you for a cat, and if you were to give them a cat, they would then kill it and eat it. The difference in the beliefs surrounding these spirits, online at least, is absolutely enormous, which is making me think that it could be that these are different entities. Oh, it was pretty good. Oh, I'm gonna take that. That will be the only decent pronunciation I do all night. So I'm gonna take that in, and I'm gonna hold on to that dearly, because I just know it's gonna get worse. It's making me question whether there are multiple different beings that are similar in appearance, but very, very different in behavior. So if I just try to find this, again, see if I can find it. So here we go. So just kind of some examples. This is just the couple of articles that I read earlier. We have the belief that they are nocturnal apparitions, commonly found in east and northern parts of the Netherlands. It does give places, but I just know that's not going to be a pretty pronunciation. But it is essentially believed that in some cases they are the ghosts of witches and women who had otherwise sinned and continue to do so in the afterlife. You then have others that say that they are malicious creatures stealing milk and beer by slipping through cracks, as well as doing terrible things to men. You have others that say that, let's have a look-see, are notorious for spiriting people away. People oftentimes drowned when following them into swamps. This very much screams of like will-o-wisp type behaviour here. But then you have babies being stolen from cradles, which very much seems like the changelings in fairy mythology. And then when you go on to a different resource, it talks about how they are often thought to be wise women or herbalists who took care of people's physical ailments, perhaps passed over, and it was believed that if you were to go to a hill and bring them offerings, you were able to request help. And so all of this to me screams fae. And maybe it's just me, but we've got like the spiriting away of babies, we've got the luring people into bogs and swamps, we also have the offerings on hills, which is commonly done with the she. And so I'm wondering if there is some kind of association here with the fair folk. And through the just ickle bit of research that I managed to do, there is some belief that there's crossover between these spirits and the Banshee of Ireland, as well as many others around Europe. Now, the Banshee is often kind of forgotten as being a member of the Fae, but they are a Banshee. Like, the she is very much in there as they are a member of the Fae. Now, within Ireland, the Banshee are associated with specific families. So your family would have a Banshee, and they were often seen by outsiders as being very malicious spirits. So the scream or cry of a Banshee was said to denote the death, the impending death of a loved one or a member of that family that the Banshee was attached onto. Whereas other people believe that the Banshee is actually a force of good, that they are pre-warning people of danger, that they are pre-warning people of death, and there is a potential that that pre-warning could stop that bad experience from happening, or at the very least it can prepare the family for what's to come. So if you already know that you have a sick loved one, if that family were to then hear the scream or cry of a Banshee, it would let them know that it's time. Give them a little bit of mental preparation before it does actually happen. So, for me anyway, I think that there's definitely some crossover here. Now, the fair folk is, while it's often associated as being solely found in the British Isles, that isn't necessarily, I was going to say it's not necessarily the case, but I think it's important to remember that the terms are often primarily found in the British Isles. But that doesn't mean that the spirits only reside within the British Isles. The spirits are found all over the world in varying different varieties and forms, a little bit like how animals will adapt to the environment that they're a part of. Similar thing applies to the Fae. Different types of Fae are in different areas around the world, and the local people will often call them something different than what we call them here in England. And so for me, I think there's definitely the opportunity for this to be Fae. And I suspect there's probably multiple different things going on here. I suspect that it is kind of one appearance, like they're often described as being a white, shadowy figure, like very ethereal. And so people have compared them to like the white goddess type figure. White as in like what they're wearing, like they're wearing like a white gown. Whereas other people have described them as being quite light in nature, like light beings, which then reminds me of the will-o-wisps. And so this is a topic I feel like I really need to go into more, because I feel like there is probably a lot more crossover in this than I'm even just immediately picking up on. But yeah, I think there's something more here. I just don't know enough about the mythology itself to be able to like fully give information. But if anyone has any personal experiences with these beings, do let us all know, because it seems like they have very, very different, like different personalities almost. Like one day they are killing cats and stealing babies, and the next minute they're helping people who give them offerings. Unless the distinction here is that one of these things you've sought them out and are being really nice to them, and one of these things maybe you're encroaching on territory or something has happened. I don't know. So, yeah, interesting. So, I'll go to where I was here. I am here. Thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you so much. I love the fact that other people like the content. So I appreciate all of you watching and anyone who chats and donates and stuff. Probably more so than you get out of me, because I just love being able to sit and talk about my favorite thing to people who also find this to be like their favorite thing. That's like the coolest part of my job. And also thank you so much to Alyssa. I really hope it's Alyssa. I'm gonna go with Alyssa. We'll see. So yeah, really interesusting topic. I feel like I almost need to do like a full thing on just where we chat about different spirits. I've got a few books on the topic we can go through and we can learn some stories about different spirits. I think that would be really fun. Okay. Where was I? I am here. But I did not know this, so I'm going to share this with anyone else as well, which is, did you know that there's a new series of Paranormal on BBC Three starting this Sunday at 9 o'clock about Helen Duncan? I believe it's Helen Duncan. It would be just my luck that it wasn't. The whole series is on iPlayer from this Sunday. Also, to add on to that, we also have Uncanny by Danny Robbins, which the new season has just come out. I haven't watched any of it yet, but I am very lucky in that I got tickets to see his live performance this year. And I'm so excited about it because I missed the last Uncanny live show last year, so I'm finally getting to see it. Okay, let's have a look, see. Oh, okay. This will be one where I've had this idea for a while and I would love to know if anyone would like it and also how it's best to split it up. So, I was going to read the question, then the question disappeared. Let's have a look, see. Making tarot videos, when you explain how you see each card. Wait, wow, I just can't speak today. Hi Hearth, is making a tarot video where you explain how you see each card something that you'd be interested in doing in the future? I love how you explain cards and it makes it easier to learn. I would love to be able to do this. I've actually had this. I have like a list in my phone and on my computer of like all of the video ideas that I want to do, and so many of them this year have been for tarot. But then every time I look at the list, I go, oh, this seems really overwhelming because there's so many different ways that you can learn the cards. Like you can do them by suit, you can do them by number, you can do them like through the story of the Fool. You can do them major arcana and minor arcana as like two separate big groups, and I never know how to break it up to make it the most efficient. So I think I'm gonna have to do some like massive trial and error to see how I can get it to come together the most seamlessly that I can. I suspect the major arcana would be separate anyway, and then it's just a case of how I would divide up the minor. But yeah, if that is something that people would like to listen to, yeah, that would be fantastic just to let me know that. Because like I do, and now I mostly do the tarot readings on Patreon. Actually, for anyone who's on Patreon, I have another tarot video for Ostara coming out probably tonight, maybe tomorrow, depends on what time I finish the stream. That is just like the Ostara tarot reading. Now on Patreon, just while I'm on the topic, I am thinking of maybe doing some of the darker videos that would be like demonetized and massively penalized on YouTube. Now, of course, that's not something that I'm like going to immediately like jump into right away, but that is something I am slowly starting to script. Just kind of a heads up if that is something that you are looking for. For now, they're probably going to be over there until I figure out YouTube's tolerance for it, because in the past it's not been great. Okay. Okay, let me have a look, see. Oh, thank you so much, Isaac. Thank you so much. Maybe even just a video on the different ways to read cards. Oh, well, that's a good shout, actually. I'll be honest, when it comes to like tarot, I could do like 1,000 videos on the subject, and by the end of it, everyone would be thoroughly bored. But that's why I feel like I need to like condense it down. Or what kind of darker topics? So we're talking like sex magic, blood magic, cursing, that kind of stuff. The stuff that immediately, every time I post it on YouTube, I get sucked into the, my videos get promoted to the love and light, cursing goes against the rule of like the law of three and the Wiccan Read people. And while completely respect the approach, Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It does mean that the videos kind of tank. Because they kind of get passed around communities where they literally just like tear you to shreds, and it's like, okay, if it's not for you, that's fine, but someone might benefit from it. So for now, until I figure out how to make it work, they would end up being on there just to kind of protect the channel a little bit, because if your channel gets like tanked for a while, then YouTube kind of stopped helping you. So that I don't want to end up in that situation. Okay, here we go. I recently read about casting a triangle or a square inside a circle as additional correspondence and a way to raise energy. Have you tried this? And if so, did you find it helpful? So, I haven't tried this for this purpose, but this is actually fairly common practice within ceremonial magic. So if you look at a range of ceremonial magic circles, you'll often find that they will have different shapes inside of them. So the exterior will be that classic circle. Sometimes they will have triangles, sometimes they will have squares, pentagons and the like. I'm just seeing if I can find some like picture examples that aren't from random AI generated artwork. Why is everything flooded with... Anyway, let's have a look, see if I can get some up. Oh, I'm not sifting through all of that right now. There's too much AI generated art in that. So yeah, exactly. We're talking like Solomon's Seals, we're talking Golden Dawn. We have a lot of these ceremonial circles, and they'll also have often, they might have Hebrew script inside, they might have Latin script inside. Some may well use Theban if you're doing kind of a more adaptive modern style, but they will often have a circle with a shape inside of it. And that is often done for its magical numerological associations. So 2 is for balance, 3 is for manifestation, 4 is for stability, on and on and on and the like. So you can definitely do this for that purpose. You can do this for the additional associations. If you really want, say, a working for stability, you might want to cast your usual circle, and then you might want to cast a square inside of that circle to add that correspondence in. The one thing I will say about this is it does become a little bit tricky if you're planning on moving around that space. So for instance, in my practice, when I'm doing any kind of circle-based work, I will often be walking around that space quite a bit. And if you lose track of where you are in relation to the energy that you're attempting to hold up, if you're losing track in a circle, it's not really the end of the world, because a circle's a circle. It's always going to be round. But if you're doing it with a square, I would recommend marking where that is going to be so that you don't lose track of where you are in that circle. Because I will often do a lot of walking around, so I'll either go clockwise or anti-clockwise depending on the intention of that working. I just know if I were to do that, I would really, really quickly like lose track of where the points are, and if that was really important to my working, I'd be scuppered. So I'd say with a circle, you don't need to have any kind of like delineation lines, like you can just have it be energetic. But if you're doing like a triangle, a pentagon, a square, whatever you're doing, I would recommend marking it. That could be with chalk. If you're inside, yep, salt is a good option. If you're outside, I'd recommend chalk if you're on a hard surface, sand if you are on grass, just so that you aren't negatively impacting the soil afterwards, just so that you don't get confused. Because I know that I would walk around like twice and I'd be lost. Like genuinely, you spin me around in a circle 3 times, I have no idea where I am. And so that could be useful, but it might be worth looking into kind of ceremonial style circles, because you might find that there are some in there that could be really useful to adapt into your magical practice. Righty-ho. Oh yeah, don't you stand on a beach. You would definitely get that lost. But if you are working on a beach, super useful is to grab a big stick or a staff or something, sigils in the sand, runes in the sand. If you want to do bind runes, make some bind runes, write your intention, allow the seawater to wash it away. Same applies with casting circles. Cast a circle by carving it into the sand. so effective, especially if you're working in a group and not everyone is necessarily great at visualization. It allows everyone to see where the edging of that circle is, so no one's like accidentally stepping over it or stepping on it or through it, or, you know, what usually happens when a bunch of people get together. Someone ends up stepping out of the circle every time. Right. I still have a spoon in it, and that's going to drive me up the wall, because that's going to keep making noise. Okay, let's see. Where was I? I'm only 7 questions in. I'm only 7 questions in. I've been sitting here for 36 minutes. Oh no. Okay. Oh my goodness, that is so true, Darkly Yours. Yeah. What are all these weird arcane markings? Oh, those are because I forgot what I was doing and wandered off. When you are at a beach, though, I would recommend covering that up afterwards, because people tend to go, oh my god, the devil was here, when they see markings in the sand, and it's best not to scare the living daylights out of people. Any good books on Bridget? I heard quite a few good recommendations, but since you work with her, what's your recommended go-to? I've been thinking of working with her along with Vesta this spring. So I, as always, will be brutally honest and say I only have one book on Bridget, because all of my experience working with Bridget, for the most part, has been through first-hand experience. And so I don't actually have that many books on deities. I have two? No, I have more on Caradon. Wait, do I have another one on Bridget? Okay, anyway, sorry, I'm getting excited. We'll start with the one that I've pulled out so that I don't go off on a tangent and forget what I was doing again. I've got so many books, and of course I put it at the very bottom and I'm dropping everything. Oh, so sorry for the jump scare, everyone. Right, so the 2 books that I have that could be useful, I mean, one of them's not going to be super useful for this question, but could be useful generally, is this one. Now, this is the one that I got for Bridget. I will put, okay, immediate caveat here, and I hate the fact that I have to say this, but I'm going to. There is one particular book that is trending on Amazon. It is like an Amazon bestseller that is about Bridget, and it is by an author that is known to be AI. So if you are looking for a book on Bridget, I would avoid the works of Mary Silver. Please, because from what we can all kind of collectively tell, the number of books that are being published is completely out of possibility for a human to be creating them, and they have absolutely no footing in the magical community. Now, obviously, if that proves to be wrong, I will kind of go back on that, but from what collectively we can kind of tell, it is best to avoid those works and instead go for things by known authors. So this is by Morgan Dharma. This is the Pagan Portals Bridget book, meeting the Celtic goddess of poetry, forge, and healing well. Now, it's Pagan Portals. If you've been on my book videos, you will know that I often don't like Pagan Portal books because they're very small. As we can see, 'tis small. But I do find them quite useful for touching on different deities, works that maybe we want to engage further in, but we aren't sure yet how much further we want to go in them. I find books like this to be really, really useful, and Morgan Dharma is a really, really reputable author, which massively helps. So this one covers a basic introduction to the goddess Bridget, focusing on her history and myth, as well as her modern devotion and worship, primarily looking at the Irish goddess, but including a discussion of her pan-Celtic appearances, particularly in Scotland. Her different appearances in mythology are discussed, along with the conflation of the pagan goddess with Catholic saint. Modern methods for neo-pagans to connect to and honour this popular goddess include offerings and meditations. Personal anecdotes from the author and experiences are included. And so, I do like this one. They do a good number of books on different deities, and so I think that they're pretty decent for deities. The other one I've got are Gods and Goddesses of Wales. Now, this obviously doesn't include Bridget, because Bridget is not necessarily a Welsh goddess, though people do tend to lump them all together weirdly, which I'm not sure I like. This one is all about an introduction to Welsh deities through traditional myths and words and practical exercises. So this is another one that covers a large range of different deities, modern pagan practice, and the like, which I do appreciate books like this. Now, I will just double check. Now, would I have put it back in its designated spot? I'm an absolute pain in the arse for not putting things back in the designated spot. So let me see if I can find the author in question that I'm thinking has written a book on this subject. My memory is like an absolute sieve. Let's have a look. Maybe I'm imagining things. I think I might be imagining things. If anyone has any books... What am I saying? Books about Bridget. I would really appreciate learning about those. But yeah, when it's really difficult to kind of... to figure things out now. What the hell is happening? Words. Figure things out now, because when it comes to Mary Silver, that is a person's name, and they are not publishing. They're like direct to Amazon publishers, and it's one of those where they've published like 300 books in the last 6 months, and it's like that's just not possible. So if anyone wants to do more research on that, I will happily listen, and I'm tempted to do more research on that myself because I'm so confused. So confused. So I'm just going to double check that I don't have this other book, or that... I just tripped over a pile of books. Oh, the Mercury retrograde. All of the retrogrades are doing me in. Right. Let me have a look-see. Can I reach... Oh, it's not there. Okay. I think I'm going to have to compile a video on this topic, because do you remember when I said I was going to organise all of my bookcase and I'm going to keep it all neat? That didn't go super well. And it didn't last for a super long time. So I need to go back in and kind of resort it all again. But the Pagan Portal one I do think is really good. Otherwise, I would recommend meditations, tarot, any kind of divination you can, as well as looking at folklore as well. That's really, really important, and you'll often find that certain places will be really really connected with Bridget. Even look into the mythology of Bridget the Saint as well, because there is a massive amount of crossover. But yeah, I've read some books that were really, really disappointing. But this one is the one that I didn't find super disappointing. Right, where was I? I am here. Okay, so this is one all about cleansing, and I will kind of just start this off by saying that I do have 2 videos on house cleansing that don't involve using any kind of sage, which I would personally recommend, but obviously it's up to you what you choose to use and whatnot. My daughter and her husband are moving in with me while their house is being constructed. Should I sage cleanse the rooms they will be using to give them a fresh start at my house? Okay, this is kind of a multi-layered answer. So the first one that I will say is, do you have any energy in your home that you want to maintain? Like, is the energy in your space how you like it? Because if you do kind of cleanse that area, you might find that it disrupts the space a little bit. Of course, there are ways of dealing with that and going about it, but it could be worth just taking that into consideration. If they are entering into your space, unless all of the objects that they bring with them have also been cleansed, you might find that that kind of lingering energy will continue in this new space as well. So you might find that it would perhaps be better, I'm going to say better, because obviously it's going to depend on circumstances. I'd say it would probably be better to be setting up an energetic environment that resonates with what it is that you want to be achieving, rather than cleansing the room, because all the cleansing of the room will do is clear your home's energy out of that space for them. But if this is about kind of creating a fresh start, I'd say it might be worth having something be done once they're in. That could just be a blessing, that could be kind of a gentle cleansing once their space is made up and whatnot. Otherwise, they might be bringing that energy into that space, and it will kind of null and void what it is that you have been attempting to do. I will often cleanse with rosemary, like dried rosemary bundles, because I do find it aids with kind of memory and focus and drive, and it's a very fiery plant, so it's to me very much associated with like progress. It's not a plant, it doesn't, how do I say this? Some people feel as though when they cleanse a space it leaves kind of like a weird energetic emptiness, like a void, and I don't find that rosemary does that personally. I don't experience this very often generally, but that could be a good alternative. But I'd say like it's not a necessary thing. If anything, if they or their energy needs a cleanse, it would need to be done while they were present, which isn't always accessible. Right. My goodness, words today are hard. I have an energy limiting illness. Any ideas for a house cleanse? The question disappeared as I was reading it. Or spring ritual without the initial full-on spring clean. Stick on a kind of cleansing binaural beats thing. Video. Oh my goodness, video was the word that I was after. On YouTube. Play that quite loud just to shift up the energy in that space. You can light some incenses. You can use an incense blend in either as incense or have it inside a tea light. Have it heated by a tea light. Oh my goodness. Have it heated by a tea light in like an oil warmer so that you can get that fragrance if smoke is something that might irritate. Some people find it irritating, some people don't, but you can always just go with it being on an oil warmer heated from below so you don't get that smoke. You can create one specifically with florals, especially florals actually for this time of year. And if you want to go extra fancy, you can go like rose and frankincense. So that's really good for the bringing in the new, the abundance, the growth, as well as the cleansing and the creating of a sacred space, so that you can do that together in one incense. It doesn't have to be an incense. You can just have it be in like little pouches. You might want to wear it. You might want to have it in little dishes, almost like a pot potpourri type situation. You might want to be doing, well, I'm trying to think of anything that accommodates kind of a spring clean without necessarily being a spring clean. So this could be something like an energetic clean. So it could be just about cleansing that space. It could be with binaural beats, could be with smoke, could be with a spray, could just be opening windows and just allowing that energy to vacate that way, just cycling it around. It could just be setting up a little space with colours that represent the Sabbath season. It could be doing any kind of working, setting intentions for growth and new beginnings. I'm thinking like egg symbolism here. So is there anything that you are planning on doing this year that you can put your energy into and start building up and growing? If you are able to, especially if you have an energy limiting condition, then getting out into nature isn't always super accessible. So having cut flowers that you can bring inside, opening up doors and windows to get that outside in energy can be just really useful. I will admit that this time I find that I'm not actually doing that much for Ostara, and I think you don't necessarily need to, as long. The main thing about Ostara is that it is very much the start of spring. So if you can just get some of that spring-like energy in, fantastic. So music, YouTube videos of like ambient music or binaural beats for cleansing, something like that, lighting some candles, cut flowers, doors and windows. That's really all you need. And while I completely get it that like it's amazing to have like full rituals and like to do 1,000 different things. It's also really, really tiring. Like, it's mentally draining and it's physically draining. And if you already struggle with that, then that's just going to make it 1,000 times harder. So yeah, I hope that you have an amazing Ostara though, because that is, I mean, it's something I've recommended in the past, and for a lot of people it works great. They're doing the spring clean, but it just isn't accessible to everybody. Oh, bird song for Ostara. I like that. That's a nice touch. I loved your Love Witch videos. Has your boyfriend watched them yet? It's not his kind of content. So he'll come into the streams and he'll say hi, or he'll like chat to me about the videos afterwards, but he usually won't watch them because I talk for so long as well. So yeah, not his thing, but I always appreciate it when he does make an effort with it. I don't know why I have a random piece of... Is that Spanish music? In my head? I don't know. Okay, so this is one where what I'm going to say is probably going to be really unpopular. I could class this as an unpopular opinion, but bear with me, okay? So don't jump down my throat straight away. Give me a minute. Okay. How can I hump Trex's administration? What? How can I trump? No, how can... Whoa. I'm just gonna need a minute, given the fact that I just asked how can people hump Donald Trump, and I didn't mean that. I meant how... Words. Okay. Oh, that's what I get for trying to do a live stream during the Mercury retrograde. How can I hex Trump's admin? That's what I was trying to say without hurting anyone. Oh, okay, I'm just... oh, that's a first. I don't think I've ever had a live stream where I've said something so wrong before. Okay. And here is my unpopular opinion on this, is that you can't... Let me finish. Okay, so instead of going for all, I think that's the thing that people want, right? They want all, and they want to do it all. Words. That's too much, right? So I'm not saying that... I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying that if you want to be effective, aim smaller. Like, pinpoint something specific and do workings for that specific thing. And then do a different working for this other thing. So it all comes together, if that makes any sense. It's one of those where there are so many people involved and there are so many threads to pull that if you go for all of it, you are never, ever, ever going to have enough energy to make a massive dent in that. Now, people collectively can obviously make a bigger dent, but there's still so many threads that need to be pulled, so many links that need to be attached, that doing it all in one go, you're going to need a huge, huge number of people to be having the exact same process, the exact same goal done in the same way. So instead, anyone who wants to do something, pick something specific. This might be something in your local area. This might be one particular aspect of it. Pick that thing and focus on that. And then when you feel like you've put enough energy into that, you can then go for something else. And you can do this in covens, you can do this in groups, you can do this as online things. But it's a little bit like trying to make a celebrity to fall in love with you, right? There's too many threads that need pulling. So pick an individual person, pick an individual topic, and then go from there. I do think that... what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? Wow. Words. it's one of those very difficult ones because you are going to have people working on both sides of this at the same time for completely opposite ends. And that can make it incredibly difficult to do. So yeah, that's the other alternative, is that if you find that stopping something is harder than achieving something. So if you can go for things that you can improve in a situation rather than attempting to stop the entire situation, you might have better luck as an individual. And then in larger groups, you might have more success stopping things. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm hoping that made sense. But yeah, it's one of those where there's a lot going on here. A lot. And this is kind of related, but can I make a voodoo doll of Trump effectively? I mean, unless you are part of the tradition that uses voodoo dolls, probably not. Generally speaking, if you are not part of the voodoo tradition, I never know which term to use because I see them both being used sort of interchangeably online, and that makes it kind of tricky to tell which one to use. They would be something more like puppets, doll magic, and in which case usually you're going to need some kind of tag lock there. The closer the tag lock, the better the effect is going to be. So something like hair, saliva, blood, and the like is obviously going to be better. Now, that's not me saying anything. I'm just saying generally when it comes to puppets, that kind of thing is really effective. Photographs and signatures can work too, but obviously the closer the tag lock, the more effective they would be. So just bear that in mind. For something like a puppet, you're probably going to have more success using a different technique than something like a puppet, because a puppet generally needs a close connection to that person, like a personal connection to that person, or some kind of direct tag lock from them. And sometimes even a photograph might not be close enough. So just, yeah, if that's something that you were thinking of, you might want to try a different tactic, just because a different tactic may well be more effective. Oh, I just lost where I was. Okay, I'm here somewhere. Any recent book recommendations? Yes, but the majority of them, the majority of them aren't witchcraft books. I'm just gonna kind of put that out straight away. If you like the kind of books that I like, you're probably going to like some of these as well. So I actually have a pile down here. So let me grab these. Okay. So the one witchy book that I am reading at the minute that I am actually enjoying, I've got a sewing machine and I started playing around with making book covers, and so all of my books are covered in book covers now, so you're not going to have any clue what I'm actually reading. Let me pull this out like that. Is this one. Wow, that's not helpful, Hearth. This is The Witch's Broom by Deborah Blake. Now, I've had this one in my collection for a really, really long time, and it's one of those where I've dipped into it, I've dipped out of it, I've bounced around. I have, I think, almost the entire series. You have The Witch's Broom, you have The Witch's Mirror, you have The Witch's Cauldron. There's probably more in the series, but those are the three that I've got, and I'm currently reading this one because I've never read it cover to cover before. I would jump in, I'd have a look at a section, and I'd be like, oh, that's interesting, I'll come back to it later. Never did. So I'm finally giving this one a go. So far, I'm liking it. It is not a highly academic book on the topic. It's not going to be super duper deep into it, but it is kind of a very well written guide to brooms and besoms in witchcraft. And so I think this is a good book. I'm really enjoying this so far. I am not super far in, I will be honest, because I've been reading 5 other things at the same time. But so far I've just covered the history of broomsticks. Very interesting. So that is kind of my occult book read of the moment, because I'll be honest, I have gotten sucked into reading novels, and so I keep picking up series. So the book series that I then read, I would absolutely recommend. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely love it. The only problem is I don't remember the name of them. I can tell you what the cover looks like. Okay, found it. It is the Once Upon a Broken Heart series. So there's 3 books. They're by Stephanie Garber. There's Once Upon a Broken Heart, The Ballad of Never After, and A Curse for True Love. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loved them. If you are tired of every single book that's coming up on your TikTok or Instagram being spicy, this book series is not. They're just like a classic fantasy romance. There's some witchcraft in there. There's lots of folklore. There's lots of mythology. I absolutely loved it. I literally read like a quarter of the first book and then purchased the rest of them in the series because I'm like, I'm definitely going to be reading the rest of them. And then the other one that I'm just about to start reading, I haven't got there yet, is Onyx Storm, which is what's in this. I will take it out so you can see. If you don't know what Onyx Storm is, you should. It's the 3rd in the Fourth Wing series. I'll get it out of this. It looks like that. That is the next one that I'm going to be reading. But have you seen the size of this? That is ridiculous. If you haven't read Fourth Wing, read it. It's absolutely amazing. Make sure that you're over the age of 18, please, because there are some spicy scenes in there, but absolutely incredible. I am, however, starting to chip through the rest of my books, so the next one that I'm going to read that's Magick related, if I can take this off the pile without everything falling off, is this one. I spoke about this one last month. This is Piercing the Veil by Oscar Tusk. You can't really see it. It's really, really pretty. This is one of the Troy book ones on tarot divination while in the lunar astral realm. It's kind of a very, very specific book on this very, very specific topic. It probably isn't going to be for everyone, but if I get the information up on it, because the annoying thing about hardbacks, right, I absolutely love them to pieces, but they have no blurb on them. There's no information about the book. So let's have a look. See, so this is performing tarot divination while in the lunar astral realm. Embark on a journey of mystical revelation with Piercing the Veil. Oscar Tusk, a seasoned practitioner of the old craft, invites the reader to delve into the depths of traditional witchcraft and unlock the secrets of the tarot like never before. Within these pages, you'll discover the transformative power of tarot divination as it transcends earthly realms and ascends to the lunar astral. Guided by the profound symbolism of the Rider-Waite tarot deck, you'll explore the hidden mysteries of the subconscious and navigate the ethereal landscapes of intuition and dreams. Drawing upon ancient wisdom and modern insight, this book illuminates a path to spiritual ascent through the archetypal images of the tarot. Paying homage to the creative genius of Pamela Colman Smith and Arthur Edward Waite, you'll discover the timeless truths embedded embedded within this iconic deck. So I got this one on pre-order and I was so excited about this. And then I started that first of the Broken Heart series, and I didn't finish reading it because I got sucked into that. So yeah, this is going to be one of the next ones that I read. I absolutely love Troy books. If you know me, you know I have an absolute addiction to them. I love them so much. So I'm really looking forward to this one. I just need to pull my finger out and actually do it. The problem is there's always another book. I literally have Quicksilver. Is it called Quicksilver? That new book that came out around Christmas? I don't know. I have that and it's been staring at me for the last 3 months and I desperately want to read it. But then I have like a giant to be read pile of everything else that I still have to read. So yeah, those are the ones that I'm currently working on at the moment. Though I'll be honest, I'm kind of bracing myself for Onyx Storm because it took me a month to finish reading Iron Flame because they are so massive. I'm sorry. If anyone loves reading big books, I support you 100%, right? But I'm sorry, Fourth Wing could have been split into 2 books. It's practically 2 books anyway. The first half of the book is completely different to the second half of the book. Iron Flame, you could have cut that book down. It did not need to be that big. I would have happily read that book if it was 2/3 of the size, and I still would have understood what was going on. And I'm bracing myself for Onyx Storm because I know it's going to be just as bad. Great books, but if you are a slow reader like moi, it is not easy at all. And it's actually why I've put off reading things like, where is it? it looks I'm pointing in a very different place in person. That Green Mysteries book, I keep putting it off because the writing is like this small. It's tiny. And the book is huge. And I'm not sure I have the motivation to do that. I read all 8 books of Throne of Glass and it broke me mentally and financially. I have yet to read that. I am listening to the audiobook for A Court of Silver Flames. I'm doing it begrudgingly, I'll be honest. I just want to be able to say that I finished it. And then that I'm never reading that one ever again. The others I will read over and over and over again. That one, never want to read it again. But I will be honest, I keep looking at the Throne of Glass series and going, I really want to, but it's like I've just got the first audiobook for the Discworld series. And then I looked at how many there were, and I feel like I might have made a tremendous mistake. Tremendous. Because there's like 20-something books in the Discworld series. Let's check this. How many books are there in the... 41. There are 41 books in this series. What have I done? I have the first one and I just know that I'm going to read the first one and then I'm going to be like, oh, I'll get the second one. And then before you know it, I'm going to have to read a 41 book series. That seems like a bit much to me. And this is all Phil's fault. This is all Phil's fault because he keeps telling me the Discworld series is really, really, really good. And I'm like, okay, Phil, I'll believe you. I'll read it. 41 books. I'm sorry. Terry Pratchett, phenomenal author, right? Phenomenal, but 41, that seems a bit much. No, that seems a bit much. Oh, I need to put my finger out and get through. To be fair, the audiobook's only like 5 hours long, and I read everything I listen to everything in 2 times speed anyway, so that'll take me like 2.5 hours. But 41, that's a lot. Okay, where was I? I have so many tabs open. There's so many tabs open. Okay, are there any crystals that attract the Fae? It depends on... Okay, it really depends on your train of thought. So, for me, I would say no. Mostly because in my experience, the Fae tend to have a really nasty response to you taking things from the earth. And I've often found that none of the Fae that I've interacted with have really cared that much about sparkly gemstones. If they're going to care about something, it'll be something mildly important to you. So it will be like that singular earring that you needed for your meeting the next day, or it will be that shed key that you were absolutely certain that you put in the bowl and then it disappeared. I found that they tend to be interested in other things. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that no crystals can. You'll often find that stones for energy amplification tend to be pretty good. So we're thinking clear quartz. You might find that you have Success was what I tried to say, and instead I just said you might find that you have sex. Okay, this is going great. You might find that you have success with things like I actually can't. What is happening today? Exactly. I mean, you might. Who knows? Oh my god. Words are hard today more than any other day. I've never ever had so many misspeaks in any live stream as I have in this one. What am I trying to say? Moldavite. You might find that you have success with Moldavite, though of course please be aware that now that TikTok made it super hyper popular, most of them are fake and the real ones are now crazy expensive. But if you have it in your collection already, you might find that that heightened energy is successful. You might also find that any crystals that aid with psychic development and the like, such as rainbow moonstone, such as labradorite. These can aid, perhaps they aid with the fae, or perhaps they aid you in your ability to interact with them and the like. I would say generally, though, there are other things that are more successful for working with the fae, just communing with them, giving offerings, connecting on a deeper level, like being present, rather than, say, crystals. But yeah, I need to learn to, like, think through everything I'm saying before I say it, because, yeah. Yeah, Mercury is in retrograde. It is. And oh, boy, can I tell. It is absolutely kicking my ass tonight. Okay. Well, there's a few book ones here that I'm just gonna try and redeem myself really briefly on this, which is have you read the House of Night series? House of Night. Why does that sound so familiar? I'm getting a crescent. I'm not even looking at the screen, right? Like, it wasn't even loaded. In my head, I'm getting like the Nyx and the crescent moon with the star in the middle of it. Is that the series where it's associated with Nyx and like the goddess of night in Greek mythology, and there's a crescent moon with a star in it is like really significant? Oh no, I have that in my head, and I feel like I've probably read it at some point. Yes, yeah, okay, so I have read the first book, and here's my little confession, right? I have read the first book, and I have said to you all before, that one of the first formalized rituals that I did was a healing ritual that I did. And I was working specifically with Nyx, and the reason that I knew Nyx existed was because I literally just finished reading that first book in the House of Night series where Nyx is mentioned, and that is the crescent moon with the star. And that is the reason why I chose Nyx for that particular working. And also it was very effective for the purpose, because it was especially like healing during the alone hours at night. So like I figured it would be applicable. But yeah, it's interesting that something like a book series like that, I can't tell you anything about the story, not at all. But I vividly remember reading it and being like, oh my god, this would be the perfect, ironically, goddess to be working with for this particular working. And so I did. So there you go. And I completely forgot that it existed until this point in time. So now I feel like I need to go back and read it again. And again. And again. Because I'm one of those people that rereads their favourite books over and over and over again. Another tarot question. Do you think it's best to read reversals? If I don't read reverse cards, am I losing the variety of ways for the deck to answer me and give a more clear answer? So basically, to read reversals or to not read reversals, I do read reversals, and that is, I haven't always read reversals. So I have certain decks that I don't read reversals, and I have certain decks that I do. Now, the main things that I will kind of throw out there as give it a think, see how you feel about it, right? If you read reversals, you often have to shuffle the deck in a different way. And when you shuffle a deck, I can't show you. If you've seen any of my tarot videos before, you'll have seen me do it. You pull the cards down on the corner and you flick them, and it merges all the cards together in turn so that you can really easily mix up uprights and reversed. If you're very precious about your tarot deck, don't do it. I have some decks in my collection that are either vintage or they are like my first tarot decks, and I will never, ever, ever, ever damage those cards intentionally, because my Rider-Waite-Smith, which I ironically don't have with me, I actually grabbed my Wheel of the Year instead, which I don't think it is as obvious in this as it is the Rider-Waite-Smith one. The deck tends to end up being kind of bent. Actually, maybe this one you can't tell. Can you see a bend in that? Because basically when you're shuffling the cards, you would take a split down the middle, so let's go with that. And you hold one side like that and you press, I'm not sure if you can even see that, you press your finger into the bottom of the deck like that. And then you grab my ring just went absolutely flying. And then you grab the other half of the deck and you do the same thing. So you're pushing the decks like that. And then you flick them down. And then my other ring came off. What is happening today? And then you flick them down like that. And when you do that, your decks end up bent down like that. And so if you're really precious about your deck, I wouldn't recommend reading reversals for that reason. Now, I've already done this, so I am just going to shuffle them really quick because they're going to be mad at me if I don't. So sorry for the noise. There we go. Okay. And then when you do it, your cards end up like that, and you just kind of smush them together, and you have a full deck again that is both upright and like that one's reversed. This one is upright. If you're precious about your deck, don't read reversals this way, because you can't really see it on this one, but on my Rider Waite, it's really, really bent because of how I shuffle the cards. If you are nervous when it comes to tarot reading, and say you aren't quite accustomed to doing it yet, you're nervous about what the cards have in store for you, I would recommend sticking to reading uprights. Now, that's not to say that it is like negative to read reversals, but you are more likely to get a higher number of negative cards than you would if you were to read them upright. But it does also mean that you are more likely to get more positives in the negative cards if you read reversals. You can see there's a lot going on here. So if you are new, I wouldn't recommend reversals, simply because it can make the whole process more confusing. You're having to remember multiple more different connections with the cards if that's the way that you want to do it. If you are nervous about negative readings, don't read reversals, because all of the positive cards in the deck are suddenly negative. And you might find that there are more opportunities for you to get negative readings. Isn't necessarily the wording I'm after, but more negative readings is the only way I can think to describe it. And then when you do decide to, it's just about figuring out your meanings for it. And if anything, that is the bit that I think trips people up the most, because actually, perfect timing, Taylor, not all reversals would be the direct opposite of what it is that you are reading. So a great example would be the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords is, well, it's a heart with three swords sticking in the top of it. It's not the nicest of card to get, especially if you are doing some kind of love or romance reading or a friendship reading, something like that. That Three of Swords is often really jarring to get in a reading. It's often associated with emotional turmoil, upheaval. It's not a pretty card. If it is reversed, a lot of people would immediately go, oh my God, it's reversed. That means it's the opposite of heartbreak. It's the polar opposite of it. When actually in a lot of readings, I found that the Three of Swords reversed is actually the repairing of wounds. It might be the repairing of past wounds. It might be the repairing of things in a relationship. It might be the adjusting of things in a relationship, especially if it's paired with other... I'm trying to think of the way to describe it. If it's surrounded by cards that show a directional change, you might find that Three of Swords reversed actually relates to the dodging of heartbreak through a change in action and behavior. It's more complicated than it just being like the reversal of the upright card. And so it can be a little bit tricky. I'd say if you want to give it a go, give it a go. The worst thing that happens is you have to spend 10 minutes afterwards putting all of your cards the right way around in a deck again. And it was an experience, and then you can just move on as you were before and just read exactly the way you did before. But it can be something that adds more depth to your readings, because then you are getting essentially almost every possible kind of reading you can then get out of a mixed, reversed and upright deck, especially if you're combining the cards every single time. You're constantly going to get some that are upright that weren't upright last time, and some that are reversed that weren't reversed last time. So you get a lot of variety in there. I'm just stood on my ring, so let me retrieve that. And so it's It's one of those where the answer has so many options. That's the best way I can describe it. Words are not my friend this time, but it's so many options. I have some decks though, like that I don't read reversals. And so what I will do is when I shuffle the cards, I will get cards that ping out and I will read those. If I'm reading reversals, whichever way they have fallen on the ground around me is the way I will take. So I don't flip them lengthways. No, I don't flip them. I flip them like a book rather than, I don't know the word for that. What? Does anyone know what I mean? I flip them like that, where I just turn them over sideways instead of flipping them upside down. And then I will read whichever way that is. If I'm doing the same reading and I'm not reading reversals, it doesn't matter how I pick those cards up because it doesn't matter the way round that they were. It just matters the cards that are there. The other way of doing it is kind of an additional thing. Again, I probably shouldn't have put the deck away because I kind of want to show you what I mean. So if I just grab this out again, is if I'm going to grab one that's going to be a really identifiable one for a lot of people. Oh my goodness, this is the downside of having small hands, is rings just don't fit you and they come flying off. Okay, so I'm going to take the Tower because I feel like that is a really recognizable card for a lot of people. So, the Tower. In this deck, it is a tree that is being struck by lightning. So, if I were to get that card in a reading, this would be that there is imminent and potentially unalterable change. It's going to happen quick. It's going to happen harsh. We can see that the lightning has struck in this tree. Well, this tree has just immediately gone, and the ripple effect is all of the birds kind of scattering that were around the tree at the time. It's a very dark card, so it's a little hard to tell. If the card were to come out this way, then for me this would be perhaps the healing of a situation like this. So maybe you did have a tower moment and you are now coming past it, you're on the other side of it, perhaps things are starting to settle down again or repairs are starting to be made. Now obviously it depends on the cards that are around it, because if around it, I'm trying to think if I have anything else in here. So if around it I were to have the Knight of Cups, my brain just stopped working there. If I were to have the Knight of Cups, then this might be someone coming into your life who is going to aid you emotionally to be able to improve this situation. So if this is reversed like this, I'd say that, okay, you've been through a moment like this, but there is going to be some kind of emotional respite. Someone might be coming into your situation to be able to offer you emotional support in these circumstances. If I were to do a reading and the card were to come out sideways like that, I will also read sideways cards. These are my cards. That's the best way I can describe it. They're my will I, won't I, maybe, it might happen. This is that moment where it is a tipping point. There is some kind of decision that is being made in your life. That might be by other people, that might be by yourself, where it could go either which way. This is a very wobbly moment. And so if you were to do something that maybe repairs a situation, the next reading that you do might actually be this way around. And this is very much like you've dodged a bullet type of situation. Whereas if you get it this way around in your next reading, it might be that actually the situation is going to play out in this more negative way. And that's comes from me just doing cards like this and then ping, 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 ping. I find that doing reversals is really useful in that regard because you do get the benefit of this way card, that way card. You can even take it a step further. Now, obviously, this is quite difficult because you are reversed to me. So this is my left and this is my right. So just bear that in mind. So if a card is like this, so it would be upright if I was facing left, then this is likely a wobbly moment that is based off something that has happened in the past. So this might be a situation that hasn't fully been resolved. This might be somebody from the past. This might be a circumstance from the past. This situation might have started in the past. It's that idea of this energy has come from further back in your history. That could be a few days, that could be a few years, that could be a few decades. You can always do clarifying cards for that purpose. If you do clarifying cards for that purpose, same applies the other way as well. If you shuffle your cards and see what comes up, you might find that a number card comes up, which will give you an indication of how much time it has been. So if you were to do a clarifying card and it were to say 8, that could be 8 days, 8 weeks, 8 months, 8 years. It could be also the month of August, something like that. If a card comes out and it is that way, so it is facing, you would have to be facing to the right to be able to see it accurately. This is likely something that is going to be happening in the future. So this is something that has not yet occurred. You have not yet seen the start of this situation. And that gives you a good indication that maybe there's something that you can change to stop this from happening. It is also in this in-between phase, this balancing act. So if this is facing in this direction, it could be that this is something that you have very much have the ability to change, because the situation hasn't started and it's still undecided. So that's just kind of a way of adding even more. Like, you have like normal reversals, and then you can take it like into other things as well. Do with that information what you will. You might find that useful. You might completely not find that useful. But that's just kind of how I do it. Now, obviously in this, I say obviously, some people might not know, I do work with guides as well when I'm doing my readings. And so sometimes I will get things through from them. So in some instances, I would be told what the meaning of a set card is if I'm not getting it. Like, if I'm completely misinterpreting it, they'll be like, well, I say they, but I think it's a he. But honestly, spirit world is confusing, so maybe not. Will come through and be like, no, this actually is like this. And anyone who is on my Patreon will see that kind of happening in my next Patreon video about the tarot reading, because that happens in that reading. There's one card where I'm literally shown an image of this card that is different than the one that is in front of me. And it's because for whatever reason, that was the message that I needed to get through, and I just wasn't getting it in the actual card. So my guide is like, it's the other way round. Switch it round. So that can also happen. So it's really useful if you do have sensitivities to spirits and the like, that you do listen to what's around you as well. So I'll put these back in here again, and no doubt I will probably get them out again before the end of this video, but let's wrap this up in its cute little crochet cocoon and put it back over here again before I drop all of the cards like I do my rings. The rings might fly off at any given moment. I made the mistake of buying all of them. That I very rarely find rings that fit. So I was like, oh my god, I found rings that fit. The only problem is I bought them when I was in a warm room. And so that means they don't really fit when I'm cold. Great. Oh dear. Righty-ho. Let's have a look-see. Where was I? I am here. What's your tip for people who are just starting on this journey? Learn to walk before you can run. It is the biggest piece of advice that I will ever give. I do also have an entire series for beginner witches on my channel, which I've looked at recently. Oh, I look awful in them. The quality is absolutely terrible. So I might need to redo all of those videos for beginner witches and getting started. But the biggest piece of advice I can give is learn to walk before you can run. Make sure you have your foundations first. Because if you have a good solid foundation for your magical practice, you can then build on that really, really easily. If you don't have a solid foundation, that's something that you're likely going to have to come back to at a later point, and that's going to make things more difficult. So if you know your visualization, your centering, your grounding, your energy sensing, energy manipulation, your mind calming techniques, if you can get all of those down, or at least mostly down, then it means that you're going to have a much better chance of success later on when you have more complex workings that are asking for more things. That's kind of the biggest tip or piece of advice that I can give. And I'm realizing I've touched my fringe and it's never going to be right again. And of course, I left my hairbrush upstairs. I think I'm making it worse. Stop touching it. Okay. I love the fringe, right? I love the vibe. I like it. This is annoying though. This is really annoying. Oh my goodness, you know what? You might actually be right. Sorry. This is a point from way earlier when I first started experiencing Mercury symptoms. If you weren't here at the start of the stream, I just forgot to play the intro. I just popped in. I was like, hello. And someone has said here, let's have a look. Oh, Midnight Rainbow said, maybe it's because today's Wednesday, ruled by Mercury, in a Mercury retrograde. You know what? You might just be right. It honestly wouldn't surprise me. So, oh, I didn't mean to click that. I've got so many tabs on my bar. Let's close that before it freaks everything out. Okay, let's unpin that because I keep clicking it. What's your rising sign? I am an Aquarius rising. Yeah, that's me. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Sorry, I did not see this. Oh my. Huh? Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Happy spring equinox. Happy spring equinox to you too. I've been looking into starting pen pals with people. Have you thought of opening a PO box for such? I actually already have a PO box, surprisingly. Yeah, I already have one for anyone who wants to like send letters or notes or things. I kind of stopped publicizing it so much when I started getting weird things through the post. But I do still have one. So if anyone is interested in that, feel free to like get in touch with me and whatnot. But yeah, it's one of those where I love the idea of it. I will be the first one to admit that I'm terrible at communicating with people. Terrible. I will forget to respond to even people in my own life, which is not, it's not great. I really need to work on that. So yeah, maybe in the future we can open something like that up. I think it would be kind of cool to have like a group thing where we're all like, maybe around like for Sabbats and stuff, where we have like almost like a Secret Santa type situation, but instead it's like letters to just like different people. I think that would be pretty cool. Anyway, thank you so much to Bridge, as well as, oh my goodness, Taylor Madden. Thank you so much. I stunned every single time. I'm so glad that you enjoy the content and that you can get something out of it. That genuinely means so much to me, that like the content that I produce also helps someone else and not just me, because sometimes I'll be filming a video and I'll be like, yikes, is this actually going to be helpful for anyone, or am I just doing this because I enjoy the topic? So I really appreciate it that I can help other people on their journey too. Don't know what that is. Can you join a coven if you're still pretty new to practicing? Oh, okay. This is an interesting one, and I feel like this as well almost needs to be its own like dedicated video. So there is a degree of coven etiquette. It's very much going to depend on the group that is in question, their belief systems, and like all of that kind of stuff. So I can only go off very generic coven etiquette. The number one thing for that is typically joiners of said coven are expected to be able to pull the weight within that coven. So I've been in environments where certain individuals were pulling the weight for everybody else, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't. You end up with some people that end up not, they end up essentially being pulled along by the group. They aren't actually improving, and they aren't really helping the group either. It's just everyone else is dragging them along. And then on the other hand, you have people who are exhausted because they're doing all of the work for other people. So generally there is kind of a general etiquette that everyone in that group needs to be able or willing to put the effort in and pull their own weight. Now, there are many teaching covens out there, and these will take on individuals who are less experienced, and they will be trained within the coven. Perfectly fine way of doing it, in which case, as long as you align with those groups and those groups also align with you, I think it's important to remember that this isn't just will you be accepted by a group, it's also do you want to be accepted by a group. You would be accepted, in theory, in a teaching coven. If we are talking a practicing coven, it is about finding out whether you mesh well with other people, and then figuring out whether their practice is something that you want to learn from, whether they're willing to take on someone who is less experienced. because what you really don't want to be doing, and I don't want to scare anyone with this, it's just kind of like a PSA, depending on the content of that group, you might have practices that are perhaps a little bit more developed. So we might be talking about summoning, we might be talking invoking, we might be talking with more intense practice, that while everyone else in that group might be experienced enough to know the signs that something's gone wrong, to be able to fix if something's gone wrong, you might not. And so that's just something to bear in mind. It's important that everyone in that group is able to feel safe, and often that safety comes from experience, as well as to be able to pull the weight of the group. So if everyone is putting energy into that working, you need to also be able to put the energy into that working. So typically, not all covens, but a lot of covens will have a year and a day policy. So they will expect you to be a member, but not an initiated member, for a year and a day, to make sure that your energy aligns with the coven, to make sure that they also mesh with you too. Like, it's a two-way street here. And then after that point, if you decide to be, you can then be initiated into that coven. And during that year and a day, it would often be a training period where you are learning the way the coven works. You are catching up on the things that you will need to know to work with that coven that maybe you don't already know yourself. So it isn't necessarily that you can't if you're pretty new. It's more just that there's more to consider there, I'd say. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Exile. Your video on finger magic was extremely useful, even for an experienced witch. Oh, I'm so glad. I'll be honest, I debated even posting that video. I filmed it and went, no one's going to watch this. And then it became Wednesday and I was like, well, the video's finished, so I may as well post it. And I posted it and then everyone really liked it. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was literally going to just like bin this video off. I'm thinking this is one of those videos that's never going to see the light of day. And then it saw the light of day and people seem to like it, so I'm glad. Can Ouija boards be used for divination? Yes, in certain ways. So they're typically used for divination with the help of spirits, much as you might want to use a pendulum for that reason, or you might want to be using a classic spirit board, because let's face it, a Ouija board is just a branded spirit board, that's all it is. You can use it to connect with your subconscious mind. It's not as easy though as using a pendulum. Like, a pendulum is really easy because it reacts to your micro movements, and all of those micro movements are easily transferred into the pendulum because it is a weighted object at the end of a length of string, chain, or cord. So it's going to amplify all of those movements. A glass isn't in the same way, so I'd say yes for divination, but specifically with spirits. But you can just use a spirit board for it. You don't need to necessarily be using a Ouija board. How to best use the growing energy of the spring equinox for the purpose of kickstarting my business. Anything that is going to involve around driving that energy towards that particular goal. There isn't necessarily a best, it's more whatever works for you. So that might be candle magic, that might be physical spells, so this things that you are doing in a business space. This could be an office, this could be around a computer desk, so it might be having different like money bowls, this might be having success candles, this might be keeping crystals around that space, and essentially you are charging it in that energy that is this Ostara time. And there's not really any way that is better necessarily. I would just say pick a technique that works well for you in the past and then lean into it. Use that heightened energy that's coming up. I believe it is tomorrow. There's no way. I can't say tomorrow without thinking of that song. I don't even know what that's from. Is it from Cats? Is that the one that's from Cats? Oh no, that's not from Cats, is it? Anyway, I'm going off on my tangent. What was I saying? Oh, it's from Annie. There we go. I'm thinking of, what's that one from Annie? Not from Annie, from Cats. Oh, that's gonna bother me now. I'm sure someone will know the one I'm talking about. Let's have a look. See. What on earth was I saying? I've done that thing where I go, memory. That's it, memory from Cats. That's the one that I keep forgetting. It's like it's just deep in my brain, and then every so often I'll just burst into memory from Cats, and I'm like, how do I know that song? And then I realise I saw Cats when I was like 6, and I'm pretty certain that I'm scarred for life. Great musical, but damn, human-sized cats are really scary when you're really little. Like, that was a jarring experience. What was I even saying? Oh yeah, it's just about finding a technique that works that you can then use on the day of Ostara. So it doesn't have to be like the day of, so you could do it today, you could do it tomorrow, you could do it on the 21st. Obviously tomorrow is going to be maybe a little bit more intense, though this seasonal energy is still pretty strong. Yeah, I didn't even bother seeing the movie. I think I'd rather see it in theatre. Right, see. Where am I? I'm a beginner witch and currently sick, but my child and I need some magical protection. Do you have any suggestions that are rare, easy, and low energy? Rare, not really, mostly because the majority of quick and effective protections are done by most practitioners, because if they're really quick and really effective, they're usually going to be more accessible than the really rare techniques. I mean, you can find really rare techniques out there that focus on working with a very specific demon for a specific purpose, in a specific circle, but generally I find them to just be a little bit of a faff, unless you really need that specific kind of protection that something like that offers. I don't necessarily think rare is that important. I think effective and easy are probably better. And so salt, great option. Depends on if you have any pets though. If you have pets, not a great option, but around doorways and entryways, a line of salt, great thing to do. Little crystals, smoky quartz, obsidian, snowflake obsidian, black tourmaline especially, that's my favourite. Over the top of doorways, in windows, carried in bags, carried in pouches that are like kept around the neck, something like that. You can even get little crystal chips. You can get crystal chip bracelets, things like that. Obviously it depends on where you are. Plant-wise, you've got things like nettles, anything with thorns is additionally protective. You can create little poppets, or you can use a toy, like a doll that your child maybe has really loved in the past but doesn't necessarily rely on every day now. Obviously it depends on the age of the child, you don't need to tell me that, I'm just throwing like random things out there. Anything that really belongs to them that you can then cast energy onto for protection that will then trickle into them. Yeah, not so a great one as well, not protection spells. Anything like that can be really, really useful. Generally speaking, for low energy and quick and easy, it's often things that are going to be really accessible online as well. So things like protection sigils, you can do this on doorways. If you were to get some water, for instance, you can use specific oils for this, you can use waters for this, and draw the sigil on windows, on the door. You can do it while you're cleaning, you can do it on just a piece of paper and then just blue tack it to a door or a window for protection of that space. You can do a bubble working where you create a bubble of energy that encompasses that home, so that you can do it that way. You can be wearing symbols for protection, such as pentacles and the like. You don't have to get one like this. You can just have like a locket or something easily accessible. This could even be literally like a pouch on the end of a cord that you can put a protection symbol into, maybe a few herbs and the like, seal it up and then carry it around. Lots of different options, but yeah, for things that are simple and easy and low energy, you're definitely looking at the more basic, but I'm not saying basic in a derogatory way. I'm saying basic in a, like, these are really good foundations that a lot of other things kind of get built up onto. Where am I? Here we go. Let's go for this one, I think. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm just going to go for this one because this one kind of encompasses the exact same things, which is how would you go about setting up protections while having limited energy and resources? Focus, and this also ties into the last one as well. focus on drawing energy from other sources. So I would recommend something like enchanted jewelry. I still need to do a video on that. I would recommend like bubbles of energy. So if you, okay, let me try and encompass this into something that could be really useful. So it is coming up for Ostara. You could use that energy in theory. You could use the energy of a full moon. When is the next full moon? Let me just double check. Come on, let me in, phone. Since I have a fringe, my Face ID won't work. And it is driving me up the wall. Oh, I don't have it anymore on my phone. I used to have a moon phase app on my phone. Okay. Oh, April. It's in April, apparently. I think. April. You can use that energy. So what you need to be doing is you would hold an object that's going to act as your link, your anchor. And this requires like not really anything else. Like I would recommend something like a piece of clear quartz, like a clear quartz chunk. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, simple. If you hold that, you draw in the energy of that full moon, and you, whilst holding this object, are going to be pushing that out into a circle around your property, like into like a bubble, like a dome. Say you can have it as a bubble, you can have it as a dome that goes all the way around your property and out the other side. This could be a different colour. So for me, I typically use gold or electric blue, one of the two. You might want to use white, whatever works. And then you're holding onto this object. And while you're holding onto this object, you can be passing your energy like through this object and out. And then when you're done and you're happy with it, you would, and this is going to be really tricky to explain. And it's one of those where if you felt it, you felt it. And if you know, you know. But if you haven't, it might take a little bit of trial and error. You want to be detaching yourself from that working, but you're not going to be detaching the rock that you're holding. So just imagine you are kind of tying a knot of energy around that crystal, and then you're stepping away from it. Those threads of energy are still attached to that crystal, but they aren't attached to you anymore. So that is then going to be the anchor for the energy that you've put into that working. And then that crystal can then be charged in the full moonlight every full moon, because the original energy that was used to create that protection was the full moon. And so every full moon, if you put that crystal out to charge, you'll strengthen the protections that you've put on it. I don't know if that made any sense, because my style of practice is very much energy based more than anything else. And so I don't know if that's particularly useful. That's the best way I can describe it. I'm going to have to try and like find a way to formalize that entire process and see if I can make it make sense. Because I don't know if any of that made any sense. We'll have to see. As you work with Bridget, do you think someone from Germany without known Irish ancestry is allowed to work with her? Yes. I have a strong emotional reaction when I read or hear her name or hear her myths. Yes. Very likely you've been reached out to, or maybe you have a connection in just what she's associated with. I'd say look into myths, look into stories, look into legends, and try reaching out and see if she reaches back again, because you might find that she already is, but maybe in ways that you haven't previously noticed. So is astral projection like an out-of-body experience? Yes. So it is the separation of the spiritual body from the physical form. So you are still technically present. Like you haven't, it's not like, okay, this is going to be like a really scary way of describing it, but it's not like death, so upbeat, where it's like your body is empty, totally, of essence, spirit, soul, whatever you want to describe it as. Instead, astral projection is a section of yourself separating out. So you are still present in your physical form, but your astral form, this part of yourself, is roaming around. Now, out-of-body experiences can encompass astral projection, but not all astral projection is going to be... No, how do I describe this? So not all out-of-body experiences are astral projection, but all astral projection is technically an out-of-body experience. Yeah. So it's one of those where out-of-body experiences can sometimes come through surgery, through near-death experiences, through really, really traumatic events. And so it is kind of which way round did I go? My brain is kind of fried today. One is part of the other, but they aren't exactly the same. This is what I get for trying to do a live stream during Mercury retrograde. Now you know what my videos are like. This is the stuff I cut out of my videos. So out-of-body experiences can often be triggered by really extreme traumatic events. And so while astral projection is a form of out-of-body experience, they aren't necessarily caused by the same things. I think that's what I was aiming for. So often astral projection is done unintentionally, and it is often done in relaxed states. So an out-of-body experience is commonly done in a really stressful environment. Doesn't have to be, but if it is like instantaneous out-of-body experience, it's usually due to an extreme stress. Astral projection is often done during extreme relaxation. So a lot of people will do it when they're asleep. They will do it when they enter like a trance meditative type state. And then you then have, as mentioned earlier, the pathworking, which is a form of astral projection and out-of-body experience that is designed for a specific purpose. So out-of-body experience will typically be where the person is looking at themselves. So they are not traveling anywhere else. They are looking at themselves as a third party in that situation. General astral projection is you can be looking at yourself, you can be wandering around the neighborhood, you can go to the astral plane, like further away, you can travel around. And then pathworking is where you are going somewhere for a specific purpose. This could be to gain a specific piece of information, to go on a journey, to commune with a spirit, to travel somewhere with a spirit. So they're like different layers on the same kind of thing, and different traditions and different belief systems will refer to them differently. Right. Sorry, I'm cracking my knuckles and I know people don't like it. People don't like it. Oh, okay. I feel like maybe I need to do an entire video on this. My mum has said I need to do an entire video on this, but I have very opposing opinions to a lot of people. So, any advice when starting shadow work? I worry it might make me focus on my negative thoughts more rather than improve my self-esteem and self-acceptance. Exactly. That's okay. So, shadow work has received a massive boost in popularity in the last decade. And it's getting to the point where I'm seeing experienced practitioners claim that every single beginner practitioner must carry out shadow work. You have to do shadow work to be a successful practitioner. Or even worse, they'll say things like, if you don't do shadow work, your practice will fail, your practice will go wrong, everything bad will happen to you. And it is mostly perpetuated by TikTok, as most bad things in the magical community are. Not all, but definitely some. Short form media has a tendency to do that. It's no fault on TikTok, it's just the way short form media typically works. And the problem is that shadow work is therapy, but it's therapy without a therapist. So basically it is therapy techniques, but you're doing it without the safety net of having a trained professional there. And while for some people, I won't deny, it is a phenomenal form of practice that is very cathartic. It allows them to release negativity that they maybe didn't even realize they were carrying. To them, it will be described as the most amazing thing that they have ever chosen to do in their magical practice. For other people, they will find that it brings up trauma in a way that they were not expecting. They do not have the safety net of having someone professional there to work with them. And it has the ability to re-trigger and re-traumatize people. Now, with that being said, I do think it is important for me to claim my privilege here in that I live in England. here we can see therapists on the NHS. It is free. That isn't the same everywhere around the world. So here's what I will say. If you are going to be doing shadow work, if you have real serious trauma in your life, or even if it isn't like obviously serious trauma, but it's seriously negatively impacting you, I would recommend doing what you can to talk to a medical professional so that you can get the assistance for that you need. If you just want to be doing shadow work because you think it's going to improve the way that you're thinking, your thought processes, you think that it is going to better your life, I would recommend working alongside a reputable book on the subject. And if anyone has any recommendations for that, I would absolutely love to know, so that you can work through a system that has been really effective for someone else. And that can then act as a safety net if you don't have access to anything else. But what I will say is that if you are only doing, I mean, not necessarily the individual in this question, but generally for anyone who's wondering, if you're only doing shadow work because you've been told it's something you have to do, you do not need to be doing shadow work to be a successful magical practitioner. It is at the minute being touted as the solution to all of your problems. You have to do shadow work to practice witchcraft, and you really don't. And if you are concerned about re-triggering or re-traumatizing or focusing in on negative thought processes, then maybe at this point in time, it isn't necessarily something you should be doing alone. Instead, you can find groups of people that are working through things, and they can be their own safety nets, and they can look out for people. Let someone know in your family or your friendship group that you can trust what it is that you're doing, and that if you need any support, would they be willing to be there for you? It is about making sure that you have the tools that you need to do so safely. And for some people, if you are very fortunate, like we are in England, to have access to the NHS and free healthcare, I would recommend going through a therapist. If not, finding groups, finding a reliable resource, making sure that you're constantly keeping checks on yourself to see that you aren't making a situation worse. And then also being aware that nobody is free of their shadows. Everyone, even the happiest person that you will ever meet, has demons and has things that they are struggling with and has battles that they are fighting. And you might never see those battles, and they might never ever show you those battles. But that's part of just being a person. And I always really struggle when people tout shadow work as this like immediate fix all, because for some people it's amazing, and for other people it has the potential to, especially people with very dark pasts, maybe even pasts that they don't remember fully, it can do more harm than good in that situation. So if you're uncertain as to whether you can cope doing it yourself, I would say don't. Instead, I would work through it with, as mentioned, either trusted people or a trusted professional, or the assistance of a book, and making sure that you are very aware if you start feeling worse about a situation. So yeah, I hate having these like massive pet peeves about the witchcraft community, but some of them, that one especially, is like a massive one for me, because it's a little bit like, and I think we've all met those people. Have you tried yoga? Maybe essential oils will help. And it's like, sure, I definitely didn't think of doing something so simple to fix this chronic condition that I have. You know, it has a tendency to kind of fall a little bit into that category for some people, where they're like, oh, you're struggling with your spells and rituals. Have you ever thought it's because you've not processed all of your past demons, and actually you need to do that to ever be a successful practitioner? And I think in some ways it can almost be used as victim blaming isn't the word I'm after, but it's almost like, oh, well, your spells and rituals aren't working because of this. They're actually working because you've not dealt with your demons. And it's like, whoa, there are so many reasons why someone's spells and rituals might not be manifesting. Let's not immediately jump to it's your fault. You know, there's so many different reasons, and I don't necessarily think that shadow work is necessarily, or the lack of shadow work is necessarily what I personally would immediately be jumping to if someone was telling me that they were really struggling in their magical practice. I would go for, what is it that you're aiming towards? How are your foundational practices doing? Are you struggling with your mind calming? Is there something going on in your life that you're really struggling with at the minute? Like, I wouldn't immediately jump to, well, let me guess, you haven't done your shadow work. Bart Simpson, Homer Simpson to Bart. I'm like, at my phone every time I see it. Okay. How to deal with magical block and burnout. I'm unable to progress with my practice and would love for tips to work through it. So, I have a few questions, and you don't have to answer them to me. I'm just gonna throw them out there in terms of what is it in the practice that you are struggling to progress with? Is it something that you want to achieve that that you're struggling to get there? Or is this something where you're feeling like you should be somewhere at this point in your journey and you aren't yet? Because all of these things can definitely play a part in blockages and how that might feel. I think firstly, I'm going to say the most obvious thing ever is that comparison is the thief of joy. And sometimes a lot of times I meet people where they say, oh, well, I've been doing this for 5 years and I still can't do that, therefore I'm not very good at this. And it's that comparison to other people that makes them feel like they've got a blockage in place. But if we are talking generic energy blockages, sometimes these can be put on ourselves. As mentioned, the comparison to other people might start inhibiting our own belief system and our belief in our own work, which then has a knock-on effect for our energy work and the success of practice and the like. You then have blocks that have been put on you by circumstance. So this might be being really overwhelmed with work. Perhaps your family life has been absolutely crazy. Perhaps everything has gone wrong with your health this month and you have no idea where it came from, but it's inhibiting you. Perhaps there's been a big change, a lot of stress, a move, a breakup, a divorce, things like that. These can all put energetic blocks, and a lot of the time the way to release these blocks is to remove the stress. So while that might not be a super simple thing to do, it can be useful to say, okay, well, this block started when I did this, so maybe tweaking this is the way to help release that block. Sometimes energetic blocks can be put on us by other practitioners, as well as the energy of the space and a spirit, in which case you might want to be doing some cleansings, personal cleanse. This might be a ritual bath, this might be smoke cleansing. You might want to cleanse your space as well, especially if you brought anything new into that space that might be contributing to that blockage. So if it is, say, a spirit influence, it may well be something new that you've brought in, a secondhand mirror, piece of jewellery, a new set of forks. Don't know why I went with forks. Anything that is it's come from somewhere else first, you might want to give them a cleanse and see if that improves the situation. You can also do kind of release working, so you might want to do return to sender workings, or you might want to do just general cleansing, banishing workings, just to kind of get rid of any of that energy. And then be patient, because I often find that energy blocks will go away by themselves. They just take a little bit of time. You might want to do some meditation. You might want to have some Reiki done if that's something you're particularly drawn to, just to try and shift all of that baggage, that unsticky energy that can sometimes get stuck and kind of clogged and whatnot. So I find that reading, getting back into a topic that was really interesting to you, or doing some divination on a topic could be really helpful, because then you can figure out what the perhaps cause of that is. So if you aren't immediately aware of what the cause is, you can, I'm pointing at my tarot deck, you can't see it, you might want to be doing a reading on that to see if you can get a little bit more information as to where the origins of it are. So I really hope that you are able to kind of get through that. Those are the things that I typically recommend. I mean, for burnout, it really is just time more than anything. Time and doing other things. Let's have a look, see. Oh, I'm so sorry, wildlife. I don't want anyone to feel like they don't feel like they can join in and be a part of it. I mean, if you have any questions about any topic, like it doesn't have to be like any advanced thing. It can just be something super duper simple. No question is a stupid question. I'm happy to answer everything and anything and be as helpful as I possibly can on people's journey. It is just that at the minute, a lot of the questions are perhaps a little bit more advanced in nature. Sometimes it's just the way that it comes through, but I'm always happy to answer anything and as many things as I possibly can. So let's have a look-see. Okay, how does one go about opening their third eye or being more in tune with spirits and deities? So for me, the third eye is kind of something I don't really work with. The chakras aren't really something that I am particularly connected with. I have worked with them before as part of a larger group, and that was mostly done through energy work and visualization. So it was drawing energy up from the earth, and you would bring it up to each of your chakra points in turn. So you would start with the root and work all the way up. And as you reach that point, you would allow that chakra to open. And we did it with a teacher who did like flowers. Like you would visualize a flower opening at each point, allow it to like bloom, and then you would move that energy up a little bit further and you allow the next flower to bloom. And each of those flowers is the color that represents the different chakras. So it'd be like red, then orange, then yellow, then green, then blue, purple, white, I think was the colors that were used. And you would do it like that. And then once you were finished with that session that you were doing, whether that was divination, whether that was spirit work, you would then close them back up again. So you would go from the top down and you would close all of those flowers back into buds again. And then you would bring it down further and again, down further again, all the way to the root chakra. And then you would release that energy back into the earth again. So that was a combination of like grounding work where you draw your energy up from the earth through your body and the chakras. Now that was something I did as part of a group. It is not something that I personally include within my own practice. That is just what I feel comfortable with. Everyone is going to be different. But for me, when it comes to spirit and deities, I'd say it's worth finding a divination technique that works well for you. That might be tarot, that might be oracle, that might be runes, that might be that might be pendulums, automatic writing, something that works well for you, and start building a connection with the spirits of your past especially can be really useful. So we're talking guides, we're talking ancestors. You can do a reading with a tarot deck. If you're new, there is a tarot deck in here. It's just, this is the bag. Even if you don't know specifically who you're working with, if you have your protections on that space and on yourself, you can't be working with anything that's going to negatively affect you, unless they're like really, really, really strong, which you're very unlikely to have unless you are like in an environment with these kind of spirits in it. So while you're doing that reading, you reach out to your guides. These guides are going to start coming through to you louder and louder as you start working with them, but using a tarot card deck is really, really useful. Wow, that just appeared out of nowhere. That was like a magic trick. Like, there you go. So start doing that reading and just reach out to them, and as you're shuffling, just ask them to come through. You might find that you feel inclined to stop. I said I was going to use this again later, but it might just be useful for visualization purposes. I'm going to put my rings down this time instead of scattering them across the room. So as you're doing that reading, you might be saying, is there any messages that want to come through from any guides, ancestors, spirits that are wanting to work with me for the positive, and just see what comes out. You might feel inclined to stop on a card or two cards in this point in time. We have three. Oh, interesting. Okay, you haven't seen the video yet, but these two cards. Now, bearing in mind, I shuffled this deck like 6 times, 3 times, but really, really intently. So I shuffle 3, then I split shuffle, shuffle 3, split shuffle, shuffle 3, split shuffle, and then I shuffle again. These two cards are in the reading that's going up on Patreon tomorrow or tonight, whichever, which I find really interesting because that means they are really significant for the season. So we have the 3 of Pentacles and we have the King of Pentacles. You might find that messages come through to you like that, where you get called to stop. Now, this is a card, I cut the names off this deck, so I have to like double check all of the cards every single time. I think that this is the Hierophant. I'm pretty certain that that's the Hierophant. So that came out as well, those 3 cards. You might find that instead of that happening, cards start flicking out of the deck. And in which case you would grab those cards up, you would put them in a line, and then you would do readings that way. That's typically how I would do my readings for working with guides and the like. And as time goes on, you might find that those guides come through louder and louder and louder. At the start, you might find that it takes like 20 minutes of doing this to get a singular card. Like, it might be ages of you sitting, and you might get nothing. And in which case you go, okay, thank you so much. I didn't get anything this time. I will try again in the future. You put the cards away, you do what you need to do, you come back to it later. Don't beat yourself up about it. But you might find that you get one card. Write it down in a diary. I have like a specific book where I write like the date of a reading, all of the cards that came out, the questions that I asked and the like. If you then get one card, that connection is really starting to build up. And so you might find that as time goes on, you will get more and more and more and more. And then you might start also sensing when those spirits are nearby. And you start maybe being more present in their company. And when that starts happening, you're likely to start noticing other things too. So for instance, my guide, I believe it is a male spirit, though spirits do tend to come through in unusual ways. So they might not actually be a human at all. They might not associate with any gender whatsoever, but to me, they are coming through as a human man. Pretty certain, though, that they're not actually human in the first place. And he will tell me things. So it's a knowing and it's an audible thing. For other people, it might be smells. It might be visuals. I will also sometimes get images of cards being in different ways. These things can start coming through. And yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be guides. Ancestors can come through as well. You can work with angels if you want to. Whatever it is that you feel particularly drawn to. You might want to work with the energy of the house. You might want to be working with house spirits generally. And then when you start working with ancestors, the same applies. Form a connection with that ancestor. When you start working with deities, the same applies. When you start forming a connection with that particular deity, ask them to come through in some form of divination reading. Go from there. If divination isn't really your thing, it's about requesting that they come into your space and give you some indication that they're there. And this is a good way of kind of identifying what you connect with the most, because you may find that they will try to come through in a few different ways at first, and it will take a while for you to figure out which techniques, which methods work best for you. So they might try smells, and then that doesn't work. They might try sounds, but maybe you live in a really busy house and that doesn't work either. Oh my goodness, I've got the hiccups now as well. And so then they might start coming through to you in a visual way, and it'll like build up over time. And it's a slow process. It's not a super quick experience. It is going to take time, but it's about being present and it's about documenting things. I say this in every live stream, but document the experiences that you have. Doesn't matter how trivial they are. If you see a shadow out the corner of your eye, okay, that was weird. That was a shadow. I'm going to note it down in my little diary. This could be your divination diary. This could be separate. I'm going to note that down. It might be nothing, but I'm going to write it down anyway. And it means that you don't have to jump straight into having this like elaborate belief system where you 100,000% believe in spirits. Instead, it's a case of being, okay, well, I don't know what that was, but I also don't know what that was. Like, sure, it could have been something mundane, but it also could have been something not mundane. It could have been something very spiritual and magical. So it's going in the book. And then the more you start noticing things, the more you acknowledge things, the more that you start being present and aware when things are happening. So initially we might dismiss things. Oh, it's just the house settling. Oh, it's just the wind. Oh, I'm just tired. But then you might notice once you start acknowledging these things, they start happening more. And it isn't necessarily that they're actually happening more. Sometimes it's just that we are now aware and we are more present and we notice it more when it happens. And this is one of the reasons why people will often find if you are already sensitive. Now, obviously there's two reasons for this to happen. When people watch a horror movie or they've been told ghost stories, they themselves are also more likely to then have a ghost story, like a ghost encounter. And for some people that is because every little thing that before was normal is now suddenly a ghost because they've just watched the movie, and it's that like it's been put in their mind like this little seed. But for some people, you might find that it actually makes you more aware of the things that have been happening this entire time, except now you're seeing it in a different light, which is why having the diary is really useful, because you can be like, okay, well, I know I just watched, I don't know, The Nun. I'm trying to think of a horror movie. I don't watch them. I know I've just watched The Nun, you know, maybe it's just that. And then you go back through your diary and you go, oh no, but like actually I've been seeing this same spirit, like the same figure in the same place in my house for like the last 6 months. Like it's not been created by the movie. I have a record of me seeing it beforehand. And it just helps us to separate out the things as being magical and the things as being mundane. So let's have a look-see. Have you ever visited Mother Shipton's cave? No, but I so want to. Last year, or was it the year before, I watched all of Jonathan Ross's Myths and Legends. I really like Jonathan Ross anyway, or should I say Jonathan Wass. And if you are not from England, or you don't know who Jonathan Wass is, you're probably not going to know what that reference is. But I absolutely love his show Myths and Legends. He's really big into the supernatural and the paranormal and magic and ghosts and the like. And he went all around England visiting loads of different places. So we went to Tintagel. Oh yeah, it must have been 2 years ago because it came out. We spoke to the guy in Tintagel. No, it wasn't Tintagel that we went to. Where was it? Somewhere. It's where King Arthur's stone is. It's where King Arthur's stone is. We went and spoke to the guy because he'd just been interviewed by Jonathan Ross for the show. Absolutely incredible. And so he went up and down the country, and I saw the episode of Mother Shipton, and I was like, oh, I need to go. So I have like a bucket list of magical themed places that I really need to go to. I'm trying to think of the exact place. It's in Cornwall, and it is slaughter, because they believed that the death of King Arthur occurred at the battlefield that's on this site, and it's called Slaughterbrook. Is it called Slaughterbrook? This is how my brain works. Slaughterbrook. Slaughter something in King Arthur Stone. I'm determined to get this now. Slaughterbridge. So the place is called Slaughterbridge, and it is believed to be where the final battle where King Arthur lost his life. If you've seen the BBC's Merlin TV show, you will know what I'm talking about. And there is a set place there. Yes, this is the place, but do they say what it's called? Oh no, I don't know. I don't know what it's called, but it's there anyway. It's around Slaughterbridge in Cornwall, and there is the stone of believed to be the stone of King Arthur. And I'm sure I did a vlog on this. So if you go far enough back, I'm sure I did a vlog. If I didn't, I'm going to be really annoyed at myself because I filmed it all. And on this stone is Ogham. Now, the Ogham can't fully be translated because it's a damaged stone. But from what we can see from the Ogham, it looks to be something related to a king called Arthur. And so they believe that this stone is perhaps related to the legendary King Arthur, because a lot of the things that happened in Arthurian legend, while they've been romanticised by the Victorians, they do refer to real people. So Merlin was a real person. He wasn't called Merlin, but he was believed to be from Wales, and he really existed. Now, the stone also contains a Latin inscription, which kind of confuses the matter. It looks like the stone was repurposed. So we have an older stone with an older inscription on it that was then repurposed with a Latin inscription on it at a later point. And this place, it's only a little tiny place. You can go and you can look at the stone, and it's really cool. Anyway, Jonathan Ross, when he went there, I then started watching the rest of the series, and he goes to the stone... he goes to the cave of Mother Shipton, and I think that is just so cool. I really, really want to go. I really, really want to go, and I'll get there eventually. I just want to see where this is, if this has got, if it tells me where it is. The Arthurian Centre, is that what it is? The Arthurian Centre. Cornwall, Arthur's Stone. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's called the Arthurian Centre in Cornwall. And their website doesn't work anymore. That bodes well, doesn't it? The Vale of Avalon. That's it. It's called the Vale of Avalon. A journey through time to visit Arthurian legends, fascinating Cornish history, and folklore. There you go. You did not need to know that information. But there you go. And you're right, it did, didn't it? That TV show pretty much queer-baited the whole community. I'm sorry, I was so annoyed. Merlin and Arthur, they should have been a thing, and they weren't, and I will forever be annoyed about it. And that is why fan fiction exists. Okay. Let's get back to where we were before I start going down the Merlin could have been better. I know, I really loved Merlin, but I missed that show. That was so good. Why don't they make shows like that anymore? They should, definitely. I don't know where I am. I am here somewhere. What is cone incense? Oh, okay. So, cone incense is a form of... This is going to be a really stupid answer. I'm getting there, I promise. So, cone incense is a variety of incense. Now, I did an entire video on incense in Witchcraft, which I should actually be a good YouTuber and link. So, I will try and find that video while I am here. So basically, it is a variety of incense that doesn't include any kind of stick or additional content. So it is the same product that is applied to the sticks to form stick incense, but instead it is formed into a cone shape instead. And you light the tip of that cone and you allow it to burn down and smoke, and then it releases that fragrance. And they're usually made of a combination of oils and plant matter. They will contain some form of binding agent, so this could be a chemical binding agent. It's often something like gum arabic, some kind of sticky resin substance which binds it all together. And then it will often contain charcoal as an agent for burning, because otherwise it would just never ever burn. And then it all comes together in a really simple little piece of kit that you can just burn as a way of using incense. It takes up less space than a lot of the other varieties of incense, but you do have to bear in mind that they are often not as natural as the loose incenses would be. And yes, backflow incense is different again. So backflow incense contains heavy oil. So backflow incense is designed to flow like a liquid. So you can get these fancy incense burners and you put it in and it will flow like a waterfall in smoke down into the bottom of the incense burner. But because of that oil component, it does make it quite sticky, which isn't always everyone's favorite thing. It can stain surfaces and the like, so just be careful with that. So, let's see. How do you get good at witchcraft? Patience and being willing to learn and practice. I think that's the main thing, is that anyone can get good at it. It's just that you have to be willing to put in the time and the effort. And sadly, that is something that I don't think everyone is necessarily willing to do. So you don't have to have 1,000 books on the subject, but you have to be willing to learn from a variety of different sources. This is probably going to be a couple of books. This might be going to the library. This might be the internet. This might be Tumblr. This might be YouTube. It should be a variety of different sources. And then you need to be willing to put in the time to practice the things that you are learning. The mind calming, the visualization if you can, the energy sensing, the energy manipulation, to be growing as a magical practitioner. Because I find a lot of people will get stuck in this beginner phase of witchcraft, and then because they feel like they aren't progressing, they end up kind of stopping because they feel like it's not something that they're good at, when actually it's more that they haven't quite got there yet. Okay. Oh, do you want stories about divination along with your ghost stories for your community story videos? I mean, I am totally all for divination stories as well. I basically am just sifting through as many of them as I can. And so any in there that are for divination, I will probably need to like set up a separate one for it. But if you just want to write like divination at the very start of that story, it just means that straight away I can recognize that this one is different from the others, and then it can go in its own separate video, or I can find part of a video that it will fit into. But yeah, always happy for any kind of stories like that. Can you read tarot just by seeing what the imagery is portraying and how the ideas pop into your head link to life? Definitely. It is called intuitive tarot reading. And a lot of people will combine that with book research. So especially if you're looking at a system like the Rider-Waite-Smith system, you're looking at something that is deeply ingrained in symbolism, in numerology. And so you might want to draw on that alongside just the images that you're seeing. But you might want to draw on colours, you might want to draw on symbols. In any of my tarot readings, you'll see me saying, well, you got the moon here. And in the most recent one that I've done, it's like, well, this flower is here and it's here and it's here. And so these cards all link together. So for me, I do a combination of the two of them, and I find that to be really effective. Not everyone feels that comfortable doing that, and they would rather just do intuitive. Some people would rather just go by the book. It's up to the individual. Oh, in terms of tarot reading, this one just came through. Hi Hearth, would you be open to receiving a deck for Witchcraft for review, but no pressure? Absolutely. I am always open to getting things to review and to take a look at and to share with people. I'm always happy to do that. So if that's something anybody wants to do, obviously no pressure whatsoever, never expect it. But I do get a few emails about this and I never know what to say. If you catch me at the wrong time, I'm like, oh, I don't know. But I mean, I like the idea of being able to share things with people that could be really interesting. So I'm always up for doing that. So just if you send me a message on Instagram or something. I don't know why I turned into a rabbit there. We're just going to pretend like I didn't just turn into a rabbit. It is not my day. Okay, let's have a look-see. It's also getting to that point of the night where I'm starting to fidget with things, so I'm really sorry if you see me like slowly start fidgeting to things. Okay, let's have a look-see. I was doing a tarot card reading, and during one question I was visualizing a brook and churning water whilst I was shuffling. Then I pulled the death card, which is water. Is that related at all? I would say that this is probably a guide coming through to you. And so immediately when I get something like this, I'm thinking, okay, so the water is associated with emotions. We're looking at something, this is going to be the death of something that is going to relate to really significant emotions. This is going to be something that is either an emotional situation, or this is going to be a situation that is triggered by quite large emotions. And that's something to take into consideration. So this could be the death of a situation that is causing you a lot of big emotions, or this could be the outcome of something that is through big emotions. So for instance, like you have a massive fallout with your friend, and that emotional fallout means that you're no longer friends anymore. You've had the death of a friendship that is related to the churning waters. The water is related to emotion, and therefore it is the churning of the emotions that triggers the death of that situation. That's how I would interpret it. Obviously, I'm just one person, but I would typically connect to it that way. I know that some people would immediately go to panic stations of like death card water, oh my god, drowning, when I'd say more likely it's going to be an emotional upheaval of some kind. Right. Oh, I love this one. I recently visited Glastonbury for the first time and it was amazing. I wondered your thoughts on the tour being an ancient gateway to the realm of the Fae. Oh, I love it. Okay, so I have been to the tour many, many times. You will know this. And on some occasions, you will find there is a gentleman at the top. He's not paid to be there. He's just there of his own volition, and he tells the mythology of the tour, and it is incredible. There's also a couple of books on the subject that are just super cool. But one of the stories that surround the tour is very deeply connected to the oh my goodness, the Holy Grail. That's it. I was going to say the Holy Trinity, and then I was like, no, that's not right. And then I was going to say the Holy Gauntlet, and I'm like, that's definitely not right. Holy Grail. It is believed that it's very deeply connected with all of Arthurian legend, but the Holy Grail, as we see it within Christianity, as well as in other myths and legends as well, it is believed that it resides inside the Glastonbury Tor, and there's many different reasons why. Some people believe that it was taken there by the fair folk, and there is a giant chamber of gold underneath the Glastonbury Tor where that sits. And then you also have the idea of the Fountain of Youth being part of the Glastonbury story, because you have the 3 wells of Glastonbury, but only 2 of them come out the other side, and you have one that is calcified water, like calcite infused water, which is the white well, and then you have one that is iron infused water, which is the red well, and they are literally, they come out of the stones literally like across the road from one another. Like they are like 10 feet apart, and yet the water is completely different, which then led people to believe the idea of the black well and the potential for the Fountain of Youth. And then you have the idea that the entirety of Glastonbury is related to the fair folk and the Sidhe, and the idea that they all reside within the hills. It is just so cool. I love the stories and the legends. I think they're absolutely phenomenal. I love anything like folk tales, folk stories. They're just so cool. But especially when it comes to the tour, there's so many of them. Like if you're lucky and you can catch the guy who's there, he will tell you about how there's like a goddess lying in the fields in the distance, and you can see her like lying there, picked out in the rocks. It's just so cool. But yeah, really deeply connected to the fair folk. And Chalice Well itself, I have seen fair folk in the Chalice Well. I have seen spirits. I have had scrying experiences in both the water and the crystal ball that's by the... I always refer to him as the Keranos altar, but that's because that's where Keranos came through to me the first time. There is actually a name for all of the altars inside the White Spring in Glastonbury. Let me just bring up their website. And then we can find out together, because I consistently keep forgetting. So, what do we have here? We have shrines. So, there's one to Bridget. That's right, really obvious. You can't miss that one. Then there's one further around that contains the Bridget Flame, Our Lady of Avalon, King of the World of Fairy. That's the one. So I was sitting at his altar space in the White Spring, which is literally at the foot of Glastonbury Tor. And that is where Keranos, or who I'm describing as being Keranos, he's never corrected me, but came through in one of the scrying balls that's on the altar. And so even inside the White Spring, we have a connection to the world of fairy as well, which I just think is so cool. So, any thoughts on spiritual psychosis and thoughts for practicing while mentally ill? I think for anyone, not even people who are knowingly struggling with their mental health, I think it's important to be aware of our thought processes. And I also think, and this might be unpopular, but I'm going to say it anyway, I think that spiritual psychosis is thrown around a lot at the magical community by extreme Christians who are throwing stones in glass houses. And I think that that is something to also be mindful of. I think that spiritual psychosis is often used as a weapon to invalidate magical practice by people who themselves are so deep in spiritual psychosis, they're like doing horrific deeds to other people in their community because they think they're possessed by demons. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that these terms don't get thrown around too readily. And unfortunately, at the moment, I'm seeing a lot of people throwing around spiritual psychosis at members of the witchcraft community. But that same attitude is not given to other spiritual communities that are often far more dangerous than the spiritual community is. That is my unpopular opinion of the hour. Spiritual psychosis does exist, no denying that it does. And it can, for some people, be very difficult to spot. Where do you draw the line between being devoted to your magical practice and being reliant on it in a way where it is controlling your life? And that is why I think that it's very important for all of us collectively to be checking in on each other, as well as checking in on ourselves. If you're feeling as though your magical practice is taking up too much of your life, it might be a case of adding other things in. If you're finding that you are leaning on it as a spiritual crutch, it might be time to take a step back and finding assistance in other ways. I do, however, think that it is used as a weapon to invalidate the magical community in a way that it shouldn't be. And yes, that's exactly what I mean. You hear this stuff a lot from Christian creators, especially former witches who converted to Christianity. That is what I've been seeing a lot, is you have people who have literally disowned their entire family. They have like removed every friend that they had in their lives. They have given all of their money to the church. They have sold everything that they own. They're devoted 1,000% to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And then they come on the internet and they tell practitioners of witchcraft that we are the ones that are suffering from spiritual psychosis. I'm sorry, love. You literally just destroyed your entire life because you found Jesus. If that isn't spiritual psychosis, I don't know what is. All spirituality has the potential to be overwhelming in your life. Everyone has the ability to lean too heavily on it, to become too reliant on it, for it to take over and become all-consuming. But it is unfairly aimed at one community when it is not equally aimed at all communities. And I feel a little bit like gaslighting. I feel a lot of these like therapy-esque terms do get thrown around more than they probably should be without the accurate information to back that up. So it's about being mindful if you are noticing that you are having to do tarot readings before you make any decision that you make. Maybe take a step back from that, give it a pause for a while. And I think that it is, if you're finding that you're communing with your deities multiple times an hour every single day, I think it is worth then taking a step back and being like, okay, I think I need to keep this in check. And if this is impacting my life in a really negative way, yeah, exactly, boundaries. It's about setting boundaries even on yourself. You know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You know, I could do tarot readings before every single decision that I make. Do I need to? Should I? Probably not. Do I need to commune with my deities all of the time? No. Can I? Yes. Should I? No. And I think it is about setting those boundaries. And also, if you have family members, I'm not talking random people on the internet. I'm talking specifically family, close friends, people who know you really well that you can trust. If they are coming to you and they're saying, hey, I'm getting a little bit concerned about this, I would not take that as a personal attack. I would take that as a moment to step back and be like, okay, I would like to know your stance on this. How are you perceiving this situation? And maybe I need to be working on that to keep it in check. Now, I think it's important to reiterate here, this is not saying you cannot use your tarot deck to get through difficult situations. This is not saying that you cannot use divination or working with guides or working with ancestors or whatever it is to get through situations. The problem becomes when you are unable to make a decision without it. It becomes an uncontrollable compulsion. As someone with OCD, I know exactly what this feels like. Not with tarot reading, but just generally speaking. It becomes a compulsion. That's when you need to start saying, okay, hang on a minute. Maybe this is something I need to look at. And I will apply this fairly as well. I'm going to say that, like, it does definitely happen in the witchcraft community, 1,000%. It happens in the spiritual community, 1,000%. It also happens in the Christian communities. It happens when we become too reliant, especially when we do have the addition of pre-existing mental health problems as well. So just want to put that out there of, you can definitely practice if you struggle with your mental health. There is no reason, as far as I'm concerned, to not be doing that, as long as you are aware of the triggers that make it worse for you, as long as you are aware of when it is getting worse, when it's getting better, maybe keeping tabs on that and just checking in with yourself, because I even find it happening. If I'm having a bad OCD time, I will like adjust the things on my altar like 50,000 times because I feel like something is going to go wrong if I don't. And then I take a step back and I'm like, okay, I think I need to chill for a minute. Like, I think I need to just like get control of my OCD again. I know this is my OCD. I can deal with this, and then I will deal with it in ways that are healthy. So Yeah, magic should enhance your life, not control it. That's exactly what I could have said in a really concise way, but I didn't. Because it's me, and I have to use about a bajillion words to describe everything. So, I've been listening to healing frequency music on YouTube lately. Does AI make videos like that too? Yes. If so, how can you tell a good, genuine healing frequency from a useless one? It's really hard to tell because a lot of them are created. Okay, the best way that I can describe this is if you find a channel and all they do is like the same thing just 1,000 times over, or they'll like say that this one is for healing this thing and this one is for healing this thing, I would take a step back and try and find someone else. Because what happens is, especially if they're posting consistently, if they are posting basically an identical video every 2 days, they are doing it to content farm. So they're doing it for the ad revenue. They are doing it because YouTube likes consistency, and they're doing it because they know that that content is going to reach audiences of people who really need it. And because of that, they're going to get a lot of views on that content. And especially if there's no information about the person that the channel belongs to, there's no information about their practice, their belief system, there's nothing else on it, a little bit like with books, that's a massive red flag to me. If the artwork in the background looks AI generated, the music is probably AI generated too. And so it's just about finding someone that is maybe a little bit more open about their practice. They don't necessarily even have to show their face, but to be just a little bit more open about what they do. More information about themselves in their bio, more information in the description, something that can identify them as being a legitimate, real human instead of a computer goes a long way, but it's getting harder and harder to tell the difference. How did you tell your partner you practice witchcraft? How would one go about it? Yeah, I didn't really tell. Well, I suppose I did, but mostly because how can I avoid it? When you meet someone and they're like, oh, so what do you do for a living? And they're like, oh, this is what I do for a living. And you go, oh, that's cool. And they go, so what do you do for a living? I have very few options here. You can go the tactical route and you can be like, oh, I own a business and, we hand make crafts and that's what I do. And then you can go the realistic way, which is, yeah, I talk to myself in front of a camera twice a week and then spend the rest of my time listening to myself talk. It's just kind of part of my job is that I sort of have to be honest about it. I would say, generally speaking, if you can tell a lot based off how they ask you. Like, are they asking you from like a place of genuine curiosity? And in which case it's about being ready with but it's not actually this, but it's not actually that. Here are some resources if you need to. But just say that it's something that you do. It's part of your life, So what are your hobbies? Oh, well, I like writing and I like sewing and I practice witchcraft. Don't panic, it's fine. Here are some resources. And I tend to find that if someone genuinely cares about you, like my partner does not care about witchcraft at all. In fact, on our first date, he was like, I'm hoping you won't mind me saying this, I'm not revealing any information or anything, he was like, but you do believe in science though, right? I'm like, yes, of course I believe in science, because the only thing that mattered to him was that I wasn't like anti-science. Like, what I do in my spare time and what I do as a job doesn't really have an impact on our relationship in any way, you know what I mean? Like, his hobbies don't really impact mine. And so I think the way someone engages with you is really valuable to identify how you go about it. So if someone has been very open with you so far, it's important to then be open with them back. And you can come at them with resources, with information, but being honest from the get-go is usually pretty decent, because it's... how do I best describe? If someone cares about forming a connection with you and maintaining a connection with you, then they're going to be okay with it. And if they're not 100% okay with it, then that's fine, as long as they're aware of what you're doing and they respect it. You know, someone doesn't have to practice it themselves, they just have to not make fun of you for it. And that's really important in a romantic partner. And so, yeah, be honest, but be prepared to answer a lot of questions. And yeah, that's actually really true. Astral Lady Tarot is that what's funny with the science is that I believe most witches are actually kind of obsessed with science. And same, the majority of people that I have met are like very, oh my god, science is so cool, I want to learn everything. And yet a lot of people, when they engage with witches, they're like, so you believe in science though, right? I'm like, yeah, of course I do. I spend most of my time watching documentaries on science. I have a degree in science. Like, this is what I am passionate about, but I'm also like very pro science. And that's something that I think is a massive misconception. And I think it largely comes from, it sounds really horrible, but it largely comes from love and light, and essential oils can cure your cancer. Have you tried yoga for your chronic fatigue? That kind of a person which is highlighted in social media. Now, that's no shade. Oh, no, it is a little bit of shade to those kind of people. I'm fine if you want to do that for yourself. I'm just not fine if you push that on other people. You know, the same with most things. It's fine if you choose to use essential oils, right? That's your choice. But it's another thing to come to someone with like a serious health condition and be like, you know what would really fix your problem? Have you tried going gluten-free and trying to eating essential oils? Please don't eat essential oils, but the crazy things I've heard in this community, you would not believe. Yeah, that's the thing. Magic is just science we don't believe yet. And so that was Oma Ray Ray and Ingrid Rose. A lot of famous scientists were into mysticism as well, and they definitely were. I mean, you just have to look back at a lot of the kind of Age of Enlightenment people were very, very, very dedicated to mysticism and spirituality, and it was deeply ingrained in it. And so I feel like they do work together really, really, really well. So yeah, my degree was in natural sciences. Loved it. I just didn't want to dissect things all of the time. I couldn't do it. I had to get my lab partner to do it for me. So shout out to my lab partner, because, oh, I could not do that. I was the one that drew all of the animals that we were cutting up. I couldn't do it because no, I am still scarred by the smell of the preserving agent. I don't think it was formaldehyde, because we wouldn't have been allowed to interact with it, I don't think, but it was something close. And the smell of it is, oh, I will never get that smell out of my brain. Ever. And you would shower afterwards, and you would still smell the preserving agent. Ugh, vile, absolutely awful, horrible stuff. Right, where was I? What is the history behind Samhain, and how can I control my spell's energy better? So the spell's energy better control, wow, hello Yoda. The how to control your spell's energy better comes with practice. It is repeated actions to build up a skill over time. So it's going to take time and patience to be able to do it, but over time you will notice an improvement. The history behind Samhain is that it is well, actually I have a whole video on it if you want to watch it. I have multiple whole videos on the history of Samhain and the things that you can do for it. But it is associated with death, with rebirth, with eternal life, with spirits, connection with ancestors. It is a time of harvest, so it is the final of the 3 harvest festivals. And so it is about preparing for the winter months, and it's also about remembering those that have gone before. So now Samhain is often used as an association with ancestors. So you'll often have a dumb supper where you will leave out a dish at the dining table or whatever you're eating, or wherever you're eating, should I say, for your ancestors who've gone before. You might want to work with an ancestor altar. Jack-o'-lanterns are a very Americanized thing, but a candle left in a window or inside a turnip were often used to guide wayward spirits home, as well as the faces were used to disrupt or scare off malicious spirits that wanted to enter into your home, potentially unfairly join your dumb suppers and maybe even harm you. So it's kind of a combined festival because it's lots of layers of different belief systems over time. Some people primarily focus on it as a heightened time for spiritual activity. Other people will primarily use it as the final of the harvest festivals. It very much depends on the individual. I find that spirit activity goes through the roof around Samhain, and so for me it is often a time for spirit interaction, spirit communication, whereas other people will primarily be working with the ancestor side of it. Let's have a look. See, preserving agent with a horrible smell. Was it ammonia based? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. All I know is it was this overwhelming, eye-watering chemical smell. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was ammonia based, but it was that moment you walked into the lab and you knew you had a 3 to 6 hour lab in front of you, and you walk in and it just hit you in the face and you're like, oh, I have to deal with this for like 6 hours. And then I'd get home and I'd spend like an hour in the shower, and everything I was wearing that day in a pile, I'm not touching it until it's been like boiled because it stank so bad to me. And it might have just been like me just imagining it afterwards. Like everyone else might have like smelled me and been like, you smell fine. And I'm like, no, I can still smell it. It might have just been burned into my nostrils at that point. But yeah, I couldn't do it. I had to have my lab partner do it for me because, oh, here we go. So are you planning to restart the monthly astrology videos? If not, do you recommend other astrology content creators? So I actually never stopped doing the astrology videos. I just moved them onto a different platform. And the reason that I did that was because the views on them were so low that it was negatively impacting my channel. So I loved doing the astrology content, but I was finding that it was pulling everything down so much that it was having a knock-on effect to other videos. And so I just had to move them. So I've kept the book videos up. I don't know if I'm ever going to reinstate the astrology videos on the channel. I mean, it's a difficult one. They're on Patreon, and I might end up making them Patreon only for a little bit and then releasing them to all of my Patreon members. Even if you aren't like a paid member, I might do that. But yeah, it's a really tricky balancing act because YouTube's algorithm kind of changed somewhere in the last few months, and all of a sudden if you had low performing videos, it would like punish your entire channel, because YouTube loves virality, right? They're after people who get millions and millions of views, and I talk about witchcraft content. So I don't really know what's for the best in that regard. I really like I can't remember his name. Oh no. Okay, let me see if I can get him up. He's on Instagram. He's probably elsewhere too. If I can find him. I really like the work of... Oh, I can't find his name. That's going to drive me up the wall. Okay, if I can think of his name, I will let you know. There's a couple of people on Instagram that I really like. Is it the Astrology Boyfriend? Is that his name, the Astrology Boyfriend? It's something like that. Does really, really good astrology content. I'm not sure yet what I am going to end up doing with the astrology videos. I was also finding that they were taking up too many slots. So I was finding that in a month, I had to do one video was the book releases, one video was the astrology. That's already 2 videos out of 4 in a month. And then one of the videos was often a Sabbath video. That was 3. And then I only had one week where I could talk about something different. Zodiac Boyfriend. That's the one. Absolutely love the content. Love it. So yeah, I'm this year I'm kind of rejigging the channel a little bit. You might notice that my content's going to become a little bit more advanced in nature, just because that's kind of what I want to be focusing on more. But yeah, we'll see if they make an appearance. I might do an abridged version in my book videos like it used to be, but then have the main version, the longer, like 20-30 minute version for patrons. I don't know, honestly. The book videos do a lot better than the astrology videos did, and I really enjoy going through all the books as well, and I know a lot of people really enjoy the book videos. So the book videos do better than the astrology videos did. The astrology videos tanked by the end, and it was so frustrating because I loved doing the book videos and the astrology, but it's just figuring out the YouTube algorithm. It just changes so fast. It's so hard to pin it down, and you'll be doing like something that works really, really well for months on end, and then all of a sudden YouTube will just go, no, we don't like that anymore, do this. And I'm like, but I liked doing that. And they're like, we don't care. Do this now or your channel will die. And I'm like, but I really liked that. So yeah, we're in a constant uphill battle with an imaginary piece of kit, basically. I am in a constant fight. Oh, the book videos are staying on the channel. The book videos definitely are. I love doing them just way too much. The book videos are safe, don't worry. It was just the astrology that I was struggling with, because it was a lot to try and fit into the posting schedule, because if you change your posting schedule on YouTube, it penalizes you. So when I was posting like 2 videos out of schedule, it would punish me for posting them out of schedule. But I'm like, but I need to get this video up in time for the first of the month, otherwise the astrology is not going to make any sense. Yeah. Constant fight with a computer is basically where people are at with YouTube. And I'm sure that other creators are probably feeling it as well, that it is, you just cannot pin down the algorithm just at all. Right. I don't know where I was. Ooh, yeah. What do you think about Holly Black's depiction of the Fae? Holly Black as in... what is it called? I can see the cover of the book in my head. I can see it. Oh my goodness, right, if I can get up the cover of the book, I will know it. I hate being able to remember pictures but not names. Holly Black, book, please. Thank you. Book. The Cruel Prince. Ah, that's the one. I'll be honest, I don't remember that much of it. I read The Cruel Prince like 4 years ago, or whenever it came out, I read it. I didn't really like it that much. It was fine, but like, I wasn't a massive fan of it, but, and the but is important, the fickleness was really pretty accurate, especially of the high... the problem is, right, is that you can't say anything about the fair folk now without someone being like, oh, you took that from A Court of Thorn and Roses. No, A Court of Thorn and Roses stole it from legitimate folklore, and now I can't say anything on the internet about high fae without people being like, oh, I'm sure you really like Recent. Slapping people with a fish when they do that, because no, lesser fae, higher fae. They have existed for a long time. When we're talking about the higher fae, so we're talking like court fae, which once again makes me sound like I'm talking in a fantasy novel, but the fantasy novel stole it from folklore, okay? Rage over, because I love these fantasy novels, but I just wish people realised where the folklore came from. Like, she didn't create high fae, they already existed. Anyway, the high fae, so the court fae, so the seelie and unseelie fae, especially the seelie fae, tend to be quite, how do I say this nicely? Pompous. I'm saying that really cautiously because I don't want to piss anyone off, but they can be very high and mighty, a little bit, from a human perspective, a little bit arrogant, a little bit, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm big, you're small, Matilda-esque, you know? And that was very, very fitting, definitely. So I liked that aspect of it. Generally speaking, though, I don't really remember that much of the book besides me reading it and going, I was hoping that this was going to be better than it was. No shade on the author, it was just not what I expected. But there were some things about it that I did like. Like, I liked the fickleness, the consistent changing up, that was good. I appreciated that. But obviously it is just a fantasy novel on it, and they often have to change a lot. What was the fish of choice for slapping people across the face with? I'm thinking a solid trout. You know, quite substantial, still semi-frozen. I think we need a little bit of weight to the slap across the face with a fish. So it's got to be something just a little bit still frozen. Oh, tuna. That's a good one, but I don't think I've got the upper body strength to be swinging around a tuna. I think it needs to be something a little bit more manageable. We're having a conversation about fish. What is happening? Are there fish correspondences? I'm sure that there are. There's definitely a lot when it comes to sea witchcraft. You can find a lot with shells. And I'm sure that there definitely are in terms of like I was gonna say astrology, like divination and like fish sightings. A huge tuna for sure, a fugu, salmon. Yeah, this is great. I like the fact that we're all just collectively, switch up the fish for a crab for extra pinchiness. I like that. So that's a good idea. Yeah. I definitely didn't expect to learn about fish witchcraft. I'm telling you, the tangents are everything. So yeah, I love stories about high fae. Like I love A Court of Thorns and Roses and all that kind of stuff. But the number of people who genuinely think that these authors came up with this mythology themselves is incredible. And then what's even more shocking to me is when people claim that these authors stole the work from another author that was also talking about mythology that already existed. That one blows my mind. Like, it's one thing to legitimately plagiarize someone's work, and then it's something completely different to be inspired by the same mythology as something else, you know? Like, Seelie and Unseelie courts have existed for a really long time. Like, hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, modern authors did not, like, invent this idea. They just adapted it into a piece of fiction. I tune out for a minute and I miss fishcraft. It's the danger. It's the danger of it. Tolkien's elves is how I see elves. Even he didn't create the concept of elves or Middle Earth. Yes. And actually, you know what? You aren't that wrong with the elves. Like, very, very similar. A little bit more lithe, perhaps. Like, even skinnier still. As in, like, everything is, like, very, very long and thin and elegant. That's not me saying that if you aren't long and thin, you aren't elegant. That's me just trying to describe the appearance. Everything is very, like, super graceful and ethereal, but in some cases almost thin to the point of otherworldly. Like, that kind of, like, sometimes perhaps oddly proportioned. But very, very Tolkien elf-like, actually. He did a really, really good job in a lot of that kind of converting mythology. Wispy. Yeah, maybe that's the word I'm after. Quite wispy in nature. But yeah, it's some people are better at converting the mythology than others, and Tolkien was actually incredible. Like, phenomenal. Yeah, we really are just, like, creating the perfect slapping fish hybrid. I like this. It's good. Slapping with fish is very satisfying. If I constantly get clear messages, how can I tell if it's my own intuition or an ancestor or deity? If it could be a spirit, how would I go about finding out who's calling to me? Divination. Yeah, divination is a really good way of doing that. You can ask if they're able to give you a sign of who they are and what it is that's coming through to you. You can ask them to come through in divination, and then you can build it out that way. Can you share a tarot or oracle deck with your partner to pull a card daily? Yes, definitely. I think the idea of... I'm sorry, we were too busy designing the perfect slapping fish that we didn't stop to ask if we should. That's amazing. So anyway, I think a lot of people have this expectation in that you have to be the only person to touch a tarot deck and no one else can touch the deck ever, and you have to cleanse it every single time someone else touches it. And that typically isn't applied unless you are doing readings for a lot of people. So if every single time you're at an event, say you're a traveling reader, and someone sits down at your table, they handle your deck. Then the next person sits down at your table, they handle that deck. Every reading is going to have an echo of the energy that came before on that deck. And so it's really important that if you want to do an impartial reading, you would cleanse that deck between people that you're reading for, because otherwise their energy might be confused for this person's energy, and then that person's energy might be confused for this person's energy, and it gets confusing, right? But if you are just doing this with your romantic partner or your son, for instance, I don't know, people have shared decks among family. If you are the people that are using that deck consistently, there's not really much of a problem there, as long as you are making the deck aware who that reading is for as you're doing it. So you might want to say, this reading is for me, or this reading is for my partner, so they can get a gauge of who it is that reading is for beforehand. You don't necessarily need to cleanse it every time. You can definitely share decks as long as it's not getting overly confusing. Oh, this one is so vague, I'm never going to be able to answer this one. But there is a building where I live where I have to go outside every night. I get a feeling of dread. What spirit could it be? It could really be anything. We're talking, it could be land spirits, like land wights. It could be nature spirits. It could be a human spirit that's passed over. You could be talking about a shade. You could be talking about demons. You could be talking about a pissed off fair folk. You could be talking about any number of different things. Usually they will come with a particular smell or a particular sight that might stand out to you. I think, though, that sometimes it can also be triggered by the appearance of a location. So if you feel particularly unsettled in an area, is it because spidey senses are kicking in and there might be an alley that you can't see around the corner of, or there might be a dark patch where you don't necessarily know who's standing there? I think that's also something to bear into mind as well, because you might find that it's actually that like lizard part of your brain, that like survival instinct part of your brain that's making you feel uncomfortable because there's something around that is unsettling or perhaps unsafe. So I think it's worth bearing that in mind as well. And then just take note of anything else that you experience, any smells, any sights that you might see, anything like that, like cold spots, hot spots, things like that. Have you ever had a moment that made you take tarot more seriously than before? Mine was when I made someone cry. Yes, I've spoken about it in a previous live stream. There's been a few moments like this, but the first really deciding one for me was when I was just starting to like get into reading properly. Like I'd had like a Royal Tarot, and then I had my official first tarot deck, which was the Wild Unknown, the original Wild Unknown, in its like original packaging. I think they've changed it all now, which I'm so sad about, because the original packaging was incredible. I still remember the feeling of when I opened it. Anyway, regardless. And we were working in a group, and we had this day where other people who weren't part of the society would come in and they could ask us questions. And so we brought with us like our magical tools, and we brought with us like tarot cards and stuff, and we were essentially promoting the society that we were a part of, as well as kind of sharing what we did with other people, so people could come in and have tarot readings for free. And I remember this exchange student coming in, and I say exchange student, I don't mean exchange student, what I mean is international student. But when I was in high school, they were called exchange students because we would switch people, but just an international student. And he had like a group of friends behind him, and I was doing this reading, and I'm thinking, oh, I can't see where this relates. Like I'm kind of freaking out here. And I was so worried as I'm doing this reading. I'm freaking out, and I'm thinking, this is so wrong, this is so wrong. But as I'm reading things out, and I got to this point where like all of his friends just started like looking at each other and looking at him, like as I'm doing this reading, and I'm thinking, what is happening right now? What's happening? Like, I don't know what's going on. So I continue with my reading, and it turns out that what I was doing a reading about, I didn't really know about, but the cards that were drawn that didn't make any sense to me, one was the Sun card, and it was something about how that was the nickname that he had for his girlfriend, or that was like the nickname that he and his girlfriend had for each other. And the entire reading was basically about his relationship, but I had no idea it was about his relationship because I couldn't find a link between this sun card and any of the other cards that came out. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I have no idea where this sun card fits in. Like, I've done something seriously wrong. This is so embarrassing. And it turns out the sun card was actually the nickname that he and his girlfriend shared. And so that was the moment where I was like, oh, I really don't have to understand a reading at all. Like, so many of the readings I do, I put the cards down and I have to say, like, I don't know how these fit together personally, so I'm going to go through each of the cards individually and we're going to try and figure this out together. And I find that works really effectively because sometimes I'm not privy to any information beforehand. I would have had no idea. Like, the reason I mentioned that this individual and his friends were both international students is that international students often stayed in different accommodation to the rest of us because they were there for 52 weeks and we were only there for 48. And so they had a separate building that allowed for year-long leases, like renting leases, whereas we were only allowed to stay for a maximum of 48 weeks. So it was a pain in the arse to have some international students and some residential students. So I had not met any of these students. They were on a different course. They lived in a different building. So I had no information beforehand, which to me was really significant because I could not have done any kind of cold or hot reading or anything on these people really because I didn't know anything about them before this point. The other times that were really significant to me was when I was really, really struggling and I was using tarot reading a lot. And up until this point, I'd been using tarot as like a tool for me, but I was like not really 100% listening to it. I was like, I will use it as a guide. A guide. That's fine. I'll use it as a guide. And then I did maybe 4-5 tarot readings in a row, not like the same day, but like one day or 2 days apart. And my tarot readings last for like an hour, 2 hours sometimes. And in these readings, I would get the Emperor card in the same place, in the same reading, every single time I did that reading. Now, when I shuffle a lot. So we're talking like 3 sets of side shuffles, a split shuffle, another 3 side shuffles, a split shuffle. So they're constantly being mixed up all of the time. And then when I've finished with a reading, I will do the same shuffling again to finish that reading. So we're looking at a deck of cards that's been shuffled 15, 20 times, maybe more. And yet I got the same cards in the same place. I would always get the Emperor card in the same place in every single one of these readings. And that's when I was like, okay, I officially need to listen to this now. Like, that was the moment where I was like, well, shit, okay. We're actually playing this game. Got it. So that was like a really deciding factor for me. Do you have any favourite tarot cards? Do you actively look for them in decks you're interested in buying? No, not necessarily. I instead look for cards that I find really easy to interpret. So I'll be really honest in saying I find the Wild Unknown Tarot to be incredibly difficult to interpret. I get amazing readings from that deck for other people. It always has to come from the technical definition of those cards every single time because the artwork does not resonate with me whatsoever. Instead, I need something with a little bit more oomph to it. So you get a lot of these like minimal tarot cards and whatnot, and that's great for some people, you know, but I can't do it. I need more pictures, more artwork. So like let me have a look at this. So just as an example, we've got the Chariot here. I'm just going to show you this one. So this is the Wheel of the Year tarot. So there's the Chariot there. In some card decks, this is literally just symbolized by like 2 little lines. It'll just be like 2 little lines. I'm like, no, I need more. So here we've got like the sky, and we've got the sun, and we've got the sunflower here, and then we've got, it's reversed, so this is tricky for me. We've got the guy sitting here, we've got the black horse here, we've got the white one here. There's a lot of symbolism here that you can like pick up on. And then that is something that comes through to me in my reading. So I'll be looking at this, and some days I'll pull this card. I've actually never pulled this card in a reading with this deck ever. So this is the first time I'm like properly looking at this. I'm looking at this and I'm being like, oh, well, today the sunflower is really standing out. Or I'll get like a series of cards. So I believe is it the sun card? Yeah, I think it's a sun card in this one that's full of sunflowers like the Rider-Waite-Smith one is. If I were to get this one and I were to get the sun card, I'd be like, oh, well, there's sunflowers on this card and there's sunflowers on that card, and this links these two cards together, and this is about a decision for this. And I use the artwork as my primary reference because I'm a lot like you actually, Joe. I use a lot of the minor arcana, and I use a lot of the minor arcana from the Rider-Waite system. And for me, I like decks that are really close to the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. This is basically the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, just with pizzazz. This is just a little bit more colourful and a little bit more Wheel of the Year-y, but it's just the Rider-Waite-Smith with pizzazz. And I find that that's the majority of my tarot decks that I go for, is Rider-Waite-Smith with pizzazz. Otherwise, I really struggle when I don't have the artwork. And so I know a lot of people who they absolutely adore these like minimalist decks. They go for them every single time. And I look at the cards and I go, I can't do it. I can't do it. I need color. I need vibrancy. I'm a maximalist. We can see this. Maximalist at heart. And so for me, if a card doesn't have anything on it, it's not being purchased. It's just not. So for me, that's like the main like defining characteristic is I need colour, pizzazz, fancy. And most of my tarot, like one of my other favourite tarot is the Enchanted Forest tarot. That is pizzazz with animals. It is like literally the Three of Cups are 3 dancing bears. It's the Rider-Waite-Smith with animal pizzazz. Like, what more could you possibly want? It's a great deck, actually. That one is really, really good. If you want, like, an animal-based deck, the Enchanted Forest. Is it the Enchanted Forest? Hang on. Tarot on Forest. Let me just double check. Because I don't want to be telling you the wrong one. The Forest of Enchantment Tarot. I just had the words the wrong way around. I just yoded it. The Forest of Enchantment Tarot. It's got like fair folk, it's got little gnomes, it's got dragons, it's got owls, it's got dancing ladies, it's got goblins, it's got dancing bears. What more could you possibly want? So, yeah, that's me sorted. I'm trying to figure out where I was, but I'm getting distracted again. Okay, is it necessary to ask a question when doing a tarot reading? I always draw a blank and don't know what to ask. No, you can just do a general reading. So I would just say, instead of being like, oh, I would like to know about this situation or I would like to know about that situation, I will just say, can you tell me some information or some things that I might need to be looking at in my life? And just shuffle. And you'll often find that what comes out, you can quickly relate to something in your life based on the suit that comes out. So for instance, if I just say like, is there anything that I need to be working on or looking at in my life? And I get all pentacles, or I get the majority pentacles, or the first card comes out before I've even finished asking the question and it's a pentacles, then I know that it is about something physical, probably something money-wise. It might be something to do with my job, might be some money that's coming my way, might be some money that's going out, depending on the cards that are in play. If it is something that is cups, then I know that it is more likely going to be something about emotions. So it might be that I'm having a bit of an emotional upheaval or something quite emotional is going to happen. If it is something to do with swords, then it may well be a conflict that's coming. You know, I'll look at the different suits that come out, and whatever the majority is usually what that reading is going to primarily relate to. How do you light clone incense? Clone incense. Oh, it's not quite as bad as the one from earlier, but how would you recommend lighting cone incense? Or how do you light cone incense? I just merged two questions together. You hold the incense to a lighter, a match, light the very tip of it, allow it to ignite, and then when it starts to glow red, you blow it out, and then you set it on a cone incense burner or some kind of dish that is heat proof or heat protective, just so that you don't burn anything that's underneath it. Am I gonna regret sitting on my foot? Maybe. Will I complain of a dead leg in approximately 10 minutes? Probably. Okay. Can you share the tarot set you showed earlier? Yeah, so I probably should have kind of mentioned this more at the time, but this one is still in print, surprisingly, given some of my decks. But this is the Wheel of the Year tarot. So it is a beautiful, vibrant deck of cards. Like, absolutely gorgeous. So nice. What else have we got here? What's this one? So vibrant, so colourful. It is based off the different seasons and the cycles in the Wheel of the Year. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. So we've got, like, the swords are winter. Let me have a look-see. So the swords are winter. The cups are spring, the pentacles are autumn, and that means that the wands are summer, I think. Yes, that seems about right. Yes. Really, really beautiful, really, really vibrant, super good for if you are a very visual person, like you really like colour, lots and lots of vibrant colour. Super great. I will warn, as I do on all of my tarot reading videos, I have cut mine. So they do not look like this. They have a frame and they have the number of the card and the name of the card on the actual card. But I, being the genius that I am, decided to make my life hard. I am being sarcastic there, by the way. Decided to make my life harder by cutting off the edges and therefore cutting off the name. So sometimes I will be in a reading and I'll be like, what is this card? Because like I want to be able to tell you what the card is, rather than just say what the card means. But I'm like, I don't know what this card is. So sometimes I do have to look it up, especially the ones that are really similar. So like in one of them recently, I confused the Two of Cups with the Lovers because they contain the same people on the card. So it's the same two people on the card, just in a slightly different position. Oh, that makes it sound like they're doing something they're not meant to be doing. But yeah, that confused me a little bit for a minute, and I had to correct myself later. So yeah. Well, yeah, it's one way to train card reading abilities is to take off your option to know what they are, and then you either have to guess and hope that you're right, or you have to actually read them intuitively. Usually I can get the meaning of a card, but I like being able to like tell people what it is, and that's where it always trips me up, because sometimes I just can't tell. Or I'm bad at counting, so sometimes I'll count like 10 swords instead of 9 or something. Right. Let's have a look-see. If you were to teleport anywhere, where would you go? Oh, I would go somewhere warm. I'm fed up of being cold. What can I say? I'm not a cold weather person. I would go somewhere warm. I don't really mind where. Somewhere warm and nice and friendly. Maybe I'd go to Australia. I've always wanted to go to Adelaide. Maybe I'd go to Adelaide. That'd be pretty nice. Do you go live every Wednesday at the same time? No, so I go live once a month. It's usually the third, well, it's now changed to a Wednesday, so it's the third Wednesday of the month, so it will be next Wednesday the 16th. It should be, as long as nothing goes wrong. Basically, as long as nothing goes disastrously wrong, that should be when it is. Where was I? I was somewhere around here. What do you think of spells that deliver someone's karma? Are there any risks to the sender? I mean, there's always risks, because when we are targeting a specific person, some people like to say that backfire doesn't exist. I would firmly disagree, because when we are targeting another person, they also have protection, even if they don't know it. And they have ancestors, and they have guides, and they can deflect that working. And sometimes that deflection can come straight back at you again. Does it happen super often? No. Is it something to be careful of? Yes. I will say, though, that when it comes to karma, I've always been confused by the idea of giving someone karma, because isn't the original form of karma something that is gained in the next life? Isn't that what it is? Like, your karma is not given in this life. It is actually given in the next life after reincarnation, and that is when you get either your positive or negative karma from the life that came before. Is that not karma? Maybe I'm conflating that with something else. But that's always how I've perceived it. So I personally don't think that any person is capable of giving someone else karma. I do think that we are able to give them the comeuppance for their own actions. So you can definitely do this. Some people consider this to be baneful magic, other people don't. It's really a sliding scale. It's going to depend on where you draw the line, what you feel comfortable with, what you don't feel comfortable with. But you can definitely do something to send that to them. It's just whether you feel comfortable or not to do it. So, yeah, that's always what I've always known, is that, like, you earn your karma in this life, but you won't actually receive the outcome of that until the next one. So if someone is a horrific person in this life, like absolutely vile, it won't be in this life when they see the outcome of that. It will be how their next life pans out because of their karmic gains in this life, gains or losses. Yeah, I've noticed that yoga, karma, all that kind of stuff has kind of just been given like this weird sort of vague whitewashing, which just I always find just so strange. Right, let's have a look, see. Do you believe in and experience deja vu? Yes, I get it quite a lot, actually. Some people I know have had it a lot more, like actually like fully remembering like previous times that they've been somewhere. That's pretty cool. I do get it sometimes, not super often though. I mean, sometimes it is simply that we have experienced something similar before, but I do have these moments where I'm like, whoa, I feel like something important happens here. Now, this is just me and my little Matrix brain, right? Because I watched The Matrix one too many times when I was a kid. But there is something to me about these moments where, like, it feels like something big is meant to happen, but it just doesn't happen. And sometimes it makes me wonder, this is just me, like, conspiracy theory speculating because I love this kind of thing. Sometimes it makes me wonder if something genuinely has happened, it just didn't happen to me. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't happen to this version of me. Because there's that theory, isn't there? And this is just genuinely just a theory. I'm just, like, chatting shit at this point. Where people believe that any change that you make makes, like, a different version of you. And one of you lives the version that made that decision and the other person doesn't. Sliding Doors is a movie all about this entire topic where she misses the train. And you get to see the life that she lives if she caught the train and if she misses the train. So I do get these moments of deja vu where I get this gut feeling of like, I feel like something really big should be happening right now and it isn't. And it does make me wonder, like, maybe all of these theories really are true and there's a different version of me out there where something at that point in time really did happen. The alternative, of course, is that something else has happened at this point in time somewhere in history. I think that's another cool idea, that the fact that you are like, you're picking up on this like significant thing. I don't actually believe in witchcraft. This is Joe, by the way. This is not me speaking. I only watch to hear your pronunciation and matrix glitches. I love it. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it. And I like the fact that you chat shit with me through the entire stream. It's great. Right, where am I? When working with spirits, how can I make sure they are who they claim to be? Being catfished by an entity sounds unpleasant. You kind of can't. There are obviously things that you can do to, like, limit whether something is going to trick you or not, but you're never going to be entirely certain. It's a little bit like with people, right? They say that you never truly know anybody. Like, at any point in time, someone could switch up on you and show their true colours, and then you realise that they weren't the person that you thought they were. That happens all the time. The same can happen with spirits. So you can put up protections to make sure that only spirits with positive intentions can enter into that space. You can do divination, where you can reach out and ask for them to give you a name. You can commune with them verbally and gain information that way through whichever means are best for you. You can call on specific named spirits for the specific purpose of not getting anyone that you don't want, but the reality is that you still might. And it's why spirit work is so important to be tied to protections. It's really important that you have the ability to get out of a tricky situation again. Is it possible to work with aliens in space witchcraft? Wait, that's not what the question said. Is it possible to work with space aliens in witchcraft? That's the right way around. So this is actually a topic we've touched on many, many times in multiple live streams in the past. Is the idea that we see fairy stories diminish as alien stories increased. So it was, oh no, my child has been abducted by a fairy. And then all of a sudden in the 1950s it became, oh no, I was abducted by an alien. Light beings that appear out of nowhere and kidnap you into an alternative reality where you are not the primary species. That idea, that idea of like, oh, they came in the middle of the night and they were glowing and we went through a portal and now I'm in a spaceship, is very, very similar to they came in the middle of the night and they were glowing and they took me to a hole in the side of a hill and I was transported into a land of fairies. Very, very similar stories, just different beings, like different belief of what it is. And we see that even now there are more alien stories than there are fairy stories, but if you were to go back to the Victorian period, there were only fairy stories, really. And so the question is, who is it that you're actually working with? Now, I think in that regard, you definitely can work with these spirits, because if they are appearing in the same way as fair folk are, then we can work with the fair folk. Why can't we work with aliens? That entirely depends, however, on your individual belief in aliens, and some practitioners will draw the line at aliens. So ultimately, it just depends on what you feel comfortable with and what it is that you want to try connecting with. There are many practitioners who do, there are probably many more who don't, but that doesn't mean that you can't, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Well, that's the thing. Is it all glamour? Are they just changing how they appear because that's what we are expecting, or that is what they can draw us out with the most? Like now, if you were to, a will-o-wisp was to try to kidnap you from a bog, you will just probably shine a phone in their face, whereas if an alien comes to you, you're maybe more likely to sit and listen, because that's what we are connecting with the most now. So I don't know, curious topic. Have you ever worked with angels? Not personally. It isn't something that I resonate with at all. It's a topic that I understand the appeal of it. I understand why people choose to work with angels, especially people who have spent a long time within the Christian faith with the ideals of angels, emphasis on ideals rather than realities. So I understand why. It's just not for me personally. I've never been into angelic magic. I've known a lot of people who are really interested in learning Enochian and diving into the language of angels and all of the mythology and stories. It's just never been for me. Not for me. I tend to keep my feet firmly on the ground in that one. Right. Right, I am somewhere around... I'm somewhere here-ish. Maybe. Does telling ghost stories attract ghosts or make the spirits that are already present more active? I suspect it is probably a mix of the two. And I say this mostly because spirits really, really enjoy heightened energy, right? That could be very joyful situations. That could also be really scary situations. They like heightened energy. And fear is delicious because the bonus with fear, in a way that we don't necessarily see with other kind of emotions, is that fear is very contagious. And it also amplifies exponentially, right? With laughter. Laughter is contagious and you can laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. And at some point, you're going to move on to something else and you're going to stop laughing. The thing with fear, though, especially when you have a group of people who are all scared, is that fear... other people feed on that fear. So if one person jumps, someone else screams. If one person screams, someone else runs away. If that person runs away, then it freaks out everyone else that's already there because they're thinking, well, if they've run away, then they must have seen something. Therefore, it is that like exponential growth of fear that in some cases can lead to people like calling the police because of a haunted house, you know, that kind of level of fear. And so fear is great for spirits because it is a high energy emotion. It is contagious between people, and even by yourself, you can amplify that fear. And especially if you're with other people, you feed off each other's fear and it gets worse and worse and worse. And so if you are a spirit and you really want a nice snack and you really want a little bit of energy to be able to do something with, fearful people are perfect for this. So if I was a wandering spirit and I could sense people being really scared and fearful because they've just watched a horror movie, I might be more inclined to go and check them out because their energy is going to be a lot higher than this random person who's walking through the park. So there's an argument to say that they very much kind of are drawn to those environments because that fear is so strong. And then there is the other option, which is that we are actually more aware. And so when you've watched a horror movie, you're running up the stairs really fast because you're scared that someone's behind you. Or you're turning all the lights on in the house because you're concerned that something is hiding in the dark. You're how do I describe it? How do I describe it? It's like you are more aware of every little noise, every bang, every door close, every whisper, every brush of wind. You're more aware of all of it. And so you're then more likely to notice if things are actually happening. So if perhaps you are very quick to dismiss that, I don't know, the door closing to your bedroom is just the wind, even though every window in your house is closed and no one has moved, you're quick to dismiss it as just being a gentle breeze. But when you're in that heightened state, you are then more open to the possibility of it being something else. So I think it's probably it's probably a mix of both, as well as this perception. Like, I think people are more likely to perceive things as being haunted when they're not because they're scared. Okay. Okay, I was wearing a pentacle, and when I did, car batteries died, a refrigerator died, lights burned out. What am I doing wrong? So, pentacles are protective, but they are also amplifiers. So the pentacle is typically perceived as being kind of a conglomeration of all of the elements, right? It is earth, it is air, it is fire, it is water, it is spirit. And they're often used in spells and rituals as a magnifying point. So you might charge objects on a pentacle. You might carry out your spells and rituals on a pentacle. Wow, words. You might draw a pentacle inside your magic circle as a way of amplifying that energy. And so what might be happening here, obviously I'm not for certain there, but what might be happening is if your energy is already quite out there, like it's not so contained, it's flying here, there, and everywhere, which happens. It happens if you aren't particularly either well practiced or actively practicing energy manipulation. It can happen if you're sensing a lot of things. It can happen if you're highly emotional. Your energy can kind of go a bit haywire. And then when you put a pentacle on that as well, you are then magnifying that. And ultimately you might find that it does start impacting the things around you. Now, obviously I can't be certain that this is the reason, but it is something to maybe check, is that your energy is quite tight into you. You might want your kind of auric field to be like here instead of like out here, because often you're more likely to interfere with electronics and the like if your auric field is much, much bigger. Where am I? Do you use crystals in your practice? How do you use them? I'm a more recent follower of yours, so I apologize if you've already made content around this. Oh, that's okay. So I use some crystals in my magical practice. Now I have an entire like crystal tub of like tumblestones and wands and points and the like, and I will occasionally use them in my spells and rituals. There was a time where I would, and this kind of shows where I was in my magical practice, where I was living, there was a little kind of crystally hippie shop, and at the weekend I would go in and I would buy a tumblestone, and that was like the thing that I did that week, is I would go in and I would buy a tumblestone. And so I also got this like crystal bowl from them, and so I would build a collection over the weeks and months that I would go into this crystal store. And so I have like a nice collection of tumblestones. Do I use them on a regular basis? No, but that's because I purchased them 10 years ago, and things move on, you know, things change. We change our practice a little bit. And so I will use them on altars. I will sometimes use them in workings as like a signifier of the energy that I want to be manifesting. And I will sometimes use them in spell bags, dolls, and the like. I don't tend to use them for that many other things. Occasionally, if I'm dealing with a headache, I'll take a clear quartz and I'll put it on my forehead. But otherwise, I tend to work more with energy and candles than I do with crystals. But I am a sucker for a piece of clear quartz, especially a big hefty piece of clear quartz. I'm a sucker for those, and I will still use, like, you'll still see me using like crystal balls. I put them in the statues on my altars. They're mostly there to mark the energy of a particular season. So for instance, if it is the winter solstice or the summer solstice, you'll typically see me putting in a Preseli bluestone crystal. That goes in my statues because that is the stone of Stonehenge. And if I want general amplification, I'll use clear quartz. If I want to bring in solar energy, I'll use yellow calcite. If I want to be bringing in quite confident energy, maybe a little bit more grounding, I will use tiger eye, that kind of rooting confidence into something physical. So that's mostly what I use crystals for now. I do wear them though, like rings and jewelry. That's typically where my crystal use falls now. Does a warm crystal work better than a cold one? Not necessarily. Crystals are crystals. So, wow, no shit. All crystals have the same, how do I describe this? Hot or cold, they're going to have the same energy. The temperature of the crystal doesn't alter the energy of it. in like a sense of if it's hot, it has more energy, and if it's cold, it has less. However, the way you work with it might change. So if you have charged that stone in sunlight, then that stone is going to be warmer and it's going to have that solar energy added onto it that you can put into your workings. If you want to do a working where you're trying to slow someone down, you're trying to calm someone down, if you were to put a stone in the freezer and then add it into that working, then that slower energy is going to impact how that working is going to manifest. So it's less that one is more powerful than the other, and more that you might find that one is more useful to your practice than the other. Right, let's see where I am. I am somewhere around here, but it's getting a little bit confusing because I'm sure I've seen some of these questions before. Oh no, how does that always happen? Oh, interesting. This is a very intense one. I have questions, and you don't need to answer them in the chat, okay? Not if you don't want to. Hello, I recently learned that my aunt cursed me while I was in my mother's belly. How would you go about something like this? Thank you so much. I have so many questions. How? Why? Cursing someone for an extended period of time, as in like curses that last for long periods of time, take a lot of energy, like a lot of energy to maintain. And they also take a lot of malice, really. So I don't need to know the circumstances involved in this. Don't feel like you need to like bear all on the internet or anything. But it's very unusual. That's all I can say. It's very unusual because of the amount of energy and time. Now, of course, this is a cultural thing, so in some cultures it is less uncommon. Here it is considerably more uncommon. When it comes to this, I think it's important to determine what it is about, like what the curse is attached onto. Long-standing curses. Okay. Sorry, my brain is trying to work this out really quickly and try and like formulate it into a cohesive sentence at the same time. So, long-term curses require kind of one of three things. Now, you can mix and match these things in like together, but they require at least one of these things, right? So they either require a shit ton of energy, and I'm not talking like just a little bit, I'm talking a lot. We're talking for something that's going to last for decades, decade after decade after decade. It's either going to be a shit ton of energy, I'm talking like a metric ton of energy, or it is going to take consistent maintenance, as in doing the same working, re-energizing that working on a regular basis. Or it is going to contain an object that curse is attached onto. So those are like the three main things. Now, obviously, you do have the idea of spirits being involved and the like, but that's kind of its own thing that's kind of harder to deal with. So it can be a working with a lot of energy with an object. So this is like the energy is in the object, and so that is where the curse is coming from. It can be a series of curses that are being done where they are using an object, or it could just be repeated energy over and over and over and over again. So it's usually going to contain at least one of these things. Now, there can be spirits involved, so agreements can be made with spirits for this specific purpose, but that's like an intense thing. And while cursing in itself is quite intense, that is like that's like a whole layer on top that most people don't want or aren't able to maintain. Like, you have to be a really dedicated spirit work practitioner to be able to be willing to give the offerings or whatever was required to maintain that long term. Like, that's a very intense thing that most people, even if they're willing to curse, aren't willing to do, because it's a whole step. So In which case, we need to determine the part of your life where that is attached onto. So usually it is going to be on one aspect of your life. There's going to be something it is focusing in on. This could be love, this could be money, this could be health, this could be sleep. There's something that it is going to be latching onto, because trying to do everything would spread the energy way too thin and you probably wouldn't notice it. So it would be focused in on one thing. When you know what it's focused in on, you can do some divination, you can use some tarot cards, whatever it is, to try to figure out how. How is it targeting you? This is really useful to know because this is going to affect the next step. Now, you can just do general protections, but if you know how it's targeting you, then you know better how to protect yourself against it. So then you're going to want to start protecting the aspect of your life that is negatively impacting. So this isn't designed to massively improve that area of your life. So say, for instance, this is permanently negatively impacting your financial progress, right? The whole point of this was, so this is just speculative, I don't actually know, but this is just an example. So if this person has cursed you, for instance, so that you never end up bettering your financial position and you end up in a worse financial position because this person feels like that your mother has like thwarted them in financial ends, all that kind of stuff. Your protection workings are then going to be focused around your finances. Love life. Okay, love life. So if it's focusing around your love life, the protection workings are not designed to like miraculously fix your love life. Instead, the protection workings are designed to balance out what the curse is actively doing. So for most people, it would be like a tipping scale like this. But for you, it is constantly working against you. You are constantly fighting an uphill battle. So the protection workings are designed to balance the scales so that it becomes more of a normal situation. So this could involve an altar for your love life with different candles on it that you can charge with energy and the like. You might want to work with different deities that are associated with love for this specific purpose to help try and balance out that energy. This is kind of an interim thing. I nearly lost both of my rings again then. This is an interim thing that is designed to assist to get you back on the level whilst you're trying to counter the actual curse that has been carried out. So if we're talking like a single chunk of energy, you can do a couple of different things. So you can protect yourself and ride out the storm. And by this I mean, they are like, think of, okay, this is going to be a stupid analogy, but maybe it makes sense. Think of the big bad wolf attempting to blow down the house of the little pigs, right? If your protections are really, really minimal, you live in a straw house, it doesn't take much for that wolf to negatively impact that building. But if you were to put a layer of brick on the outside of that straw, all of a sudden the wolf isn't able to blow it down as much. That's a stupid analogy, but that's like where my brain goes with it. The protection is designed so that the curse keeps going and that person is none the wiser that you're doing anything about it, but it's not going to negatively impact you anymore. And it might not happen like super quickly, but it might help lessen the negative effects of it. The second step is to disrupt any further energy that's been targeted towards you. So if this is multiple times this is being carried out to maintain that working, you need to be doing things to disrupt it. So this could be return to sender workings. This is deflection style spells. This is making sure that you are also energetically cleansed in the process, because the alternative, or the additional option here, is that there is an object involved in this process. And that object involved, they might own. So they might have this object, or you might actually have this object in your own property. Like it's something that has been passed down through your family, for instance, that maybe they might be using. So give yourself a personal cleanse, give your house a cleanse. Put protections on your house to make sure that no one is observing you. Lock all of your mirrors. Make sure that no one is observing the negative impacts of this. You're essentially going to shut them out. And the bonus of doing this is you might piss them off and it might get worse for a little while, But in the end, they're going to realize that they are not going to have the negative impact on you that they would like to have. Now, you can also try to destroy this object if it's something that you know what it is. But, as Joe has mentioned here, I am curious as to how you have learned that you are cursed. Because immediately, as soon as I hear of reading curse, I get massive alarm bells. Now, I did the entire, first process first, because I think that could be really useful to people generally, is to learn how to deal with something like this. But as soon as I hear that there's a reading involved and a curse involved, I get concerned about readers who are attempting to gain money off the fear and misfortune of others. So, a few additional questions. You don't have to answer them in the chat. I'm just going to throw them out there. Did you have any suspicion about a curse or any reason to feel like there was one before you had the reading? Was it already something in your mind, beforehand? Had you already heard that this person was a practitioner? Have you already heard that this person did not like your side of the family, for instance? Is this something that you have actively noticed in other ways? So curses will usually manifest not only in the negative impact on your life, but they will also manifest in dreams. So you will probably be having a range of different nightmares, sleeplessness. You might find that weird smells start happening. My brother said that my aunt did it in front of both my brothers. Interesting. Okay. So, general PSA, not necessarily for this situation then. If a reader comes to you and says you're cursed, run for the hills. Because usually it's bullshit. 9 times out of 10 it will be bullshit, and they are trying to get your money off you. Interesting. So, in which case then I would say it's worth asking your family if there's any additional information about the belief system of your aunt, the practices that maybe carry out. And yeah, exactly, it's about knowing that you can deal with this. This isn't an undeal-withable situation. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So it's going to be about protecting what it is that is being negatively impacted, protecting the space. So cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. If you don't feel a banishing is necessary, that's fine, but cleanse and then protect, making sure that this situation is, make sure your space is locked down. If there's any objects that you think could likely be involved, move them out of the property. And then you can protect your space, protect yourself, banish any unwanted energy, return to sender a whole bunch of different spells, and hopefully wait it out. Because unless she is actively doing repeated spell work and ritual for a long time, it's unlikely that this can be maintained permanently. It takes a lot of energy to maintain a working like this long term. So either this is a lot of energy that's been put into a working, same thing, yeah, different name, slightly different practice, same principle. So we're that being said though, we may well be talking about different spirits and deities here. So we may be talking about crossroads work, we may be talking about specific spirits and deities. If any of your family is in contact with or is able to learn a little bit more, you might find specific figures, statues, candle workings that may give you an inclination as to who else might be involved in this. Because you may well find that there are spirits involved, that you may well find that there are different deities involved. That's going to be important going forwards. Generally though, protecting, cleansing, banishing, return to sender, that should lessen the side effects of it until you can find out more information. And this can be found out through tarot, through reputable, reliable readers, to see if you can gain more information, from guides if you do work with any of them, to see if you can figure out kind of the root cause here, because it may well just be a lot of energy. It may well be the addition of spirits and the like, which are going to require offerings. So it's quite likely that there will be some physical representation of that in the space, not your space, but in her space, because that's going to have to be maintained long term, especially if this curse is designed to be lasting for decades. We're talking about weekly, maybe at most monthly offerings, more likely weekly, being given on a regular basis, often in an altar type space, if a deity or a spirit is being worked with for this, and that's going to leave traces behind. So just kind of, if you have the opportunity to do a reading for that, that could be useful just to kind of figure out a little bit more. If a curse is removed, can it be replaced if consistently maintained? Yes, which is why it's very important to put those protections up. So if you are removing something, the protections go up. If you are cleansing something out, more protections go up, because it's very easy for something to just hit you straight back again. Once you've got rid of one thing, it can come back in again. So I do think it's important, though, in the chat that we don't dox anyone, even if people are doing not very nice things. Sharing of full names and personal information can be really, really dangerous for anyone. So I'm just going to throw that out there. That's not something that I will personally accept in the chat, because that is risking people's physical safety. But yeah, I'm really hoping that this situation can be improved, because this is intense, and it does happen, but for something to be maintained for so long is, yeah, it's alarming. When it comes to the offerings, it's not necessarily you that's giving them. It would be your aunt that's giving the offerings. The alternative here, of course, is if you do want to work with any deities or any spirits, then you could counter in a way. So protection in return for offerings could be another way of doing it, if that's something you feel particularly drawn to. Okay. I'm hoping that was even remotely useful, and that that your situation is resolved, because that's a freaking awful situation to be in. And then to know it's a family member too is just like an absolute slap in the face. Like, that's absolutely brutal. If the curse is aimed at love life, it can return and hit your financial goals if you try to break it. I suppose in theory, yes. It's just, it depends on how targeted that working is, because often what will happen is it will target what it sees as being the weakest link. And the reason love lives and finances are so often targeted is because they usually involve other people. And so it is your links to other people that are often what is targeted. And so that's why we will commonly see that being the case. Or if someone is already in ill health, the curse will likely target that because it is the weakest point in their life. That's not to say that someone's relationships are weak or that your finances are weak, but more that where our lives join other people's, those links are often easier to break than other things. And so you'll often find that curses will target those things. Oh, perfect. Santa Muerte. Yes. I can't really say much more than that. I would, if you can, make more vulnerable. That's a better way of putting it. More vulnerable. It is the points where it is easiest to put in doubt, where it's easier to push buttons to get it to snap. But yeah, I would, if you already work with Santa Muerte, then it could be worth putting a petition in for additional protection and following through with that, because I think that would definitely help in this situation. And likely, depending on your relationship, you could be asking for even more assistance than that if you're willing to make that agreement. But obviously that's going to be between you and Santa Muerte. But hopefully it works out, because it's a horrible situation to be in. I can't even imagine what it must be like to actually live it. Which TV show or movie character do you think serves as the best depiction of witchcraft? Oh, that's a really difficult one. That is a really, really difficult one. Okay, so... There's so many different facets to this, though. Okay. Let me have a little think. See, I have a little short list, and I think it's going to depend on which specific style we're talking about. So, for a... Okay. Brain is thinking. For a realistic... I've still got two in my head that I'm not sure about. For a realistic version of witchcraft, we are looking at either the girls from the craft at the start of the movie, not the end. I'm talking up until halfway in. That is a very realistic form of magical practice for the average practitioner. You know, you stumble across witchcraft or someone introduces you to it, you play around with it, you do some rituals on the beach before things start going bonkers, right? That's very realistic. And also their style of practice as well, where they're using the things that they've got, they're doing makeshift initiation rituals. That is really realistic. Not the second half of the craft, though. I don't like the second half of the craft. If we're talking realistic Wicca, we're talking... the Love Witch, whatever her name is. I've already forgotten whatever her name is from the Love Witch. What is her name? No, it's not Diane. Oh my goodness, I actually can't remember. I'm sure many of you will remember more than I do. Elaine, that's it. Elaine from the Good Witch. Not Elaine from the Good Witch, Elaine from the Love Witch. The Good Witch is what's on my screen right now. That's a very realistic representation of Wicca for a lot of people who join the craft. Now, there are caveats to that. When I say average, I'm looking at the entire collection of people who try Wicca and witchcraft. And the majority of people who join the craft do it for personal gain. Elaine was drawn to Wicca for love. That was her obsession. That's what she wanted more than anything else. And so while she was a member of that coven and she was initiated into that coven and she did workings with that coven, her primary focus was what she could get out of that coven environment. The rituals in that are great, super accurate, really, really good. Pretty accurate for the average person who wants to join Wicca. Most people don't get that far, though, to be initiated or anything. So that one is really realistic. If we're talking folklore and tidbits of information, I think the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina has it. I think that Sabrina Spellman takes the cake on that one, because that is so rammed full of information from the practices that I was going to say grandmas, that's not what I want. The aunts practice, to Ambrose, to the astral projection and the use of spirits as familiars. That one, for me, takes the cake as number one. Now, of course, there are others that I absolutely love. I love the all of the women in Practical Magic, but it is less. Is it less accurate? No, it's pretty accurate. But no, the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina still takes it. I just love it. Like, I know that some people really don't like the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, and I think it is great. I still haven't seen the last season though, so that might change my mind. But oopsies, it's only been out for how many years, and I still haven't seen the last season. Typical. Okay. Right. How's the candle business going? It is going pretty good, actually. We had a little bit of a mess up with Etsy. Well, no, I didn't have a mess up with Etsy. Etsy messed up Etsy. Etsy completely messed up Etsy. So mostly it's events, and I really enjoy doing them. I think they're lots of fun. I'm actually doing a talk at the next event, and I'm so scared. I'm freaking out. So I'm having to stand up and do a talk, and I am not looking forward to it in the slightest. I like doing this. I like talking to a camera. I don't like looking at people because people are scary. But I'm doing a talk at the next event, so that's kind of exciting. I'm thinking if I say it enough, I'll believe it. So we just have to hope that goes that goes okay. We'll see. We'll have to see. So yeah. Oh, jumped. Oh no. I'm somewhere around here. I was given tarot cards by a good friend who is experienced with them. I'm still learning to work my energy. Can I still get to know these cards, or wait until I learn to build protection circles? You can definitely use them now, definitely. You can get to know the cards, especially just getting to know them. That could be just every day pulling a card, having a look at the artwork, seeing if you can figure out what it means, checking a book, and then putting it back in the deck again. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. For a general protection circle, though, that is always good to learn. Just generally speaking, that's always one of the first things that I'd recommend people learning. So that is something I would recommend doing before you start doing proper readings, if it is something that does concern you about not having it, because often that concern can build up to fear and the like, and then that can have a negative impact on your reading. So if you are particularly concerned, then I would say wait fully until you have some protection circles. Otherwise, you can start learning the cards. How do I protect myself from fairies? I don't really believe in it, but I always find my stuff has been moved, misplaced, or is gone altogether. So, you can't entirely. And this is one of those questions where there's a lot more to it. So, the fair folk are an umbrella term that contain hundreds, thousands of different varieties of fae. The fae are in some cases considered earthbound spirits, in others they are not, which makes it a little bit tricky. So sometimes you can use protections that work against earthbound spirits to shield against the fae, and in other cases you can't because they aren't earthbound fae, which makes it a little bit confusing. It's a little bit like saying, how do I protect myself against fish? And it's like, okay, but which kind of fish? Because some fish you don't really need to protect yourself from and they're pretty okay. And then some fish you're probably definitely going to want to protect yourself from, but you might not encounter them that often. And sometimes the protection that you put for one fish is not going to work for the other kind of fish. And unfortunately, the fae aren't quite as simple as just taking them out of the water. But even then, lungfish can breathe on air, so that's not even going to work on that either. So it's that kind of level of complex. There are, of course, ways that you can protect. So you can use protection sigils. You can use protection crystals. You can use protections that, generally speaking, deter earthbound spirits. These would be like rowan berries, rowan charms, and the like. You can do some candle spells for protection. You can use salt as a form of protection. You can use iron as a form of protection. But not all fae dislike iron. Not all fae are deterred by salt. Not all fae are earthbound. And not all fae care. And so the general best consensus that I would say is to be, even if you don't believe it, be nice, say hello, ask if they can give your things back, and then ask if they will leave. And do so kindly. Do so nicely, in like, I don't feel super comfortable with you being here. Would you be able to give me my things back, please? I would really appreciate if they weren't being taken, and if you wouldn't interfere with this home anymore. Be nice about it, see what happens. Do that, and then put some protections up. That could generally be quite useful, but I find that with the fae, asking them is generally the best course of action, because they do tend to listen if you ask them. And if you want to put like little protection symbol before your front door, it doesn't have to be big. You can even just draw it, like if you get condensation on windows, or just use some water on your finger. If you can find a sigil, you don't even necessarily have to make one yourself. You can find one, and we just actually check if there are any out there. Let's have a look, see. What does this one contain? Bum, 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 bum. I mean, there's loads of protection sigils out there. Many of them just freely available on the internet that can help. And if you draw them like on windows, doors, and mirrors in like water for protection, that might assist. But if a fairy wants in, it will typically get in. Usually, though, they're looking for entertainment. They're looking for someone to play with them. And if you were to say, you know, this is not something that we want here, please could you not? They will often listen and move on to someone who is more interested in playing their games. Because a lot of fae that do this kind of behaviour, this like trickstery behaviour, are often they're wanting attention, and they're wanting attention in the way that they want it. And if they're not going to get that, they will move on to someone who will give it to them in the way that they want. Okay, where was I? I am here. Do you think that there is enough space for new witchcraft YouTubers? What topics do you miss in the space? I don't watch witchcraft YouTube. Not because I don't like witchcraft YouTubers, but because it is my job, it is my hobby, it is my passion in life. And so for me, if I were to watch it in my spare time as well, it would just be complete overdrive. I think there's always an opportunity for new people in the community, because I think it's always good to learn from new voices. And I think that difference in style and opinion is really valuable for people. What I will say, as someone who is actively present in the community, is it is nowhere near as easy now as it was before. When a lot of the witchcraft YouTubers that you see now started, myself included, we're talking like pre-COVID. And even during COVID, there was a massive, massive spike in the views on witchcraft content. And you'll see this probably across most people's content. If they were around pre-COVID and then during, you'll see that the views during COVID went massively high. And that gave the opportunity, more people are watching content, they will watch more content. Whereas now we're seeing a massive nosedive in the views of witchcraft content, because people aren't staying inside. People do have more control over their lives again, that we're seeing that less people are viewing witchcraft content. And if less people are viewing witchcraft content, that's less people to watch a mass of channels. So I think there's always space for more content creators, always, because it's a different perspective. But I think it's definitely going to be more difficult now than it was before, just because there's less focus on witchcraft than there was previously. Right. Can you see spirits, hear them, or their energies? It depends on what they fancy sharing at that given time. So I've seen spirits, I've heard spirits, I've smelled spirits, things have moved by spirits, I've been touched by spirits, you know, you name it. I will have experienced it likely at some point in time, but it's not always the same with all spirits. I find that some spirits will come through in certain ways and others will come through differently. So shades will typically always come through to me with no sound, no smell, nothing. They are just present. Like, they're just physically, I can visually see them. I don't get anything else from them. With the fair folk, same again. I will typically get visuals, but I won't get sounds and smells. That tends to not be how they come through. Whereas with the human dead, I will often get sounds and smells, but I won't always get visuals. And I find it very much depends on the type of spirit and how they want to present themselves. I can sense spirits, but not always. It depends on how well they are masking, like how well they are keeping themselves to themselves. And it also depends on how strong that spirit is. So there are some places where I will walk into a room and I will go, oh, no, this is not happening. There are sometimes in my own home where I can sense that something is standing in a corner. I'm aware that it's there, but I'm not getting anything else. So I can sense that it's there, but I can't see it, I can't smell it, I can't hear it, nothing. And then there are other times where a spirit will literally take me by surprise. Case in point, when one decided to pull tissues out of a tissue box, where I had no idea they were there. They were just keeping themselves to themselves. I could not even sense that they were there until they started pulling tissues out of a tissue box. And then I'm like, oh, hello, there you are. I find it very much is on an individual basis, because while we can control how we present ourselves, we can control the amount of energy that we put out, spirits are also able to do the same, and they are able to adjust the amount of energy that they put out as well. So they can completely fly under the radar, and you can have like the most sensitive person ever just not notice. The exception to this would be someone like a medium. Mediums are far more in tune than the average person is, even if they are experienced at sensing spirits. Mediums step above. I mean, a lot of the mediums that I've met say that like they, in their training, they weren't able to sleep because the spirits were there all of the time. They were talking constantly because they've realized that this person can hear me all of the time. This person can see me all of the time. And now this is mainly mediums in training. You do kind of learn to put the dampeners on it and to give yourself peace. But there are people in training who've said like, I can't sleep. I can't do anything. They are there all of the time. They never leave me alone. And that can be quite tricky if you are in that situation. The average person doesn't end up in that situation, but for mediums, they can definitely end up that way if they aren't careful. That's why having boundaries and having protections is really important. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Skaith? Skaith sounds right, but it might not be. I'm really sorry, the Shadow Druid. Thank you so much for the little black cat too. The best kind, arguably, black cats. So yeah, this is a really interesting topic. I really like this one. Are numbers related to witchcraft? I see numbers like 666, 555, 111, 333 all the time. They can be. Definitely. So you have a lot of numerology there. So you could apply the numerology, but also they are considered signs, potentially, depending on the individual, where it might be something of significance. And I find this a lot with my life. If I can get double numbers, triple numbers, I get a lot of, for me, it's time. Like everyone in my life knows this by now. My phone is full of screenshots of time, because I will literally like be in the car and I'll look down for like 2 seconds while I'm getting ready to go, double numbers. I will then get out the car on the other side. What do I get? Double numbers all over again. I will go and top up my electricity meter, double numbers on the screen. Every day of the week, all of the time, I get double. It's got to the point where it's kind of spooky. It's kind of spooky because it's literally everything. Like, I will literally just click on my phone once that entire day, like first thing in the morning or when I'm checking Instagram or something, and double numbers every time. And it's often a symbol that you're on the right path or something of significant is occurring, something to watch out for, but often numerology. So 2 is about balance, 3 is about power and manifestation, 4 is about strength, and so on and so forth. How large is your book collection? I actually don't fully know. This is obviously the bookcase that you see in the videos, but for perspective, this is not the only bookcase. I have 3 big ones. I have a pile of books here. I have a pile of books here. I have a pile of books down there. I've got books across the back of the sofa. I have piles of books upstairs. Bad. I think that's the only way to describe it. And then I have all the ebooks and the audiobooks, and it's a problem. That's why I'm trying to work through my to be read pile. So if anyone has wondered, oh, Hearth, you've not mentioned going down to Glastonbury this year. I'm doing it for self-preservation reasons, because I know that if I set foot in Courtyard Books, I'm coming out with a ginormous stack of them. And I don't have enough bookshelf space for that. Some might say I don't have enough bookshelves rather than having too many books, but my house would disagree because I have nowhere else to put bookcases. I have at least a couple of 100 books. Shall I actually check? Can I check how many I scanned? Will it let me? I have at least several hundred books at this point, I think. It's a problem. I need to, like, actively be working my way through them. I also, this is not a question that I've been given on tonight's stream, but I also get this question asked a lot, and so I feel like I need to answer it somewhere. And I always get asked, why do you keep the books that you don't like? And I feel like this is one of those questions where if you were just a casual reader, I would probably agree. Like, I don't like the book Witch by Lisa Lister, is it? I personally don't like that book. Some people love it. I don't like it. I keep it in my collection because that allows me to share information with people who don't have that book. I feel like this is something that is the difference between reading for work and reading for pleasure. I do both, but for me, a bad book is still a valuable book. It's just a valuable book in a different way. Like, for me, if I really, really don't like a book, I want to keep it so that I can see if my perspective changes over time. Or I will keep it because some of the references in the back might be really good. Like, I don't like the author's work, but that doesn't mean that I don't like what they are referencing. And then if I really, really don't like a book, I will keep it and it will go on my bookshelf of shame, where all of my most hated books go. And I will stare at my bookshelf of shame when I feel a dose of rage. And I will use that as a benchmark of the kind of book you don't want to be. If you end up on my bookshelf of shame, you know you've done something wrong, because not many books end up on my bookshelf of shame. I have 3 books on the bookshelf of shame so far. More may be coming, but there are 3 books on there. Maybe 4. And I will use them as like reference points. So this is like the benchmark of, this is a book on a topic I really, really don't like, and these are the ones that I do like, and here are the differences between them. Because I know I shouldn't have to say this, but I do. Just because I don't like a book doesn't mean that someone else will also dislike that book. You know? You need to know which, as in which books are on the bookshelf of shame. I can tell you 2 of them. The other one is beloved to a lot of people, but I don't like it. The 2 so far that are on the bookshelf of shame, besides everything by Mary Silver, who is definitely AI generated, is Witch by Lisa Lister. If I have to hear the phrase pussy to the earth one more time, I might lose my goddamn mind. And I'm not even exaggerating. It's like 100 times in the first 4 chapters. It's ridiculous. Also completely excludes men and anyone who don't identify as female at birth as practicing witchcraft. You're basically just not allowed to. Appalling. No. It's, some people love it. Some people love it. I am just not that kind of person. And you will find it has simultaneously a cult following and a cult dislike all at the same time. The other one is a book called Hex Your Ex. And I got it as just like a little book, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna check this out. Maybe it's cute, because I'm often after books on more unusual topics. It is bright pink. It has a picture of dolls stuck with pins on the front, and I'm like, this is so stereotypical, but you know what? I'm gonna check it out, and I'm gonna give it a read. For perspective, I will have to read both of these books again to really make sure that my opinion on them still stands, because obviously people change over time and whatnot. But the book is called Hex Your Ex, right? You would assume it is about hexes and curses. Foolish me for thinking that. Whatever would have given me that idea. And then it spends the first chapter basically bullying you into believing that you're a piece of shit if you practice cursing and hexing, and the rest of the book has got nothing to do with it. And I'm looking at this book and I'm going, why the hell would you call it that? You could have picked any other name for this book, and instead you picked that. You picked about it's called Hex Your Ex, and in the first chapter of the book they're like, oh yeah, you're a terrible person if you even consider hexing and cursing anyone, and what about the rule of 3, and what about the Wiccan Reed? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what is happening here? Have I entered into an alternative universe where book covers no longer match the books anymore? Because, like, I am certain that the cover of this book, yep, it says Hex Your Ex. And even the information on the back of it is like, do you want to get revenge on this person that did you wrong? And like I will double check, because what I never ever want is to be like bashing a book for no reason. But I was so confused by this. So this is Hex Your Ex, 100 edgy spells and rituals to help you get what you want, whether it's money, love, revenge, happiness, or whatever else your heart desires. It's time to get what you want on your own terms. From making more money, righting wrongs, getting revenge, and finding much deserved happiness, the magic in Hex Your Ex will help you accomplish everything you want your way. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, that sounds great, that sounds great, that sounds great. So why on earth was it that in like the first chapter they're basically telling people that like doing this is wrong? Like not even like I even found wait, did I actually write in my little notes next to this book information about this? The book is called Hex Your Ex, yet it spends a large amount of time shaming everyone who chooses to undertake negative spell work, and instead includes a lot of spells that have nothing to do with hexing your ex. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really surprise me. Yeah. So that has ended up on the bookshelf of shame. There are other books that have ended up on the bookshelf of shame, but they are... It sounds like baiting people who are okay with baneful magic so they can feel superior. Honestly, yeah. That is what it felt like massively. Like, it's marketed towards a certain type of person, and then it spends like the first chapter basically telling you that you're a piece of shit for picking up the book because you thought it was as advertised. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I get confused over the obvious title that you put on your book? Shocker. The other books on my shame pile are books that are just very, very outdated. So there's a few books by Raymond Buckland on there that are, when you read the language now, you're like, oh, I don't like that. And while I can fully understand that not everyone is going to mind that, and of course it is a product of its time, that doesn't necessarily mean that I would feel comfortable sharing that book and me saying like, you should definitely get this book, because there is language in it that is not acceptable today in any way, shape or form. And that is seen in several books that were written during a certain time period. Some I can overlook more than others. So there's some questionable things in the Witch's Bible, but I did discuss it in the Love Witch video because they used the Witch's Bible as the foundation for the spells in that movie. So if I didn't mention it, that would have been really strange. Would I recommend that you go out and buy that book as your only source of information on Wicca? No, because of some of the language that's used in it. But there are some Raymond Buckland books where I read them and I'm like, oh, no, but like actually, you can't say that. Like, could you even say that then? What is happening? So they end up on the bookshelf of shame for that exact reason. And it just helps me to keep on track of which ones I'm happy to recommend and which ones I'm not. There are some books where the language in it is awful and maybe the content is amazing, but that doesn't make me comfortable with recommending that book. So, bookshelf of shame. Right. Let's have a look-see. Oh, I'm not even joking. There's literally... Wait, I found loads of reviews about this book. Sorry. Hang on. Listen to some of these. So, I do not recommend this book. There is literally not one hex. It just tells you to be a better person and that's how you hex them. Use white magic. It doesn't know how to summarize. what obviously should have been cut back and adds words to the point of redundancy. Not one spell or page with words in this waste of dead trees helped me. If I didn't like the aesthetics on the cover / the feeling the small size of the book, I would have returned it the moment I had done reading a few pages. And another one. This book really upset me. It's a total lie. I ordered the book to get real hexes to do on X's, which it does not have any of. It's all blessings and it's completely useless. I am offended that they used the name Hex Your X and didn't put a single hex in the book and instead filled it with blessings. If I wanted a book on blessings, I would have ordered a book on blessings. Yeah, exactly. It's the whole, like, this is why it ended up on the shelf of shame, because the entire book is like, you're a piece of shit for wanting to hex your ex. Have you tried killing them with kindness? Did you know black magic is evil? How about white magic? And I'm reading this book and I'm literally wanting to rip my eyeballs out of my skull. And I was like, no, this is for the tube. This is for the YouTube. We need to know what this book is like. And the thing is, it goes on. There's more. Like, this book is not worth it. All the spells have been published before, which I did not know about. Someone even got a book that was upside down. The entire book is upside down inside their book. That's honestly impressive. Yeah, there are loads of reviews like that as well. Like, it's not a book on spells, just some tiny ceremony, visualization and affirmation. What else have we got? It's cute, but from the title, I expected a book of spells focusing on the X. Instead, it's just average, everyday, same old spell book. Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased. If you're going to write a book, have the title match the content. It seems like such a simple concept, doesn't it? Like, if I am writing a book about fairy witchcraft, I'm going to call it Fairy Witchcraft. That actually brings me to another point. There is a book on fairy witchcraft that actually has nothing to do with fairy witchcraft, and ironically it is called Fairy Witchcraft, but it's actually fairy witchcraft, not the same thing. I bought the book thinking it was fairy witchcraft. Hundreds of other people bought the book thinking it was fairy witchcraft. It's got nothing to do with fairies. It's so annoying when that happens, especially because that's the thing, like, I am happy to buy books, right? I will spend money to buy books because it's part of my job. I can buy all of these books. It's part of my work. It's it goes into it. There are so many people who really, really love books, but don't necessarily have the money to buy a lot of them. And so when they buy a book and it's a bullshit book about something that's completely different than why they purchased it, that has got to be the most infuriating thing ever, because if you've spent your hard-earned money on a book that you think is going to help your magical practice, and then being disappointed because the book isn't what it claimed to be, that is ridiculous. Like, that is so freaking stupid. Like, drives me up the bloody wall. Right. Move off that topic before I rage any more than I already have. Let's go with this one. How do you maintain a relationship with your servitors? Do you do something daily, regularly, and how? I communicate with them every day, and that is about it. Basically, I don't do massive amounts. The daily communication is the energy that is used to sustain, as well as any general communication I have outside of that. So I will always communicate at least once at a set time every day, usually before I go to bed. And if I do any more during the day, that's simply extra. If I need anything in particular, sitting on my leg again because I'm comfy. If I need anything in particular, then candles will be burned for a set number of days that has been decided upon in advance. So it's usually 7 days. So that's how I work that. That's just how I've always done it. I know you can do far more, but I'm simple. I'm simple when it comes to my practice. I try to do as little as possible and get the most out of that. How do we learn the fundamentals like energy work? I have a series of videos on my channel that is called Beginner 101, I think, that covers energy sensing, energy manipulation, visualization, these kind of topics. I would also recommend the book Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. Fantastic book for this purpose. Okay. Do you do any return to sender stuff for added protection? I don't actively do anything unless I need to. That's basically my entire magical practice, is if I don't need to, I probably won't. And so if needed, I will do things that I wouldn't normally do. And if I don't need to, then I won't. It sounds very vague, but that's probably the best description. Okay. What was the outcome of your first servitor, and have you ever had a servitor become rogue? I still have my first servitor in active use. Never had one go rogue, mostly because I don't give them the opportunity to. They would always have either a time limit or they have a goal in mind, and they always have a consistent supply of food, energy. And so if they hit the time limit, poof. If they achieve their goals, poof. If they get consistent energy, there's no reason for them to be going anywhere else. So in which case you're pretty okay. But if they do start getting a bit flighty, you can kind of just dismantle them and then start again. So I've never really had massive problems with that yet. Touch wood. Never know what might happen. Oh my goodness, if I didn't scribble, I'm really sorry. Let me see if I can get up. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I completely missed it. I feel awful. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mercury retrograde. Let's go with that. At least I didn't say anything that I said earlier again. And I've not accidentally ended the stream yet, so that's honestly a miracle. Thank you so much. It means so much to me. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. I'm so sorry. Okay, so for this one, I do actually have several videos on Ostara on my channel already that I would recommend checking out if you haven't already, because that's going to give kind of way more inspiration and advice. My best advice for celebrating Ostara is to try not to put so much into it that it becomes overwhelming. I completely get it. First anything, first Ostara, first Beltane, first Samhain, so exciting. You want to do everything. I'd say the best piece of advice, besides everything that I give in those other videos, is to enjoy the energy of it. And also remember that if you don't manage to do everything that you want to do tomorrow, the energy of Ostara is going to linger after that point. It might not be as heightened, but it is still present. And so you can still continue to work with them. Work with it after that point. How do you lose fear over learning magical things? Like, it's a belief which intimidates me. How to grow over this feeling? Okay, so this is something that I have found a lot. Mainly in people who have grown up Christian. Now, that's not guaranteed to be in this case, but that is something that I've noticed is it tends to be found more prevalently in people who've grown up in quite extreme Christian households. See if I can find I can't find the quote that I was looking for, but there is a quote, you know, I forget where it comes from. Honestly, it might come from some stupid oh, that's it. Okay, ironically, it comes from Harry Potter. I'm going to once again reiterate that I do not contain the behaviour, the actions, or the beliefs of the author in question. However, I do enjoy the work, which is really, really annoying because it makes me enjoy the work considerably less because of everything. That being said, fear of the name increases fear of the thing itself, right? That quote, I probably paraphrased it, but that quote right there is really, really significant. Because people who grew up in very, very religious backgrounds have this tactic that they employ. And I'm going to call it a tactic because it's a form of control. In that, once again, I'm going to reiterate, this is not me hating on Wiccans, this is not me hating on Christians, this is me saying that people who have escaped a very oppressive Christian background, emphasis on very oppressive Christian background, tend to have this fear. That doesn't mean all Christians, that doesn't mean every single person. When I'm talking about this, I'm very specifically talking about people who were punished for learning things outside of their belief system, who weren't given the option, who weren't given any access to anything, and commonly were told that if they learned anything about witchcraft, they were sinning. If they even learned the name of a practice, or if they did anything to learn about something outside of Christianity, they were evil. That happens way more often than people seem to think. Maybe that's just because we see the brunt of it in the witchcraft community of the people who've had to deal with this kind of environment. And even if that's not the kind of environment where you've come from, there is this idea that if you even learn about something, you are at risk. And this often comes from this fear of, it's this fear of the unknown, and that learning about the unknown is going to make it worse. Like, I already fear the unknown, but what if the truth is worse than the unknown? And I find this a lot in ex-Christians, because there is this idea that it is sinful to even consider going against your religion. Even though there are many, many Christian witches who have very valuable and successful magical practices, it is this innate fear. And that is really, really hard to shake. Because when you have this inbuilt fear around even just learning about something, you can't get to the point where you realize whether what you're learning about is even scary in the first place. So I think the first step is to maybe baby step into a topic. So if you are concerned about learning about spirits, for instance, learning about spirit work in case something bad happens, tiptoe into smaller topics. Maybe start with ancestors. You know, what's the worst that can come from that? Obviously, some ancestors might not be very nice, but you are still dealing with people in your bloodline. It's a little bit more controlled, a little bit more manageable. And then once you've kind of learned a little bit about ancestors and you're like, okay, so this wasn't super bad. What about angels? How about I start learning about angels? That's kind of close to home. Let's go with that. So learn a little bit about angels. And then you go, okay, well, I am curious about kind of like human spirits. So I'll try a little bit of that and see if I feel comfortable. And it's about just sort of gently expanding your field little by little, and then you can become more and more comfortable with expanding your horizons. Because the hardest bit about this is that if you were learning about a topic that was legitimately scary, I could understand the fear of learning about it. But what becomes so ingrained in so many people is the fear of learning. And then you're never sure whether what you're going to learn about is actually going to be scary or if it's actually going to be fine, but you have to get past that hurdle of starting. So maybe the option here is to do learning in a more controlled environment. So if, for instance, what a lot of people are scared of when it comes to witchcraft is that they will start learning about it and immediately they're going to start getting increased spirit encounters, increased energy, like it's going to just immediately go haywire. While a lot of the time we do see an increase in energy and we do see an increase in spirit encounters, it usually isn't a violent, extreme, instantaneous thing. But what you might want to do is learn about a topic in a controlled space. So maybe this is you carrying a pouch of salt and you have that in your lap whilst you're reading. It's a protective agent, so it can just add a little bit of extra comfort during the process. Or if you want to be burning some protection incense in the room that you're going to be reading in, just so that you can feel, even subconsciously, a little bit more protected than you were before, it will help you relax into learning about the topics. And then I feel like you're going to reach a point where you know that you're going to be okay. Like, you can learn about the most heinous topic ever, like proper intense, like baneful cursing and whatnot, but ultimately they are just words and it is just information, and you don't have to do anything with that information, and the information itself is not going to do anything to you either. And that is so difficult to get out of believing, especially if, I mean, I've met people who've actively been punished for even just reading, like literally, I know it's coming back to the same topic again, but literally like reading Harry Potter. They have been like actively punished in their community for reading a fantasy novel just because it was about witchcraft. And I feel like anyone who comes from that kind of background, that extreme background, it's very difficult to get out of. So give yourself grace, I think, in all of this. Like, it's never going to be a quick fix. Give yourself grace and know that these are going to be, yeah, that's what I mean. That kind of attitude of like having like the risk of physical harm just for reading a fantasy novel. Like, when you've been brought up in that kind of an environment, it can no doubt be really, really scary to pick up a book on the real topic, because it's like ingrained in you. It's like people who are scared every time they break a glass because their childhood was that stressful that breaking a glass was a really bad thing to do, and that fear still is triggered in them even 30, 40 years later. It's not easy. Oh my goodness, my friend wasn't allowed to watch the Smurfs as a kid because of the Magick. That's bonkers to me. They're blue. You know what? They're blue and they're imaginary. Like, being in that environment is very, very hard to shake. So definitely always give yourself grace, even if you're not struggling it to that like extreme degree. Toe dip, create a safe space, go at it gradually, and kind of progress forwards that way. Okay, let's have a look. See. Do you use more protective magic if you're having bad luck? You definitely can. So you can kind of counter it that way. You can try and figure out where the bad luck is coming from and see if you can kind of work your way around it that way. But you can do good luck spells to help balance out your luck, or you can do protection to help limit the amount of bad luck, typically. Jehovah's Witnesses have a weird issue with Smurfs. That's a really odd thing to pick. You know, of all of the things that you could choose, the Smurfs, it's a choice. They're blue and animated. That I'm actually blown away by that. If you were gonna have a problem with anything, I'd have thought you'd have had a problem with like Ice Age. You know, nothing quite like proving the existence of evolution, or honestly any Magick TV show. I'm curious, does anyone remember? Oh my goodness, what was it called? Was it called Obos? Obos. Please say it was called Obos. It was a weird TV show. Ubos. Sorry, that was really aggressive. Ubos. So it was aired from 2001 to 2002. Oh my goodness, it was absolutely incredible. Amazing. If you were lucky to be graced by Ubos. So it was it's a Canadian, is it a Canadian TV show? A Canadian children's animated TV show produced by BKN International. Why did I feel like it was German? No, Canadian. Don't know why I thought it was German. Anyway, absolutely phenomenal. If you have a chance to watch it, it is cringe as hell. But it is great. I'd have thought they'd have picked something like that, you know? Something... Yeah, I am just as blown away, Shane. Like, I genuinely am kind of speechless over Smurfs being the danger number one. Smurfs. Oh, they'd lose their mind if you turned up in a blue gimp suit dressed up like Papa Smurf. That sounds quite entertaining, actually. That's a little bit of the evil in me, is just, yeah, pushing people's boundaries just a little bit. Smurfs, why the hell Smurfs? Like, I get there's like magic in it, but there's not like that much magic in it, you know? Like, do you use scrying mirrors? And if you have you seen anything in them? So I do use scrying mirrors, not super often, because I tend to rely on tarot more than anything, but definitely scrying in general. So crystal ball, I mean, I did briefly speak about it earlier. They have one in the Chalice Well the White Spring in Glastonbury. And I was there one year and I was sitting at the King of the Fairy altar. And there they have this crystal ball and I'm looking at it and then there is a face in the crystal ball. And that was the first moment I started working with Keranos. So very, very effective. I've scryed in water, scryed in crystal balls, scryed in mirrors. I find water the best, I think, of all of them. But all are practical in their own ways. Bum, bum, bum. Where do you get the goddess statues that hold the crystal spheres? I pinch them out of my own shop, but they do come from an artist. So they come from Summer Isle Trading is the artist, and I stock them on the store when I have them in stock. At the minute I'm all out. I need to place another order from him. But I tend to nick them from my own stall. If I see something I like, I will nick it from my own stall because I'm allowed to do that because I own it. Right, where am I? I am... Do you feel that people who are witchy tend to have light bulbs flicker when they're near, computers go wonky, electrical stuff go crazy? Yes, 1000%. I am a liability when it comes to technology, and I always have been. And most practitioners that I know are pretty much the exact same. We just have problems with technology. That's why we prefer books most of the time. Yeah, it's often because of this like aura field, like this energy field. That makes me sound super conspiracy theory, but you know, like the aura that has like the colours, that's just an energy field. And if you have more control over it, it's very close to your body, and if you have less control over it, it's very far out. And so if you are particularly connected to magical practice, maybe you've just started learning but you don't have that much control yet, you will often find that your energy field is a lot wilder, it's a lot wider, and so it has more of a chance to impact electronics, other people and the like, especially if you're highly emotional. Like if you have a lot of anger, if you're really sad, if you're really happy, you'll often find that there are flares in it, and that then influences how sporadic your field is and how much it influences other things. And I feel like on this same topic, I need to be touching on this, is that I've met so many people who think that your aura is one colour permanently forever. And I just feel like I should just PSA that most people's aura will like change over their lifetimes. Like, if you can see aura colors, someone might be more overwhelmingly one color. So I used to do it as like a parlor trick when I was in college. I used to like tell people about themselves when I didn't know them. It was great. But they would be like, so I had someone who was overwhelmingly like mustard yellow. But that doesn't mean that like they would be overwhelmingly mustard yellow forever. It would mean that like at that point in their life, on that day, they would be overwhelmingly mustard yellow. But then the next day they might be more green, or the next year they might be all blue, as like things change, because the aura field is an indication of us as individuals. It's the way that like we express ourselves through energy is through the aura field. So like I used to have a really red aura when I was a teenager. I probably don't anymore. Like that's probably changed. People will come and go, and so you'll meet some people, especially some readers, where they'll be like, oh, your aura is black. I'm like, sure, like right this second, probably because you're talking to me. Like, give me 5 minutes and it'll be pink again. It's fine. You get that quite a lot, where you will have people where they'll slide into your DMs and they'll be like, your aura is really red. You have a curse. It's like, do I? Or am I just having a pretty annoyed day? And so I'm just feeling a little bit more fiery today, but later it'll be fine. So just be mindful of that, because that is one of the scams that readers will implement, is the whole like, not only is it like, oh, you're cursed, it will be like, I can sense your auric field is wrong. It's black, like the devil. They'll pull that stunt quite a bit, so just be mindful of that. Do you think aura fields could link to the colours linked to wavelengths? Yes. It wouldn't surprise me at all, because they change with how we are expressing energy. It adapts and it shifts. And so I could look at one person at the start of a day and it would be green, and then I'd look at them later and it'd be brown. And it's like, that must be influenced by something that's happened in their day. And so I would say a little bit like how energy works on wavelengths. I see no reason why the aura field colours wouldn't work in a similar way. It's an interesting topic. I definitely need to learn more about it. Is that the same thing as having a lot of static electricity? No, but I have also noticed that I've always been an incredibly staticky person. Always. I give myself and everyone else electric shocks all of the time. And so I do think that kind of probably plays a part in that, though to be fair, I am particularly drawn to electricity anyway. So it might show a proclivity? Oh, look at me using a big word. I'm hoping that's right. A proclivity towards a particular style of magic. I need to check this. Proclivity. Let's see. An inclination or predisposition towards something. Haha! I got it right this time. Okay. So yeah, it's one of those where I think it may well be that like some people have things happen more to them than others. I've always been a very electric-y person, so like I have to be very, very careful with plug sockets. So for reference, if you don't already know, the UK has plug sockets where you can turn them on or off. So I think in America, plug sockets are on all of the time. Like whether something is plugged in or not, they are on all of the time. Hence, don't stick forks in plug sockets. In the UK, we have switches on our plug sockets. So if you plug something into a plug socket and it's turned off, there's no electricity coming out of that plug socket. You have to turn it on a switch to get it to come out. So I've always found my entire life, even if a plug socket is off, I will still get it to arc into the plug I'm plugging into it. So by that I mean like as I'm heading towards the plug socket, it will literally be sparking blue as I'm putting the plug in, even though the power is switched off. And it's always been that way with everything. I can feel electricity in computers, I can feel it in phones, I can feel it through people. So if someone is holding a phone that's plugged into the mains and I touch them, I can feel them because they vibrate. I've always been that sensitive to electricity. Most of my family on my dad's side has always been. And so I can do it to my mum, and my mum will be like, I have no idea what you're feeling. I can't feel anything. But me and my dad will be like, oh, it buzzes. I can feel this. Like if my laptop is plugged into the mains, it statically vibrates, and then I can zap people. It's fun. But that's just my natural proclivity towards electricity. Other people might find that they have that same with water. They find that water goes crazy around them. Pipes keep bursting. Taps keep turning on by themselves. Temperature fluctuations, pressure fluctuations that can't be explained by anything else. That'll be something that they feel particularly connected to. Or you'll have some people where they can't go near a flame without it rising really, really high. And they can stand there for ages and make sure that the air isn't moving, but it will still be burning super duper high. And that is something that is particularly responsive to them. I think a lot of people, they have something that they are particularly drawn to, and that's maybe the first sign of a particular connection to witchcraft, is when you start noticing things like that kind of happening more and more and more. But yeah, I blow light bulbs all the time. All the time. Light bulbs, I'm terrible with electronic devices. I kill them on a regular basis. Less so now because I'm more in control of my energy than I was. But when I was a teenager, nightmare. Don't have me near anything. I will electrocute anything I touch. It got to be a bloody problem because it's horrible. Static electricity is awful because you always zap yourself in the process. And I used to kill every electronic device I owned. Used to go wacky. I still do. You can guarantee that if I'm pissed off, the printer won't work. Every time, if I'm in a bad mood, you know the printer is not going to play ball, and I will want to yeet it out of an upstairs window, but I can't because printers are expensive. So let's have a look. See, where was I on here? Do you use charged moonlight water? If so, what do you like it for? I don't really do it anymore, mostly because my practice doesn't really call for it. You can use it for cleansings, you can use it for protection workings, glamour spells, all kinds of different stuff. It's very, very versatile. I actually have an entire video on my channel about it if that is a topic you do want to learn more about. But generally, anything that needs additional potency you can add. And if you use certain types of moon water, so new moon water from like waning moon water, you can get a different response out of that. My partner's mum kills watches. I always thought that was awesome. Yeah, that's the thing. Some people just have this thing with electronics. It's so weird, and it so often happens like in the community, is some people just kill things. For me, it was always laptops. I would always break them. Keys would start going like, I'm a violent typer. You've seen that I'm a violent typer. Well, no, you've not seen it. You've heard that I'm a violent typer. But even so, like, I would kill things in like a ridiculously short amount of time for seemingly no reason. Weirdest thing. That's something as well. Streetlights. Runner Max has said street lights go out around me a lot. I have that too. If I'm walking, if I walk under a street lamp, it will turn off. As soon as I'm out the other side, it will come back on again. And then the next street lamp will do it. And then the next street lamp will do it. And it's weird. It doesn't happen all of the time. It usually happens if I'm particularly emotional. Like if I'm really upset, that tends to be what happens. And it is the weirdest thing because people get freaked out by it. They're like, what is actually happening? And I'm like, don't worry about it. It's fine. It happens all the time. If I walk anywhere within the vicinity of that light, the light will go off. And then I walk out the other side of its light that's not on anymore, and it'll come back on again. There is no point in streetlights existing around me because they serve no purpose at all at this point. Right, where was I? Oh no, it jumped to the bottom. I'm somewhere around here. Oh no. Oh, that was light bulb's flicker, so it's got to be around here somewhere. Can you work with the moon like you would with deities? Oh, yes, definitely. And many people do work with the moon as a deity. And there are many deities that are so deeply associated with the moon that they are almost synonymous with one another. So, yeah, definitely you can do that. And many people within Wicca do as well. So many people would choose, say, the triple goddess, but she is directly seen as being the moon goddess. That doesn't apply to all, but it can for some. How do you know how much protection you need and how often you need to redo it? Trial and error. Generally, I would say don't put up so many protections that you can't sense anything around you, because then you're going to lose your ability to sense whether something is wrong or not. Instead, I would start with minimal protections and ramp it up if you feel unwanted energies, nightmares, things like that. Increase it that way, and that way you can get a feel of if something is wrong. You'll be able to tell what it's meant to feel when it's right. Generally, you'll tell when you need to up your protections because things will start feeling not quite right. You'll get more whispers, you'll get more knocks, you'll get more nightmares, things like that. You can generally tell when you need to boost it a little bit. Okay. Let me actually just double check this one before I'm pretty certain I already know the answer, but I always double check. Yeah. Yeah, that is what I thought it was. So I had to do that first, otherwise I knew I was going to take ages. Did you ever find out more about your minor arcana birth card? No. And that is because I do what I always do, and I forgot about it. So I still need to do that. I know my major. I don't know my minor yet. So I need to do that. I need to write it down. I need to send a message to myself so that I don't forget. There we go. I've sent it to Akosia, and then I can look at it later so that I don't forget. It's the problem with the streams is that often I get to the end and I'm so knackered that I kind of just go, oh, never again. Eat some snacks, have a drink, go to bed. And then by the morning I've completely forgotten half of what we were talking about, which is sad. With amber being aged sap and coming from trees and dirt, would it pose as a good gift for the Fae and have any allure spiritually to any energies? Ooh, I don't know for the first bit. Maybe, could be worth trying. If it's a hard no, you'll know about it. If it's a maybe, you probably won't know about it, but if it's a yes, you'll know about it too. So really, you're looking for hard yeses or hard nos. And anything in between is probably a maybe. When it comes to what it connects to, though, it is often connected to immortality. And with that association, it is also linked to healing, replenishing life, and the like. It's often used in healing magic because of its like connection to this like sealing everything in and protecting it forever. So it can also be used for protection workings. Any kind of gentle, slow moving working you can use amber for. The colour is associated with prosperity, so amber is often used for kind of slow growing prosperity workings, but generally healing is what I most know it for above everything else. Can you recommend any mediums to follow or that I can talk to? Not massively. I would recommend finding someone reputable in your area. Like, I have some that are around me that I work with on the circuit, but they will work on a one-on-one basis. So I would say have a look, check out Facebook groups and Facebook pages of people in your local area and see what the general consensus is about individuals who live close to you, because you will probably have more success with someone you can be one-on-one with than someone that is thousands of miles potentially away. Is it weird to only be able to sense spirits when you send your energy out? No, that's completely normal. Like, actually, that is the way sensing spirits is done. It's just that you can get to the point where you just do it automatically. So you're always going to be like sending your energy out and bringing it back in again. That's how you're getting a feel of the environment around you. It's just that for some people, it's like an automatic intrinsic thing. And for others, it takes a little bit more time to kind of manually do it. But that's pretty much how everyone does it, even if they don't necessarily go through all of the individual steps to get there. Genuine question, what do you do with blood eclipse water? Chaos. Eclipses are very good at shaking things up. And especially when you're dealing with the blood moon as well, you have the potential for some really powerful shake-ups. Might not be everyone's preferred energy, but it could be incredibly useful in some circumstances. Right. How long did it take you to make each of your servitors, and how did you go about it? I have no idea. It wasn't like a planned process, and no idea to the other one as well. Well, no, I have ideas, right? So it's just that I didn't go through like a step-by-step process. It was one of those where I just kind of did, which isn't very useful, granted, but that's how I find a lot of my practice working out. So it was, this is the intention that I have. This is what I would like you to help me with. Here is a vessel that you could use and that I think you would like. Here is name. Here is shit ton of energy. Let's work together. And that sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but that's kind of actually the process that I went through in my brain. This is what my brain sounds like when I'm doing workings. Hand do this, candle do that, light this with this, put this on that. That's kind of how my brain works. That was basically the process. I have had so many more complex ways of doing it. I have so many other ways that I have used myself, so many other ways that I've learned about, but for whatever reason, this one particular servitor that I still work with actively was very much like, poof, okay, there we go. That's how I'm going to do it. I just makeshifted it and it works really, really well for me. Other servitors that I make now, I do in a very, very similar way. Usually they are derivatives of that primary servitor. So it is more like I have one servitor that is the central component to all of the workings, and then other servitors are born from this individual servitor. So they are extensions of the individual rather than extensions of me. So I work with the servitor and then the servitor works with other servitors as a way of offshooting it. That's not a very helpful description, granted, but that is the kind of makeshift chaos that my practice is kind of reduced into as the years have gone on. So yeah, it's one of those where it's kind of hard to explain, it's easier to do, I think. I was told it takes weeks, even months. Depends on how much energy you're putting in and how long you're putting the energy in for. If you want something that's going to last a really, really long time all in one go, then that's going to take like a really, really long time. If you want something that's just quick acting, I mean, you can make a servitor in half an hour. It doesn't need to be like a massively long drawn out process if your servitor is for short-term purposes, or if you're planning on using an external source of energy to power it. If you are planning on creating a long-term servitor and you're putting all of the energy into it at the start, like before it takes form, then that's something that can take a really, really long time. And especially servitors that are made accidentally, they are formed gradually over a massive expanse of time. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's years, sometimes it's decades. It ultimately depends on how much energy you're putting in at any given point in time. That's really the determining factor. Where was I? I am here. Hurricane water into workings. Cleansings to shake up that space, any working that needs cyclical energy or perhaps needs a complete change, fresh start, maybe even destruction. You can use it that way. It's not something that I work with personally because I live in England. We don't have hurricanes here, but I would say this kind of destructive shake up energy, like it doesn't have to be used for destruction, but for shaking up an experience or like a period in your life or a circumstance, could be really useful. Do you think that connections to animals has any meaning? Animals such as bats and birds come in my house. Maybe. I will say though, as always with these things, I tend to try to avoid like discount the mundane means. If you live in an area that is particularly birdy or batty, you're probably more likely going to be experiencing this than if you don't. If you live in a particular location that is closer to areas where they're quite high in number, you're also going to have more likelihood. If doors and windows are open very frequently, you're going to have more of this likelihood. So I'd say watch out for mundane causes, but it certainly could have a spiritual meaning. It just depends on whether this is going to be like an unusual experience for your area or whether this is kind of normal. How do you recommend working with Freya this spring? Unfortunately, I am not going to be the best person to answer that one. If anyone does actively work with Freya though, let us all know in the chat. I don't work with Freya at the moment, so for me, this isn't something I'm going to be able to have any real understanding on. I don't really even know that much about mythology, so I'm going to have to read up, I think, on this topic. Do you have to feed them energy or can you use other things? This is in regards to servitors. So you're always going to have to use energy, but it can be done in many different ways. So it can be your energy, it can be the energy of a repeating event, it can be the energy that is left over in your home, it can be energy from candles, it can be energy from the offerings of food, it can be energy from music or from dance or movement, or it can be energy from emotions. So if you have a servitor that is designed to alleviate anger, let's go with that. Your servitor could be linked to the anger that is being expressed. Therefore, the more angry a situation becomes, or the more angry a person becomes in a situation, the more fuel the servitor is getting to be able to calm down that situation. And then the servitor essentially eats itself out of existence because its job is going to deplenish its food source. And then once it's done its job, its food source is going to be gone. So therefore that servitor ceases to exist. There's lots of different options for feeding a servitor. It really just depends on circumstances and what that servitor is specifically used for. Some people will like incorporate the food into the job that it has to carry out. Other people prefer to feed manually. Okay. When doing ancestral work and trying to communicate, learn from passed down things, is that along the lines of blood magic or something else? That would be spirit work more than blood magic. So blood magic is specifically using liquid blood in spells and rituals. Now, it doesn't have to be liquid, it can be dried, but it's physical blood in spells and rituals, whereas something like ancestral work would be spirit work. That's kind of the general umbrella term. Can you create a servitor to make small yet helpful difference to this world without messing with nature's natural order? Okay. This is going to be like a massive, like, spiritual meaning of life order. I think everything in existence messes with nature's order, right? A piece of trash that we throw away messes with nature's order. Or a leopard choosing that gazelle over this gazelle is going to shift kind of that natural process. So for me, I perceive any change that we make to our world as being a potential alteration of the natural order. It changes what might have happened if we hadn't have done that. And there are far more destructive things that we can do to the natural world than create a servitor. So I think in the grand scheme of things, you're pretty safe for not worrying too much about it on that one. I think if anything, there are much more damaging things that we experience on a daily basis that would negatively impact that. I think if anything, the servitor is probably going to do better than some of the other things that we might end up doing. Oh my goodness, is that the last question? Oh, I think that might be the bottom. That is fantastic. So if anyone has any kind of last remaining little questions, feel free to post them in the Q&A section. But I think we might have actually made it to the bottom. Oh, I did? Oh no, do you want to post them in the normal chat then? Because sometimes the Q&A has a bit of a wobbly and it doesn't always like it. Comment favourite crystals and what you use them for. I don't really use that many crystals, honestly, in my practice. Mostly I use clear quartz for all things. If I could pick one crystal, always clear quartz. I use black tourmaline for protection and cleansing, smoky quartz for cleansing, obsidian for cleansing and protection, snowflake obsidian for peace, cleansing and protection. My favourite of all of those, though, is black tourmaline, hands down, every time. Love it. Clear quartz is still always my favourite, though. Citrine I primarily use for prosperity workings. That can be heat-treated citrine or natural citrine. I'm not going to tell you that you have to spend an absolute fortune on natural citrine when heat-treated citrine is technically completely the same, because amethyst and citrine, the only difference is the temperature that they were made in, and that changes the pigment. So as soon as you heat amethyst, it turns into citrine. Sorry, that was a tangent all of its own. That was a bit much, wasn't it? Sorry, went overboard there. I use tiger eye for confidence and creativity, garnet for passion, love and romance. What else do I use quite a lot? Amethyst for dream magic, calming, healing, sleep, meditation. Labradorite and rainbow moonstone I commonly used for spirit communication and amplifying psychic abilities. What else do I use a lot of? Rose quartz for self-love, self-fulfillment, gentle passion, gentle romance, that kind of stuff. What else do I use a lot of? Is that all the ones that I use on a regular basis? Yeah, I think that's all the ones that I use on a regular basis. I have a whole variety. Hematite's really good for grounding. What else do I have that I could use? Green aventurine I commonly use for good luck and prosperity. Pyrite is quite good in prosperity workings, but it's also really good in tricking people into thinking they have prosperity when they don't, if you want to be a little bit malicious in your workings, because it is fool's gold after all, it's not actually real gold. What else do I have? Honestly, those are the ones that I think are the most commonplace. Where do you recommend getting sustainable and fair trade crystals? There's, as far as I'm concerned, no such thing as sustainable crystals. It is about choosing how much damage you are comfortable with. And I would hope that most people would say as little as possible. Sadly, that is not the case. For me, there just can't be such a thing as sustainable, because we're taking something out of the earth that cannot be replenished. Or at least a lot of the time it's not going to be replenished. So Sorry, that was very loud, that my voice went then. So I would try going for people who clearly have a great respect for what they are doing. They are willing to do their research on where things come from and know where they come from. They maybe have an understanding over the minds on an individual basis as to where they are getting this from and how they are treating their workers, because there are many places who are sending children to do this job, and that is just absolutely horrific. Crystals are never going to be a sustainable resource, and the problem is that while people are still struggling in this world with poverty, we are ending up in situations where people are being forced to do very dangerous jobs for very little money just to put food on the table. And while that still happens, I don't think we will ever truly escape the inhumane nature of these mining environments. We can do a lot to improve that situation, but I don't know if we are yet able to say that anything is 100% sustainable. I mean, anyone who says that crystals are 100% sustainable is bullshitting anyway, because sustainable means it has to be a reliable, like a renewable resource, surely, for it to be sustainable. And I don't think that many things are sustainable like that. Especially not crystals, because some of them, which one is it? Is it topaz? No, maybe it's not topaz. There's one crystal that, like, only ever existed when the earth solidified from being a ball of lava to being, like, not completely a ball of lava, and it was all created during that time period for the most part, and so we can date it because of that, but that also means that we cannot get any more of it. It's an interesting topic. So let me have a look. Is the energy used in witchcraft the same as physical energy? No. Not kinetic energy, if that's what we're referring to here. It is a little bit like how we can produce heat or kinetic energy in movement. It is a form of expressing energy in a different way, but it works with the same restrictions as energy does generally. So it cannot be created or destroyed, and it merely changes from one form to another, that kind of a situation. So many people will use physical energy like kinetic energy through dance or through repeated movement, or they will use heat energy through like candles and the like in order to transfer from one to another to gain a magical response. I'm going to say straight off, I'm not going to make this content. I haven't even asked the question yet, because I can't relate to it. So this is, could you make a video about incorporating witchcraft into parenting, or do you know any creators that make such content? If anyone does know of any creator who makes content like this, feel free to put it in the chat. Because I don't have any kids, I can't really speak on incorporating witchcraft into parenting, because I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid. Do you have a playlist of guided meditations that you enjoy? No, I do use Aura. I'm not sponsored. This is not sponsored. I do use Aura for their guided meditations, and I really enjoy that. And there are some people on YouTube, but no one that I could definitively say by name. Like, I'll just find a particular guided meditation, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. And then, like, 3 years later, I'll be like, oh, this one looks cool, and it's by a completely different person. I tend to just go off random ones that I like rather than say, like, a set person. Any recommendations for cosmic witchcraft? Think outside of the box. You can obviously go down the route of traditional ceremonial planetary magic, and you can incorporate some of that. I find that some of the most inspiring people in the cosmic witchcraft sphere are on Tumblr. Weirdly, people get so creative on Tumblr of the way to do things and the way to use things that it's worth checking out as a resource. You might find something that you never expected. I really want to work with poppets, but I want to know more about it. I have an entire video on poppets and the different ways that you can use them. Let me have a look at it is called Dolls in Witchcraft and How to Use Them, which might, if I'm able to type in my own chat here, be useful in that regard. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Let's have a look. See, what else have I got in here? I have fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue syndrome. I also have trouble sensing energy. I was wondering if that's because of not having energy or that I'm just too stuck in my body with the pain. Firstly, honestly, the fact that you are powering through all of that just shows your dedication to your craft, so my hat goes off to you completely. I don't think it's about not having enough personal energy, but you can always bolster that if you feel like it is. Like, you can hold clear quartz whilst you're doing it to see if that can help boost personal energy. But I suspect in this, it may well be that it's like having someone talking to you all of the time while you're trying to concentrate. That's so hard to focus on two things at once that possibly isn't helping the situation. But you can definitely try holding things like clear quartz, things that are quite potent in their energy, to see if that will help magnify your own energy so that you've got an easier time. Now, what to use Bumblebee Jasper for? Now, this is one where I don't work with it at all. I have one, but I'm so nervous about incorporating it into my practice because it is it lead? I think it might be lead. I will check. But you have to wash your hands after every time that you've handled it. Do not eat or drink anything. Like, don't touch your mouth. Don't touch your skin or your eyes or eat anything. You have to wash your hands afterwards. Because it contains... What is it? I don't think it's lead. Maybe it is lead. What is it? Arsenic. That's it. It's arsenic. So you have to be really, really careful with it. So for me, I tend to not like using anything like that in my practice because I am paranoid and my OCD will tell me that I am dying every 2.5 minutes. It's not worth it for me. But Bumblebee Jasper is a very flighty, quick acting, bounce around kind of energy. Let's have a look, see. Yeah, positive, upbeat attitude, buzzing with energy. Yeah, it's that kind of like upbeat bounciness, but I have a piece in my collection and I really, really like it, right? It's a beautiful piece, but I know what I'm like as a person. And I know that I would obsess over it. I am that person, right, where if I have a glass of water in another room and I spray disinfectant in my kitchen to clean my kitchen, my brain goes, you have disinfectant in your drink, you can't drink it now or you'll poison yourself. And I'm like, the common sense part of my brain goes, it's in a different room. And the OCD part of my brain goes, yeah, but I don't care. You still have disinfectant in your drink now, and then I have to tip the water away and get a new one. That is what I'm like with just that. So you can imagine what I would be like with like holding things. So for me, I have it. I enjoy the fact that I have it. Like, I really like the energy of it, but I would maybe be more inclined to use it on an altar space, somewhere where it's going to sit and it's going to be in one place, rather than say a working where I'm actively like touching it and interacting with it. Okay. Where am I? Oh dear, it's bounced the Q&A again. Let's have a look, see if there's anything else just before I have to go. Are familiars born as familiars? Oh, okay. I get a familiar question every single live stream, I'm sure. Are familiars born as familiars? No. Become a familiar or have familiar thrust upon them. I love that. I mean, it depends. I think in this regard, you're referring to a house cat. Animals have not historically been familiars until we get to like the witch trial period At which point, ironically, the witches were believed that animals that were found around the home were linked to them and the devil magically. So it was bats, cats, frogs, toads, roosters, things that were really commonplace around a medieval, early modern household were then directly linked to witchcraft and became the imps transformed into animals to suckle on the teats of witches, you know, all that kind of stuff. So typically a familiar is a spirit that has entered into a contract with a witch. And that is a spirit that is separate from you. So they could be any kind of spirit. They could be a human spirit. They could be a non-human spirit, fae, demon, whatever. It is a spirit that has entered into contract with a person. However, oh, what an invasive question. I know it's probably out of curiosity, but damn. Like, wow. Whereas now a lot of people see familiars as being animals, in which case it's a little trickier because animals can very much act as like magical animal companions, but they are missing a lot of the characteristics that make them good familiars. So a familiar is able to traverse the spiritual planes, commune with spiritual beings that you don't have access to. They are able to maybe commune with spirits they already know in the past that can gain information in a way that you simply can't. And a physical animal is not necessarily able to complete that job for you. Oftentimes they're able to complete that job after they've passed over, and then they can become a spirit familiar that you knew in life. They're instead more akin to a magical animal companion. They can offer you assistance in spellwork and ritual. They can offer you energy to work with, companionship during the process, still a valuable asset, but not the same as a traditional witch's familiar. And the kind of association was very much linked and sealed in during that witch trial period, and we've never been able to shift it since, which is why the common witches' familiars are things like ravens, things like cats, bats, rats, toads, things that were really commonplace around especially homes during the early modern and medieval period. We see them being directly linked to the belief in familiars today. Okay, let's have a look-see. Yeah, Patricia, I'm not getting any questions from you at all, and I don't understand why. So I've got the message about I've missed 2, and then later down I got the message of I just posted my questions. Is this in the Q&A tab? Because that's throwing a real wobbly right now. So it might be worth doing it in the normal chat, just in case, because I can't see them. Oh no. Honestly, blame Mercury retrograde. It's getting the best of us all tonight, I think. But let's have a look, see where I am on here. Can you use a pendulum board to communicate with deities? Yes, the exact same way as you would with spirits, guides, and the like. How can you tell when your energy is extended to objects or things, or it is a spirit intervening? I'm a little confused about the context of this one. How can you tell when your energy is extended to objects or things, or it is a spirit intervening? If it's a spirit intervening, the energy is usually going to feel different. So like after the fact, if you were to hold that object, it's not going to feel like you. It's not going to feel familiar. It's going to feel different. And is there an offering to do weekly for entities? It depends on the entity. Some are going to want water, some are going to want wine, some are going to want food, some are going to want energy in a different form. It very much depends on the agreement that was made with that particular spirit. Right, let's see if there's any more just before I have to go. do you think me being super drawn to water and especially nature since I was little... Oh, I think the Mercury retrograde might be getting you too, Owen. It seems to be hitting all of us tonight. About not being able to go through properly. Yeah, I think it's just a sign of the retrograde, I think. It's kicking everyone's arse. Do you think that the divine is religious or spiritual, or a combination? I think that religion is formalized spirituality, and so therefore probably both, just in different ways. I feel like religion is literally just like the forming of sects of people. Like classifications of people. Means anything. There we go. Not necessarily. As mentioned earlier, it could probably just be that's a proclivity that you might have. I love that word now. I used it right once and now I'm going to keep using it. That you might have towards a particular topic. So it might be something that you just want to go into a little bit more. That might be where you're drawn to. Can you recommend any beginner energy work or beginner spell work? No spells. Energy work? Fine. Whatever you fancy. Centering, grounding, energy raising, energy manipulation, sensing energy around you, whatever you fancy. Energy work is great. That kind of training exercise, fantastic. If you don't have your energy work down though, then it's going to impact negatively the success of spells and rituals. So one typically has to come before the other, otherwise you are just running on emotions driving your spells, and that can work for a while. But after a while, it's going to start not manifesting anymore if you aren't in a high energy environment, and that's not super sustainable. Yeah, if you have objects moving around, that's definitely likely to be a spirit involved more than you. Just because it takes a lot of energy to move stuff around, and it takes a lot of energy for a spirit, let alone for us to be able to do anything like that. So it's more than likely going to be a spirit presence. How do you recommend communicating with ancestors when it comes to language? Do you recommend I speak to them in our common language if I know how to, or would it be fine if I spoke English? I would probably say okay. When spirits pass over, they have access to information that we wouldn't normally have, which is why they can be really useful in answering questions. And so it wouldn't surprise me if you were to interact with them in English, that they would still understand. But try 2 different occasions, see what you get back from that situation. See if they can show you a sign if this is a sustainable form of communication in one, and then leave it a couple of days, try it again in the other, note down anything that you experience. You might find that you get more of a reaction with one than the other, and then that's the one that you can go for going forwards. Oh, happy late birthday, Amanda. I hope you have an amazing time in Glastonbury. Oh, so jealous. How do you respectfully ask a spirit to stop opening the doors in my house? Like that. Honestly, genuinely like that. Like, just ask. Ask as though you were talking to just a normal, everyday person, and then see what happens. I was in the craft when I was younger, and now I'm in my 50s. I want to connect with my spirit guides and deities more. How should I do this besides meditation? I'm going to sound like a proper nutcase now and say, talk to them. Like, I'm not even joking, like, out loud, in your head, whatever works for you. But talk to them, because I find this is a really good way of humanizing that situation, of feeling more comfortable just having a chat. And I find that being willing to open up and have that form of communication starts them coming through in other ways. You can also ask them to come through in dreams, and then you can have like literally one-on-one conversations in some cases through dreams, gain information that way. I find those to be more practical for a lot of people than meditation. Meditation is great if you can meditate, but if you can't, then dreams and just verbal communication is a great way to kind of build connections. I do not know the answer to this one, I don't think, which is, can you explain the thing about finding your higher and lower tarot cards, please? I'm afraid I don't know that one. I've never heard of it, actually, so if you can explain that, I'd very much appreciate it. How do four-dimensional... Wow, words. Mirrors work. What is a four-dimensional mirror? This is one of those where now I'm going to start going into a deep dive. I might need some explanation on this one, because I have never heard of a fourth dimensional mirror, but I'm definitely interested to know. What would you do when you don't tend to remember your dreams when it comes to doing dream work or trying to learn lucid dreaming? Write them down. Usually, when we don't remember, it's because we aren't acknowledging them as being significant. And so if we write them down, we're teaching ourselves every morning that recalling our dream is important, it's significant, we need it to be able to write it down. And so over time, the amount of your dream that you remember gets more and more and more. So it might start with just like a colour or like a simple scene or a single scene from your dream. And then as you start documenting down, then that is something that will increase in volume over time. So it will go from being like one scene to two scenes, one colour to two colours, a conversation, that kind of thing, to build up. So, with that being said, oh my goodness, the vlogs. Oh, the vlogs are so embarrassing. So, he's so embarrassing. I go back and I look at my earlier content and I cringe. I went back and I clicked on, because I wanted to see how bad it was, one of my beginner videos on the Witchcraft series, like the beginner Witchcraft series. Oh, I turned it off within 4.5 seconds. Could not cope with the cringe. Could not deal with it. Oh, I'm glad other people enjoy them too. It was a great thing, actually. I really liked, it got me through like lockdown and stuff, was doing the vlogs. It's just now, oh, viscerally cringe at them. Oh, can't cope. Is there a dream book you would recommend? Not really, mostly because dreams are they're too personal, too individual, that I think it very much depends on how you perceive something, rather than what someone else associates it with. I enjoyed the orange hair. I'm glad someone did, because it looked absolutely bloody awful. I was green before that, and I went, what's the opposite of green? Let's go for orange. Awful. Would never do that again. I like doing the vlogs. They just don't get very good views, and as much as I'd love to say that YouTube isn't all about the views, sadly the algorithm really cares about that. And so now I tend to not do anything like that. Can you explain auras? Auras are the expression of energy outside of your body. So it is a field around you, and the size of it will determine how much energy you're putting out. That doesn't mean the energy that you've got, that just means the energy that you're putting out subconsciously. And that energy can interfere with other things, and it will shift and change colours depending on emotions and frequency and the like. Right. Whew. And with that, I think I'm going to have to call it, because it has been nearly 6 hours again. I thought this was going to be a shorter stream than usual, but no. I should know better. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined tonight. Genuinely means so much to me. I know it was a little bit... Patricia, I'm sorry, nothing came through. I'm looking for orange and nothing has come through. You can always send me them on Instagram, and I'll try and check out those in a bit. I'm sorry, Mercury retrograde. There's nothing orange. I'm looking for like your orange logo, and I'm not getting anything. I know that this was kind of late notice, short notice, because usually I do them on Thursdays, but the next stream is likely going to be Wednesday the 16th of April. If that is something that you would like to join, we do these every single month, so feel free to come on and chat. And I have not yet decided on next week's video, so I can't even tell you what it's going to be because I've not decided on it yet. So thank you so much to... I got that one, Patricia, but I haven't had any questions. I lived when you explained how to manually cleanse crystals in that one video. I thought nobody else did that. I'm glad that someone else does that too, honestly, because I thought I was bonkers for doing that. I'm thinking, I feel like I'm the only one that is doing this way, and apparently I'm not, so that's really nice. So, yes, I don't know what the video is going to be for next Wednesday. I don't even know if I'm going to be filming a video for Sunday. If you're able to post it and it will come through, Patricia, I will happily stay for a little bit just to try and answer it. But I'm going to have to go at 6 hours because I need another drink. Because this one is basically empty and I've been drinking this for 6 hours. So just while I wait to see if that comes through, thank you all of the mods who have been on. Thank you to everyone who joins, everyone who chats, everyone who donates. It just means so much to me that you enjoy the content. Like, that is the most important thing to me, is that I'm producing content that you enjoy. So if you have enjoyed this stream, if you could give it a like, that would genuinely mean a lot to me, because YouTube really cares about like likes and comments and engagement and stuff. That's really what they focus in on. So it would massively support the channel and support me and the live streams. And yeah, having any luck, Patricia? It might be that the system is just like not having it today. And this will be on catch up as well. It'll be posted afterwards. It's just going to take a couple of hours to process because it is a long time. Am I going bonkers, everyone? Can anybody see any other message from Patricia? I got the last one of like, I just sent it again. I feel like I'm going bonkers. What is YouTube doing? It's just like eating it. I'm actually so confused. Okay, it might be that you would need to send it on like in the comment section afterwards, and I can try and do something there. I don't know what's going on with this. It just genuinely keeps eating it, but then it'll let your normal messages through, and I don't understand why it would be doing that. Spooky. If anyone's questions were like missed, feel free to put them in the comment section afterwards, and I'm sure myself and many other people will try to answer as best as we can. Yeah, I think the Mercury retrograde and YouTube system are working against us tonight. So yeah, I think that's going to have to be what we're going to have to do, because I don't think it's coming through. I do have a few words that are blocked because of like people scamming people in the comment section. So I tend to have words like I also have like loads of Christians bombard the channel sometimes, so I tend to put like devil, hell, Satan, Antichrist. What were some of the other ones that I had to ban was what happens when damnation. I had to ban the word damnation because I was getting that one a lot. So those words I have had to ban because I was just getting so many comments about it. Well, they're not banned. They should come through as like a held for review, and then it'll ask me like, should this comment be posted or should it not be posted? So it's weird though that it's just like it's just not letting it through at all. Like, it's not even giving me an option to like check it, which I feel like it should be giving me. Anyway, I'm really sorry about that. I'm hoping that in the chat it'll allow it to come through. At least in the chat, if it is flagging it for some reason, I will be able to manually put it through. I don't know if it's because it's a live system, it won't let it do it. I don't know. So thank you so much for all being here tonight. I really, really appreciate it, and I will see you next month for another live stream, and in a few days probably for another video. We'll see where that ends up being. I've got like 3 scripts on the go at the same time, so it's just going to be a random pick, I think. So yeah, let me know in the comments as well if there's any videos that you would like me to see, me do in the future. That would be really, really great. So with that being said, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye. And I'm gonna remember the outro because I forgot the intro. Outro.